Hello friends. Welcome to the Phoenix What If. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto fell in love with Momo Hinamori. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Sunlight streamed through the window of the small cabin, caressing the boy's face in its warm embrace. The air was swelteringly hot, almost oppressively so. He brushed the sweaty blonde bangs from his face, not quite sure why he did not want to get up at all. Lately, he had been having a bout with laziness and overall boredom. He was so bored that he did not want to do something to counteract the laziness, like some kind of vicious cycle. He wondered for a long moment if he had become the laziest thing in existence. How troublesome, he muttered under his breath, a flashbulb memory going off in his head. He wanted so badly to remember what that meant, because he was certain it meant something, it had to. But like the countless other times he had tried to remember something about his past life, he could not, would not. He could not remember anything about where he grew up, where he was born. He could not remember his parents or his closest friends. He knew nothing about how he died or why, he just knew that he had died and come to Rukongai, to live for the rest of eternity. That was where the boredom came in. Would he be like this forever, bored and unable to do anything exciting? He had lived in Hokuton, District 3 of West Rukongai, for as long as he could remember. For all he knew, he was not even sure that he had existed before he found himself here. He sat up and took a deep breath, sighing as he exhaled. He pulled himself from the small cot and headed toward the cupboard. Yet again, he frowned when he realized that he would have to eat rice and a simple piece of bread. As he prepared his meals, he let his mind wander to his to-do list for the day. 1. Go to work. 2. Work. 3. Leave from work. 4. Eat. 5. Sleep. 6. Repeat. Very rarely did the life he was living deviate from that schedule. No wonder he was constantly bored. The number of marks on the cupboard door caught his attention, his miniature calendar of sorts. Oh, today is payday. He realized aloud, smiling now. He could finally afford something other than pasty dry rice and stale bread. He figured that he would stock up on noodles from the shop to last him a few days of ramen, to celebrate having money before he returned to the endless doldrums of boredom. He knew it probably would not be endless, when he stopped to consider it. Most souls, when they go to the soul society, do not age or go hungry or become sick. He was not sure what made him different, but he had to eat, and he had aged only ever so slightly, slow enough that he knew it was not normal aging. At some point, somewhere, he knew he would die from old age or sickness or something, but then what happened? What happens when a soul dies? He guessed that he was probably 14 or 15 by now, based on his height and body shape. He had a lean, compact body that had receded slightly due to his meager eating. He kept his hair trimmed and comfortably messy, but his eyes had changed since he first managed to look into his reflection. They were more dull, more lifeless. When he noticed that change, he realized that he was probably driving himself insane. He ate his small helpings, leaving enough for probably 2 more meals before he would need to buy more bread and rice. He sat in the quiet, alone and relatively happy. It was too silent, other than the small sounds of nature outside his window and the sounds of his chewing. He knew it was about time to leave, so he placed his bowl in the sink space. He walked to the other side of the room and threw on a gray tunic, before heading out the front door of the small cabin. He locked the door, although he was not quite sure why. Hardly anyone ever strayed far from town, and that was almost 2 miles away, at the base of the mountain. Not very many traveled through Hokuton as it was, but when they did, they stayed in town. He was not worried about thieves or bandits, but he could not stop himself from locking the door. As he strode at a regular pace, he wished that he could move a heck of a lot faster down the mountain. He liked his seclusion fairly well, but sometimes, he wanted to just take up his boss on his offer to move into the inn itself. It would save him a lot of trouble, but at the same time cut him off from the nature that he liked so much. He enjoyed living alone, had always enjoyed it for as long as he could remember. And he was an outdoors type of person, so his situation gave him the best of both worlds. But there were times when he was seriously tired of wandering down the mountain and climbing back up the mountain, despite his good stamina. It happened day in and day out, again and again. Hokuton was a mountain town with several tall buildings arranged around a single, convoluted street, and another row or two of smaller buildings behind them. It was not very rich, but it was not exactly poor either. Crime was not common, but not rare either. The people here were busy, always working or shopping or gossiping or dating. The town elder was an older woman named Kaori, and she was tough as nails. She often ruled with an ironclad resolve and tried not to deviate from her decisions and her experience. He crossed the main street and found the inn. They did not get a lot of visitors, but the boy felt like he had a good, steady job and that he was relatively good at it. It was not hard work and it did not give him that excited feeling that he so desperately sought from the afterlife, but it was something necessary. He had had to learn to put up with it. The inn was relatively large and doubled as a bar of sorts, but the bar attracted a lot more attention than the actual rooms above. That was where he worked most, oddly enough for someone who appeared to be so young, but he had a feeling that he would be working on cleaning or rearranging today. He waved at some of the other workers, who smiled as he walked in. "Ah, Naruto," the man who owned the building said, crossing the lobby to bow as he entered. He slipped off his sandals at the door and stepped into the main lobby. "Tadashi, how are you doing today? Sorry I'm late, I was having some trouble getting up today." The man raised an eyebrow. "Running out of excuses? You need to break that habit of being a few minutes late, Naruto. It's not befitting of someone so young." "Hey, I'm not young," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "I'll try better next time, okay?" Tadashi looked at him suspiciously for a moment, before he smiled and clapped the boy on the back. "All right, I believe you. You are not too late anyway, so do not worry too much. Today, you're going to start going through the rooms on each floor above and cleaning each empty room from top to bottom." He tried to put on a brave face, but cleaning was not his favorite way to spend his time. "Will do, Tadashi. Thank you." Tadashi nodded and left Naruto to get himself situated. He found the cleaning supplies in the supply closet and headed to the second floor, which was probably all he could get done in one day as is. He headed into the first unoccupied room and got to work. It took almost 2.5 hours to finish the first 2 rooms to Tadashi level standards. He smiled as he realized there were only 4 more rooms on the second floor, and that one of them was occupied. So he was almost halfway done for today's share of the work. He headed downstairs for a quick bite to eat. As he entered the bar area, he scouted out the patrons. It was a little bit busier than normal for this time of day, and a few of the regulars were there. But his eyes widened when he saw him. Daichi Tsubasa, Kaori's appointed grandson. Daichi was a nasty piece of work, a truly annoying, spoiled brat who deserved to rot in prison for some of the things he had said to other people. He did not care what he had to do. He would get his way with any type of manipulation imaginable. There were rumors that he was one of the bad seeds in Hokuton that brought in crime and illegal activity. It was a strange, ironic twist of fate that he was the adopted grandson of the town elder. Naruto could not stand him and had no idea why a guy like him could find himself in heaven instead of hell. Nonetheless, Daichi had made it to the Soul Society and was being a general nuisance to everyone. Daichi was sitting at the bar with a few of his friends, and they were all laughing and cutting up. But Naruto was not focused on them. He was focused on the brunette girl, looking to be a few years older than Naruto, sitting strangely close to Daichi. She did not look very familiar and there was nothing that particularly stood out about her, other than her kind eyes and dark bangs that ringed her face. But the nervous, almost frightened look in her face scared Naruto. "Hey, Daichi, who's the lady with you?" The girl locked eyes with him, giving him a pleading look. Now he really did want to know what the hell was going on with Daichi and this girl. "None of your business, hermit kid," Daichi said with a grimace, laughing and looking positively snide. "Who are you calling a kid?" Naruto countered, anger showing across his face. "What are you doing with this girl anyway?" "Doing?" asked Daichi, his friends laughing at his tone, the tone that was making Naruto sick to his stomach. The seedy guy touched the girl's shoulder, and she visibly tensed. "I don't suppose I've done anything yet, but I can't say that won't happen tonight." He and his friends chuckled at the comment, but Naruto could tell that this girl probably would not like his plans for later. The blonde looked at her and offered a hand. "Come on, let's get you away from these guys." She gulped audibly and stared hesitantly at the hand, but Daichi was not going to let this go. "No, I don't think she will be going with you. She's going to come back with us and give us a good time." The girl looked positively terrified at the statement. She's not going anywhere with you, Daichi. Who do you think you are? Naruto was positively livid, his body temperature getting higher and higher. He clenched his fist with rage. These thugs were not about to harm this girl. Much better than you, Daichi exclaimed back. Naruto did not know what came over him, but he immediately lunged at the older kid, surprising even Daichi. Naruto grabbed the thug's shoulders with both arms and yanked him toward the ground. Daichi landed on his back with an impressively loud thud. In that brief moment, Naruto's eyes bugged out at the newly created crack in the floor, just from his throw. But he did not have time to question it, because the thug retaliated quickly, giving him a quick underhanded jab to the stomach. Naruto's body convulsed as he lost his breath, his mind trying to comprehend what was happening. He did not let that punch stop him, because he shoved forward with all of his weight and tackled Daichi to the floor again. They rolled around quite a few times, slinging fists and shoving back again and again, all within the span of a few seconds. The entire bar was probably watching by that point, and both Daichi and Naruto were trading blows back and forth, seemingly evenly matched. Daichi's friends did not intervene, thankfully for Naruto, but the side of him that liked to fight wanted them all to try. Naruto flipped on top of Daichi one last time and pinned the boy's shoulders with his knees. Immediately, he began to pummel the hell out of Daichi's face. Naruto wanted each punch to leave a fist-shaped bruise. The thud of the thug's head pounding against the floor was music to the blonde's ears. Naruto, what are you doing? Tadashi shouted, immediately reaching to pull Naruto off of Daichi's body. Naruto nearly pushed his boss away, before he realized that he would have been shoving his boss. Tadashi yanked Naruto away from his opponent, who struggled to get up as his friends ran to help him. Naruto gave Daichi a threatening look. The annoying brat wiped blood from his jaw and shouted, "You better watch out, hermit kid. I'll get you back." And with that, the kid and his friends dashed out of the inn, leaving the girl behind. Everyone else in the bar just slowly went back to their business, save for a few strange looks to the blonde employee. Tadashi had the demanding look in his eyes. What the hell was that? Naruto gulped, knowing that it was going to be extremely hard to explain. Daichi and his friends were going to hurt her, Tadashi. I couldn't let that happen. The manager of the inn did not seem convinced, but he motioned for Naruto and the girl to join him in the stockroom, away from prying ears. My name is Tadashi, and this is Naruto. What's your name? He asked, as he turned to the girl in question. The brunette hesitated for a moment, still very frightened by what could have happened to her. It's Momo Hinamori, sir. What happened to you, Momo? How did you even get with that slug of a bastard? Asked Naruto, still angry by the possibilities. The girl swallowed, before gesturing to the west with her hand. I'm from Junranen. Daichi and a few of his friends ran into me there, in the main town. I was jumped late last night, and no matter how much I struggled, there was nothing that I could do to escape them. Her voice quivered with emotion. With so many of them, I was too scared to try to run away, and even if I could, they would have caught me. They basically kidnapped you? Tadashi asked, his brow furrowing. I'm going to kill him, Naruto said through clenched teeth. You'll do no such thing, Tadashi said. Think about his grandmother, Naruto. You'll be in deep already, but if you were to do something else in this situation, I don't want to know the hell that Kaori could unleash against you. He paused to let Naruto think for a moment and then looked at Momo. I'll bet you're wanting to get back home, huh? Momo nodded longingly, homesick and ready to put this whole nightmare away. Yes, I definitely do. Well, if you would, could I offer you a meal or a bed to stay tonight? I know you must have people back in District 1 who miss you, but considering the circumstances, I think it might be better for you to wait and leave in the morning. Yeah, he's right, Naruto agreed. If you were to leave now, you might run into those S again. The girl thought for a long moment. Well, Lil Shiro is probably worried sick, but I am a bit hungry, Momo said sheepishly, and Naruto just laughed. The blonde dragged the girl over to the kitchen area of the bar and offered to cook her several kinds of ramen, each flavor he claimed to be his favorite. Tadashi watched him interact with Momo and chuckled, wondering how long it had been since Naruto had spoken to a girl near his age. The old inn owner turned away from the two of them, heading back into the main bar area to hopefully do some damage control from the fight earlier. When the ramen was finished, he and Momo sat down to eat. You might be one of the first people I've met who eats because they're hungry, Naruto commented, slurping up a bite of noodles. A lot of people eat because it's sociable, but you seem to just be really hungry. She nodded. Yeah. It's because I have a bit of Riryoku. Not much, but enough that I have to eat to survive. You should see Lil Shiro, because he eats like a pig. Riryoku? Asked Naruto, confused. He'd heard the term before, but no one had clarified what it meant before. What's that? You don't know what spirit energy is, Naruto? How long have you been dead? He thought about it. How long had it been, exactly, since he died? You know, I don't even know, he explained, suddenly realizing that he had absolutely no clue. But no, I really do not know what that is. Momo swallowed another bite and took a sip of her milk. Well, usually souls who come to Soul Society do not have much spirit energy. When they have a substantial amount, they age and have to eat and fight to survive, while a majority of souls are just content. If you have to eat, you probably have some Riryoku of your own. She paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts. As for what Riryoku actually is, you'd probably have to ask a Shinigami. I've never really understood it myself. He pondered her statement for a while. He had seen the black-clad, sword-carrying guards patrolling the streets of Hokkaido on several occasions, but he'd never really ever spoken to one. Maybe he should speak to one now? Something else she had said caught his attention. Who's Lil Shiro? That's a strange name. The girl giggled. Lil Shiro is just a nickname I gave him. Toshiro's a little kid back in Junranen. Probably looks to be 10 or 11. We've been really good friends for years. Naruto smiled. I guess you want to get back to him so he won't worry too much, huh? She laughed. Funny thing is that he's not the type of guy who would admit that. He'll probably say, I wasn't worried about you at all, Momo. I know you can take care of yourself. She looked up from her bowl of ramen, meeting Naruto's glance. Thank you for what you did. I don't know what I would do if you hadn't saved me. Momo looked like she might cry, but Naruto clapped her on the shoulder. It was no big deal. No harm done in the long run, right? The best part is that you're completely safe, the blue-eyed blonde said with a beaming grin. He finished off the bowl of ramen with a loud slurping, and it was enough to make both of them laugh. Hinamori still had half of her bowl left, but Naruto was done already. Maybe you'll be giving Lil Shiro's appetite a run for its money, Momo said with a small laugh. As soon as Momo was finished, Naruto headed upstairs to show her to a room where she'd stay the night, before she would leave in the morning to go back to District 1. It was only a few hours' walk at a good solid pace, but even then, Naruto hated how slow he had to go when he went on delivery or pickup runs for Tadashi. He may have enjoyed the scenery as he walked through the outdoors, but he wished that there was a quicker way. When he closed the door for Momo to make herself comfortable, he nearly ran right into Tadashi. Oh, hey, Tadashi. I just showed Momo her room for the night. Everything calmed down now. Naruto noticed how gaunt that his boss looked right then, but he was not sure why. Yeah. Everything has calmed down. I was talking with some people outside shortly after the fight, and they... Well, let me just give you the message now. You'll need to head to Kaori's later tonight. Probably 9 or 10 tonight, due to other things going on. Kaori wishes to speak to you about what happened. The boy's reassuring grin slowly faded when he realized what that could mean. What do you think she'll say? I don't know, Naruto. But if I were in her situation, I don't think I would be very lenient. After all, you provoking a fight in the middle of the bar was not exactly ideal employee behavior. To be honest, you're lucky I didn't fire you on the spot. His eyes widened. Tadashi had never made comments like this, never anything this bad. Usually it was all in good fun, but now Naruto really had pissed him off. But Momo was going to be raw. I know, Tadashi said, cutting the boy off. I know what was going to happen. I'm extremely glad that it did not happen. But that could have been handled in a better way that did not include getting into a fight in the middle of the bar. Got it. Good. Naruto nodded nervously. Yes, sir. I understand. He frowned and headed back to where he left the cleaning supplies, hoping to get the job done that he had intended to finish, all before the trouble with Daichi. He was about an hour into cleaning one of the largest suites in the inn when there was a knock on the door. Had Tadashi booked this room since he started to clean? Coming, he shouted as he sat down the mop and headed to the door. He opened it and was surprised to see Momo. Hey, how's the room? She smiled. It's fine, thank you. Would you like some help? I could help you finish. Naruto was going to decline, but the expression on her face made him want to reconsider. Okay. I don't see why not. I helped you earlier, so I suppose this is you paying me back. You don't have to, though, if you don't want to. She shook her head. No, I do want to. I don't have much better to do, and I really do want to help out. He smiled. In that case, come on. I cannot stand cleaning, so with you here, maybe it won't be so boring and annoying. Happy to oblige, she said with a chuckle, heading into the room to help him. Naruto was correct. Cleaning was much better with Momo around, as it gave him something to focus on besides the fact that he was cleaning. He was not too sure what Tadashi would think about allowing her to take over some of the work, but he would explain that to his boss later, if the man asked. He just wanted to enjoy this girl's presence, as she was very pleasant to work with. Maybe if he talked to Tadashi, he might could get her a job here in the inn, even though it's in Hokkaido. They shared stories of their adventures in the afterlife. Hinamori telling Naruto all about Jidanbu, the giant who guards the western gate into the Seraiti. Naruto shared many stories about some good-natured pranks he pulled on some of the patrons in the bar, like the time he spiked someone's tea with sake just to see what would happen. Both seemed to really enjoy each other's company. How would you feel about working here long time? Asked Naruto, curious and a bit hopeful. I know it's not home, and Toshiro and his grandmother may not like it, but I thought I might offer, you know. She frowned as she considered it. Naruto immediately started to berate himself for even suggesting it, because it seemed selfish and misguided. Well, the truth is, Naruto, I would miss home far too much to think about staying here. It's not that I wouldn't miss you when I return, because you seem like a kind, funny person. I just don't think I could stay. He put up a smile to hide his slight disappointment. He knew it was probably a rotten idea, because they barely knew each other anyway. But after protecting her, something seemed to awaken in Naruto, a resolve to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Spirit power or not, Momo did not strike him as someone who could take care of herself if something were to happen. It's okay, he said, grinning. No big deal. I guess I just. He stopped for a moment, breathing in and out. I haven't exactly had many friends in my time here, since I live alone up on the mountain. That's how I like it most of the time, but I guess I get lonely some of the time. There aren't many others around my age, and I guess it's hard to get close to people who are younger or older. Momo nodded, understanding where he was coming from. Lil Shiro looks like he's 5 or 6 years younger than I do, but we practically grew up together because we were neighbors. He and his grandmother are some of the only people that I'm close to. I can relate to that feeling. With that, they moved on to more pleasant topics, making each other laugh with more storytelling. Well, you seem to have a lot of stories about Rukongai, but do you have any stories about your past life, Momo? The boy asked, curious if she remembered anything about where she came from. Momo shook her head. No, I really don't. Lil Shiro doesn't either, but his grandmother does. Do you, Naruto? The boy shook his head regretfully. No, I wish I did though. I wish I remembered where I was from and what happened to me when I died. The girl nodded, wishing for the same thing. Why do you think we don't remember? He asked. Me, you, and Toshiro. Is it because we have Ryukyu? Hinamori shrugged. I don't know, but that's the best guess I've come up with. Seems like a pretty great disadvantage, if you ask me. Naruto and Momo kept up the cleaning for the next few hours, until around 8 o'clock that night. They left to eat and enjoyed a meal together while Tadashi watched, before it was time for Naruto to go and meet with the town elder, Kaori. Momo had kept quiet all during dinner, and there was obviously something on her mind. Naruto, I'm sorry that you're in this mess because of me. She was sullen and depressed, her head down and seemingly unable to rise. He smiled sympathetically and said, No way, Momo. It's not your fault, believe it, it's Daichi's fault, him and his loser lackeys. She seemed to perk up, but she was still sad. Tadashi put his hand on her shoulder. Naruto and Daichi have never gotten along before this, and it's been a long time coming. Daichi should never have attempted what he was going to do. Naruto should have attempted to save you without fighting, like finding one of the Shinigami on patrol and reporting it. But do not think for a minute that you had any part in the blame. Hinamori smiled sadly, thinking over his words. Thank you, sir. You're absolutely welcome, Tadashi said. Naruto, you'd better hurry to the compound. If you don't get there soon, whatever punishment you get could be more severe. Naruto nodded, standing up from the table. He adjusted his tunic and tied his obi, before bowing slightly to both of them. See you when I get back. Tadashi and Momo bowed back to him. Remember my advice from earlier, Naruto. The blonde waved back his acknowledgement as he left the room, leaving Tadashi and Momo alone. The owner of the inn stood and walked out of the room into the main bar, beckoning Momo to follow. Tell me what you make of this, Miss Hinamori. She nodded and followed him. He pointed out the obvious crack in the wooden floor, about 3 inches wide and 5 feet long. She remembered that was where Naruto had shoved Daichi, and her eyes widened. She explained that detail to Tadashi, who could only ponder for a moment. So Naruto did that with just brute strength? Asked the boss, cursing under his breath as he thought about how expensive it might be to fix or replace. Broke the solid wood like it was nothing. Momo was just as amazed as he was. It was interesting to her that Naruto had so much spiritual power locked inside that he could literally do that much damage, because it had nothing to do with muscle mass. Naruto was by no means scrawny, but he was not built like a brick wall. Has he ever showed anything like this before? Asked Momo, entertaining the possibility that it could have been a coincidence. Tadashi looked away and thought before raising a finger to make a point. Well, a few years back, I dismissed it. But Naruto may have been the one to snap the entire bar counter in half, because I remember him being angry at something that day. He showed her the wooden counter replacement. I was able to replace it with an identical one for pretty cheap, but if Naruto has been breaking these things so easily, what does that mean, Miss Hinamori? She explained what she knew about Reiatsu and Raryoku, thinking that if Naruto had never heard of it, Tadashi probably had not either. If she did not live so close to the Seraiti, she probably would not know that much about it either. So Naruto has some powers of his own? Asked Tadashi. Yeah, I think so, she explained. That could be very dangerous, he muttered, not sure what he thought about this development. Naruto was not the type to let something like this go over his head, but he had a temper problem. With Naruto's tendency to get overexcited, couldn't these powers be a bad thing? I'm not sure if they'd be bad, but I guess they could be, she said. Back in District 1, I've heard that souls with some Raryoku go on to become Shinigami, through the Shino Academy. Tadashi pondered that for a moment. You have to eat as well, don't you, Miss Hinamori? Have you ever experienced any kind of special abilities like Naruto? Not me, no, Momo replied. But one of my friends from back home, he has this really cold presence. I don't think he notices, and I've never brought it up. But he sometimes makes the room colder without even trying. Is that weird? Weird, Tadashi asked. Kind of. Hard to comprehend all this Shinigami, spiritual power business. Momo laughed. I agree with you there. Have you ever considered becoming a Shinigami yourself? Or your friend Toshiro? Hinamori had to admit that the idea sounded great, but she did not think she could ever be good at it. No, I don't think that would be the right fit for me. And Toshiro is blissfully unaware that he even has abilities, if that's even what they are. He's just a kid who doesn't like responsibility too much, whether he denies it or not. Tadashi just smiled in confirmation. Well, if that's what you think, that's fine, but don't doubt yourself either. You could turn out to be very capable if you decided to do it. He picked up a clipboard and began running through an inventory list. Would you like to help me out a little while we wait for Naruto to come back? I've got some things to before we close in a couple of hours, and I need to give him his pay. Momo just nodded, her mind filled with images of strong battles and swords and tough training. Sure, I'd love to. The town elder compound, for as long as Naruto had ever known, had been inhabited by members of Kaori's family. Daichi had died and had been assigned into Kaori's household by sheer luck, but most of the people who lived there were direct blood relatives of Kaori herself. The building was the grandest building in all of Hokkaido, located in the direct middle of the town and surrounded completely by a 12-foot-high wall. It really did scream of wealth, the most expensive building that Naruto had ever seen. The place had patrol guards, regular souls armed with various weapons like katana or bows or spears. They were all dressed in heavy, almost samurai-like armor, each more ornate than the last. Trees lined the inside of the courtyard, Naruto noticed as soon as the guards let him in. One of them escorted Naruto through the yard and up to the flight of stairs leading to the gate. "This is Naruto, the boy Kaori needed to see," the escort muttered to the main guard, a stumpy man who looked to be a little too old to be standing guard at a complex like this. The man simply nodded, probably having heard all about the fight that had taken place. Naruto had been nervous before, but he had never been more nervous than this exact moment, right before the door opened to the main building. As it anciently creaked open, he had to fight the urge not to cringe. He was ushered inside, just as before. They rounded 3 hallways before the entrance to Kaori's office appeared. Everything in this place screamed of money, and Naruto could not help but marvel at how Hokuton could ever have this much revenue. He knew that the districts closest to the Seraiti were generally richer, but this was obscene. The luxuries of being in charge, he figured. The escort did not say a word as he opened the door to the office, introduced Naruto to the village elder, and then left before Naruto even had time to say, "What?" Kaori was a short, lumpy old woman with a bit of a stomach, but her expensive red and white robes made up for it. She had a sour look on her face, a sure sign that he was in deep trouble. "Naruto," Kaori began, gesturing for him to sit across the desk from her. "So I've heard an interesting and appalling story about you from my grandson, Daichi." Remembering Tadashi's warning, he remained silent before he said something that could make him worse off in the end. Kaori looked him in the eye before clearing her throat. "He claims that you came up to him in Tadashi's inn, interrupted his good time, and shoved him to the ground. You then proceeded to beat him until Tadashi could pull you off of my poor grandson. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" The woman spat the last question, disgusted at the implications. He had to fight not to comment, not to directly argue with everything she was saying. "Is that all he said? Did he explain to you why I did this?" Kaori did not budge, and Naruto started to realize that he may not win this argument. "No, I'm afraid that was all he said. Is there something more?" Naruto started to rehash his side of the story for the second time that day, including Momo's end of the story as well. Strangely enough, Kaori began to smile halfway through the story, which unnerved him completely. "What's so funny? I'm telling you the truth." The old woman grew upset that Naruto had the audacity to yell at her, and Tadashi's words to be respectful echoed in his mind. "Quite frankly, Naruto, I simply do not believe your far-fetched tales. I've heard enough of your pranks from many concerned citizens to know that I cannot take what you say with a grain of salt. It's fairly obvious that you are using these falsities to malign the character of the village elder's grandson. Did you think this would be funny, Naruto? Did you think this would bring you enjoyment, trying to make Daichi out to be some kind of common criminal? If that's the case, you're even more broken than I originally imagined." Naruto was speechless, the office completely silent. Kaori stood from her chair and looked out of the window, watching the crescent moon up above. "This is just not true. Those pranks were just jokes that never harmed anyone, and Daichi and his friends were going to hurt poor Momo. I could not stand idly by and let her get d." Naruto was getting so angry that he gripped the chestnut-colored desk, his knuckles turning white. Kaori did not turn his gaze. "There's a flaw in your lie, Naruto, a flaw that ensures that I cannot believe a bit of what you are saying." She turned to look at him, placing both of her palms flat on the desk and trying to look intimidating. "Daichi did not leave the compound last night. He was here all night, resting after a long day of chores. I had a few of my guards check up on him. What terrifies me more than anything, Naruto, is that you do not live in town. You live all alone, up on the mountain, away from social interaction," she explained. "And what makes matters worse is that boss of yours, Tadashi. He hardly leaves that inn to keep it barely running. It does not offer as much money as he claims, and he's often in debt. I worry that you have no positive relationships in this town, and it has probably affected your mental state." "My mental state?" Kaori nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you seem to not know where your lies begin and where the truths end." She walked around the desk and placed her hand on the back of his chair, kneeling down to meet him face to face. "Naruto, did you kidnap a girl from District 1 last night, hoping to blame it on Daichi?" "What? No, not at all," Kaori continued as though nothing had ever been said. I had to admit I was a bit shocked when you mentioned this as part of your story, because Daichi made no mention of it. How noble of him to want to protect you. He was the one who questioned you about this girl, wasn't he? He caught on to your plans, and you fought him to silence him, didn't you? He must have been so scared of your revenge that he did not mention the real reason to me, in hopes that you would go easy on him. The blonde was just shocked. Lady Kaori, you are way off base here. Have you lost touch with reality? Daichi was caught sneaking in illicit drugs earlier this year, but did you punish him? No. Lies. Kaori slammed the armrest on Naruto's chair, shocking him enough that he reflexively gripped the desk harder. He looked down at his fingers, but he couldn't find them. It looked as though his fingers had submerged into the wood of the desk, so he hurriedly pulled them out in shock, hoping Kaori was distracted enough not to notice. Sure enough, there were 5 finger-sized indents in the wood, like he had stuck his fingers into a vat of butter. Gather what belongings you have in town and just leave. You're banished from Hokkaido, exiled, whichever term you prefer. Don't ever expect to be able to come back again, and don't think you'll have a home up on the mountain left to come back to. Banished? Seriously? He asked incredulously. There's no punishment for Daichi at all. He was being brave, something that you could use a bit more nowadays. I expect you to be gone from District 3 by first light tomorrow. Naruto was livid, but he had to try to keep his cool. He was not going to be able to return to Tadashi or see the mountain ever again. He headed into the inn one last time and was thankful that it was not closed yet. His shifts usually did not go into nighttime, but now was a different story. The place was nearly empty, and it made him wonder about the validity of Kaori's statement that Tadashi was always in debt. They seemed busy enough most of the time, but were they really? He headed behind the counter and into the back room, hoping to find Tadashi and Momo, and maybe even some supplies to bring along. And food. He had no clue where he was going to go, but he would not be able to return here. That was the only certainty that he had. Naruto, you're back, Momo said, smiling and scanning his face for any idea of what happened. She seemed to slow down when she noticed his not-so-happy face. What happened? He frowned even more, all efforts to pack lost. He sat down at the table, head in his hands and running through his hair. That banished me, made me an exile, like some kind of common criminal. What? Asked Momo, her face quivering in surprise. I don't understand. What did she say? He turned to her for a moment, studying her face. Then he explained the whole story, with as much detail as possible. He grew angrier and angrier with every single sentence. Momo was in outrage, and she grabbed Naruto's hand to yank him up and onto his feet. Come on, Naruto, let's go prove her wrong. I'm your evidence, my story will match up to yours. They'll have to believe you. The blonde shook his head. No, she won't change her mind. All the important people in this town have their heads so far up Daichi's asses that they would never believe me. She made me out to be the psycho loner rapist, Momo, and no matter how much I beg and plead, it won't change her opinion of me. Her sentencing has always been final. Momo huffed, crossing her arms in anger. I won't give up, Naruto, and you should not give up either. Come with me. He reluctantly followed her into the hallway, toward Tadashi's office. Tadashi was surprised to see them both, and after explaining the whole story, Momo asked, surely there's something we can do. Tadashi wiped the tear from the corner of his eye, surprising Naruto. He was not exactly an emotional man, so to see that side of him was strange. Oh, Naruto, I'm afraid, Miss Hinamori, that there's nothing that we can do. Kaori really is a stubborn old bat. He walked over to Naruto and wrapped the blonde in a one-armed hug. Let's get you something packed, kiddo. Naruto solemnly followed him, leaving Momo there with a complete lack of understanding. She began to cry as she walked behind them, trying to keep a brave face but feeling like this was all her fault. Momo, there's nothing to feel sorry about, Naruto said. What's done is done. He really did believe that philosophy, that you couldn't change the past. He believed that you could change your future, if you just persisted long enough to see a change. It was one of the many factors of why he never gave up. Was he giving up though? Was Momo right? Had he accepted his fate as being banished? Was he angry about this, angry enough to try to change it? The boy sighed. I just don't get it, Naruto, Hinamori began. How can you not blame me? I was the one who got you into this mess in the first place. Daichi and his friends. I should have had the power to fight them off. What the heck kind of use is it to have spiritual power if you can't use it to defend yourself? Naruto looked at her curiously. It's not like you've been trained on how to use it though, Momo, if that's even how it works. Stop worrying about it, I'll be fine. No, you won't, she argued, wiping at her eyes. Where will you go? What will you do? Before Naruto could even answer, Momo suddenly brightened up. I know, you could come and live with Toshiro and me, in Junrinin. Oh, it would be great. I could introduce you to Jidanbu, I think you'd get a kick out of him. You'd really like Lilishiro's grandmother, and there's a great ram. Naruto shook his head, although he gave it a lot of thought. No, that's just what Hokuton would expect. They know you came from there, and they may stir up trouble trying to find me there. It's too obvious. Tadashi, who had kept relatively quiet as he sorted through some light food to pack for both Naruto and Hinamori, finally turned to face them. Maybe not, Naruto. If they expected you to expect them to find you there, then you could hide there after all. And besides, I don't think they'll be out for blood or something, Naruto. Kaori is not likely to waste the manpower on it, and the Shinigami have better things to do than that. He paused, putting a bag of rice into both bags. You could easily go with Momo, Naruto. All it takes is the first step, and it sure would take some of the worrying off of me, if I knew Miss Hinamori was there to take care of you. And you would be close enough that I could visit, as long as things calmed down on this side. Of course I would take care of you, she said, not exactly sure why that statement made her blush. Naruto did not seem to take notice of it though. And he's right, Naruto. They aren't that far away, so your former boss could visit you. The blue-eyed soul thought for a long moment, curious if this could work. It definitely was better than not having a plan at all, but drifters moved in and out of districts all the time. He wouldn't attract much attention if he went by himself, and he knew how to live off the land for the most part. But Momo and he had been good to each other, and she seemed genuinely excited at the possibility. He took a deep breath in and out, letting it calm him down. He batted away the stray thought of why souls even needed to breathe, before finally agreeing. Fine, I'll do it. Where would I stay while I'm there? Momo thought for a moment before saying, with Toshiro's grandmother, of course. You and Lilishiro are not that different in age, so you'd get along, I think. And I live really close by, so it'll work out just fine. You sure she wouldn't mind? Momo shook her head, her brunette bangs swaying as she did. No, she loves guests, and you have a great personality. She wouldn't mind at all. Then it's settled then, Tadashi said, trying to be chipper but his expression said otherwise. Naruto could tell when he was upset. They spent the next half hour going through some other supplies for 2 packs, just in case they needed them between Hokuton and Junrinin. When Tadashi handed them both the bags, they thanked him together. All right, so you guys are going to stay here tonight and then head out in the morning, just before dawn, right? Asked Tadashi for the umpteenth time. They both nodded. Yes, sir, Naruto said, smiling. The boss smiled back and hugged both of them quickly, before handing Naruto the last thing on his mind. A bag of coins, the paycheck. No, I won't need it, Tadashi. What if the money doesn't work? The older man scoffed. Naruto, it's only a few hours away. And con are acceptable everywhere. If you say so, the blonde muttered, taking the bag and putting it in his back pocket. I'm off to bed. I'm planning on sleeping in tomorrow, so don't wake me as you head out. He winked, before adding, I'm not sure if this will work out for you 100%, Naruto, but please be careful. Both of you. They both nodded and then did a small bow to him. He bowed back, and with that, the goodbye was over. Tadashi left them in the back room in order to close the bar. Naruto wanted to really thank him properly, to say a good long goodbye. But he reminded himself that Tadashi might could visit him someday. Naruto awoke to the sound of the alarm going off next to him, about an hour before dawn. He stretched and sighed, opening his eyes wider before getting up. He walked into the bathroom, hoping to get his face washed, do something with his hair. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, his body looking haggard and tired. Dark circles stretched under his eyes, and his face looked dry and flaky. He reached up with water and splashed his strange, whisker-like cheek marks before taking in another deep breath. He looked at his bare torso and abdomen, wondering why it felt so empty when he looked at his belly button. Like something was missing, almost. He washed his hair quickly, throwing on his clothes from yesterday. He wished that he could go back to his place and pack a bit of clothes, or at least change, but this would have to do. He hurried downstairs, meeting Momo in the kitchen area of the bar. She was already dressed and looked a lot better than he did this morning, but that was not saying much. They ate a quick bite to eat, mostly talking over their plans and more about AIM, Toshiro's grandmother. "I guess we'd better go," Momo said, standing and grabbing her pack off of the floor. "I wish I could thank Tadashi properly, but I'm sure I'll get to do so eventually." Naruto nodded. "Of course. Let's get moving." The two of them left the inn, Naruto locking the door behind him and placing his key on the mat. He did so without much hesitation, but he still felt oddly sad about that. He walked on with Momo in the relative dark, gray light just before dawn. He did not run from the only place he had ever really known. He walked out comfortably, Momo at his side. He passed the last building on the left, turned and looked at the convoluted street, almost barren and devoid of people. "You okay?" asked the girl at his side. He nodded. "Yeah, I think I'll be okay." Oddly enough, this is kind of exciting. Refreshing. Like a new start. Maybe it won't get boring so fast this time around. Hinamori laughed. "Let's hope not." Naruto and Momo walked past the limits of the district, heading east. He imagined that if he climbed high enough, he would be able to see the walls of Seraiti on the horizon. "Come on, Toshiro, give it back. And tell me, idiot, why I should. Because it's mine." "Who said? AIM made it for me as a gift. And I'm supposed to care because." "Shut up, Toshiro. It wouldn't even look good with your stupid hair." "Oh, look at Naruto, the fashion expert." Naruto huffed, wanting to just punch the daylights out of the little brat for taking the bandana that AIM had worked so hard to make. He stopped for a moment, trying to give Toshiro a false sense of security, before lunging at the kid again. Toshiro laughed, pushing himself to his feet and leaping into the air, just in time so that Naruto smacked into the ground, a cloud of dust billowing from his body. The brat chuckled again, before running toward the town at full speed, hoping that Naruto would follow. The blonde boy spat and brushed himself off, before dashing in the direction Toshiro had went. He heard AIM weakly call out for them to be careful, but Naruto was past that point. He'd do just about anything to get that damn bandana back. He spotted Toshiro, just as the silver-haired boy clumsily knocked into a merchant, causing a domino effect that left a lot of people covered in fruit and trinkets. Naruto sped up and leapt over the mess, inciting an angry yell from the merchant and the crowd. "Don't scream at me, Toshiro's the one who did it," Naruto thought, an angry gleam in his eye. "I'll get that kid if it's the last thing I do." He sped off again, passing through one of the side streets and momentarily passing Momo as he did. The girl whipped her head around, calling out to him, but he ignored her. Maybe she'd follow him, help him catch that brat. Naruto stopped long enough to catch his breath, looking up at the edge of town and the beginning of the woods surrounding it. Somewhere past that was District 2 and District 3, and he got an unnecessary moment of nostalgia. He pushed that down, hurrying into the woods after the silver-haired demon that plagued his existence. He pushed past the trees, touching one of the branches as he passed with his fingers. He didn't notice, but the branch seemed to bend at his touch. He broke through a clearing, seeing a flash of silver ahead. It was enough of a distraction that he didn't notice the very steep bank decline into the lake below, and his entire body lost touch with the ground. He tumbled down the side of the bank painfully, causing him to cry out in pain. Before he knew it, he was lying face down in the water, his thoughts filled with revenge. He stood from the shallow depths, clothes covered in mud and leaves and water. His rage and embarrassment had reached a new high. "It's a good thing I took this from you," muttered a cool voice. "Because if I hadn't, you'd have gotten it all wet and dirty." Naruto took a deep breath, a reprieve before he turned all of his attention on the bastard who did this to him. The silver-haired boy with bright blue-green eyes was holding the white and orange bandana between his fingers, twirling it around his index finger. He was standing at the top of the bank, his expression smug, and Naruto wanted to scream so hard that he could barely stand it. "Hitsugaya, I'm going to kill you. That's all there is to it. Prepare to be covered in mud. I believe you have that handled, don't you?" Naruto was about to charge up the bank when he heard something rustling through the bushes. The two boys looked over to see Momo, who was positively confused at what was going on. When she saw Naruto, her entire expression was filled with shock. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Lilshiro over there stole the bandana," he muttered angrily, brushing the mud off of his tunic and ignoring Toshiro's reminder that the nickname wasn't his name. "I'm fine, just cold and wet and angry." And with that last word, Toshiro just could not hold it in any longer. He cackled into the sky, loud enough Naruto was certain that everyone in the Seraiti could hear him. Hinamori, trying to keep her composure, eventually caved and started to laugh as well, which naturally caused Naruto to realize the hilarity of the situation. His anger abated, he started to belly laugh so hard that he nearly fell back into the muddy shallow water. After a few moments of that, Toshiro calmly climbed down the bank, removing his sandals to join Naruto in the lake. He was kind enough to lay the bandana on the limb of a tree, where it wouldn't be ruined. Hinamori, noticing the two of them, began to undo her kimono. "No, what are you doing?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes bugging out of his head. He turned around, looked to the corner of his eye and saw that the silver-haired brat was still watching her. He waded over to him, still turned away from her, and plunged his head under the water. The blonde noticed how cold the other boy's skin felt, thinking that that was not exactly normal. "It's no big deal, Narunaru," Hinamori replied, joining them in the lake. "I didn't want to get my clothes all yucky." "See?" Naruto peeked through his fingers to see that she still had her underwear on, and she was thoroughly submerged with only her head and shoulders sticking out. "Fine, but warn us next time, all right?" Momo just laughed. Toshiro burst from the water, shouting for air. He then lunged at Naruto again, like some kind of silver, sloppy river monster, and the two of them wrestled and laughed. For the next 2 hours, the three of them splashed and swam and got covered in mud, not a care in the world. Toshiro did not seem to notice that he was making the water colder around him, but Naruto did not care. They already knew that the silver-haired brat had a lot of Raryoku, even if he didn't admit it himself. At the end of that, the three of them climbed out of the water and laid on a grassy hill overlooking the sparkling water. Momo tried to clean herself off in the shallow water, before joining them fully dressed. Naruto could only smile. He loved being out here in nature, and if he had time, he liked to come out here and take a nap under the trees. Sometimes, one of the others came with him, but usually, it was just him. "This is my favorite spot," he muttered from the base of the oak tree, his head resting on a root. He could see the breaks in the foliage, the way the sun broke through the leaves to give them a soft yellow glow. It made him feel like he was at home. Toshiro was sitting up in the grass, watching the lakes push and pull, creating small waves. He breathed in the air, not usually taking this much time to care about sitting outside. Outside was where the other kids in the district were, and they all treated him like dirt, like they were scared of him. "This is nice," Momo muttered, running a dirty hand through her brunette bangs. She had climbed up a couple of branches and was lying perfectly balanced at a fork in a large branch. "I haven't done this in so long." The three of them just waited and enjoyed the feeling for a long time. It was impossible not to enjoy it, even if you weren't a nature person. Peaceful, calm, and homey. Just like Naruto liked it. "Aim is going to kill us when we get back, isn't she?" asked the silver-haired boy. "Nah, just you," Naruto said, laughing. "You did cause this mud and stuff, you know." He smiled. "Maybe, but you did clumsily fall into the lake. Because I was chasing you. And, you still shouldn't have fallen into the lake." Before it could turn into a much larger argument, Momo twisted towards Naruto and read his expression. "So, how would you say the last 10 years have been?" He thought about the decade. A decade since he was exiled from Hokkaido. A decade since he was pleasantly accepted into Aim's home. About 8 years since Toshiro finally warmed up to him, despite his cold exterior. About 4 years since the Shibas moved into town and started monthly fireworks shows. They were gone now, but the three of them had shared a lot of good memories under those light shows. 3 years since he last saw Tadashi, who had come to visit them with news that Daichi had been arrested and charged with the of a different young girl. He hadn't told Hinamori about that, hoping to keep from bringing that up. "It's been really good," he said with a smile. He felt completely relaxed with not a care in the world. "I wish Aim was in better health though. If she hadn't started getting sick, then this would have been perfect." He solemnly looked up at the clouds, tracing one of them that almost looked like a raccoon with his eyes. Aim had been waning slowly, for no determinable reason. She was exhausted all the time, her bones looked frail and her skin was always pale. It bugged all three of them that they couldn't find a way to make her better, although sometimes Toshiro liked to pretend she wasn't sick. Today was one of those times. "Oh, she'll be all right, you guys. Stop worrying so much. You can't deny that she looked awful this morning, Toshiro. There are some days when she's fine, and others when she looks like a walking corpse." Naruto tried not to notice the irony of the fact they were dead. The silver-haired boy sighed. "You guys are depressing." Momo looked at him curiously. "We're not depressing, Lilashiro. You're such a stick in the mud sometimes that you don't notice what's happening around you." With the look on her face, Naruto wasn't sure if she was talking about Aim's illness or the latent Raryoku the boy had. "Oh, Aim, stop with that talk about spirit stuff again," Toshiro muttered. "And stop calling me Lilashiro, bedwetter Momo." Hinamori just shook her head in disbelief, before looking at the two of them. "I've been doing some thinking, you guys. I'm thinking that I may join the academy." Naruto's eyes widened. "The academy? You want to become a Shinigami? I thought you said you didn't even want to try because you didn't think you'd be good at it." "Well, today is a day that brings back good memories, and I thought I might just decide to make some more," she said with a smile. "Let's all apply. We could all be in the same class and learn from the same teachers and be in the same SQU." "No," Toshiro muttered. "Too much stuff to do. Not enough time to do it. I'm not interested." "What is all this stuff that you have to do, Toshiro?" asked Momo. "Last time I checked, you don't exactly have much going on." "I think it could be good for us." Naruto gave it some thought again, as Toshiro huffed that conversation away. He'd actually been considering doing it himself for a while, in the future, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to do so now. But Hinamori's expression was enough to at least make him reconsider. "I've heard it's difficult though, Momo. Dangerous even. What if one of us got hurt?" She sighed. "We've all heard Jidanbu's war stories, Naruto. Most of them are made up anyway. He was never a member of a regular squad, he's always been one of the gatekeepers. It was like his family was bred for that exact thing, all giant and imposing." "That doesn't mean it's not dangerous," argued Toshiro. "Naruto's right, for once. It could be too much for us to handle. The three of us, we're strong, capable people. We can handle anything they can throw at us," Momo said, beating her chest like an ape for emphasis. Naruto had to laugh not to point out how hilarious that was. The blonde thought for another moment before sighing. "I guess I'll think about it, but how would we get into the academy?" "Actually, where is the academy?" "It's on the outskirts of the Serai, not too far from the wall on the north side. We have to pass a test though to get in, and there are these checkpoints all along the walls where they do tests." "We'd have to pass a test?" asked Toshiro, "just to get in?" "I hate tests," she scoffed. "You two are such party poopers. How do either of you know if you hate tests so much unless you remember tests from your past life?" "My hatred for tests is not bound to life or death. It will be forever lasting," said Toshiro, a serious and an expressive frown stretched across his face. Hinamori rolled her eyes. "You guys are impossible. I can't believe you don't want to do it." When Naruto saw how upset Momo was, he finally collapsed. "Fine, I'll do it. When are we going to do it?" "Soon," Momo said. "I'm not sure when, but the three of us will ask Jidanbu if he has any idea where the nearest testing station is or if we have to wait until a certain day." "Three of us?" asked Toshiro, surprised and looking almost offended. "I'm not going to do this. If you two want to, go for it. I'm on my own here." Hinamori looked like she would argue, but Naruto gave her a look. She sighed. but was still excited about the possibility. In a strange way, so was Naruto. He was excited, even if a little hesitant. It couldn't be all bad, right? With Naruto's 10-year anniversary bandana securely in place, which he wore as a headband, he headed to meet Jidanbu outside the gate. Hinamori was supposedly already there, as far as he knew. Toshiro stayed behind with aim, taking care of her the best he could while his mind pondered his friends. Why would they commit themselves to this? Getting to the gate from District 1 took almost no time at all, since most of Junrinin ran alongside the wall anyway. The walls to Seraiti were extremely tall, almost twice as large as Jidanbu was tall, and that was saying something. He caught sight of Momo standing outside the big western gate, called the White Way Gate. Jidanbu was also there, outfitted with his 2 axes and the standard black robe of a Shinigami. He was easily about 18 feet tall, his axes a proportionally large size. Naruto would never, ever mess with him. "Oi, Naruto," the big goof bellowed. It was such a large and hearty sound. "How've you been?" "Good, Jidanbu, how about you?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Momo gave him a smile as he approached, finally catching up with them. "Doing just fine," the man said, bulging his muscles in a way that made Naruto wonder if it was on purpose or by accident. "Momo said that you guys had a couple of questions to ask me." Naruto nodded, but let Hinamori take the reins. "Well, we were wondering what the selection process was like. Is there a specific time or place where we have to do it?" The giant pondered, the hum creating enough vibration in Naruto's ears that he wondered if it was some kind of earthquake. "It's been nearly 300 years since I've had to do any academy business, but I suppose that it's still the same. A spiritual energy demonstration and a written exam." He stopped to consider it a moment. "I've let some potential students in recently, and they explained that the nearest testing center is located along the wall about an hour's walk to the north. It's not too far from here, and to get into Seraiti, you have to pass that exam and get the seal." Momo smiled. "Oh, all right. Do you know if they are still accepting students right now, for the upcoming academic year next month?" "It's supposed to start in September, right?" The giant nodded, his axe shaking behind his shoulder at the demonstration. "Yep. If you pass, you'll get a spot in one of 2 classes, one for advanced and one regular. If you fail, you won't be able to take it again until next June through August." Momo nodded. "Okay, thank you for the information." "Yeah, you're awesome, Jidanbu. We'll take you out to dinner or bring you something good one day soon, all right?" The giant seemed positively happy with that offer. "Don't you two forget now, you hear? And good luck with the exam." The 2 of them left, deciding to just go ahead to the testing center that was supposed to be an hour away. Momo was talking a mile a minute about how excited she was and how much she was looking forward to. She wanted something new to happen in her life, and quite frankly, Naruto could not blame her. "I'm worried, Momo. I have never been very good at written tests." The girl frowned. "Oh, hogwash. It's not that hard. You'll do just fine." Naruto did not feel like arguing, he just let Hinamori's positivity try to drown out his own negativity. She was excited enough for the both of them to do well, and he fully expected to do just that. The testing station was barren of activity, but it was built directly into the wall that made up the great city's defenses. It looked a little bit barren, though like no one was there. Momo dragged them up to the counter fast enough that the teller was so shocked to see newcomers that the strange glasses she was wearing were nearly knocked off. "Hi, ma'am, we'd like to take the exam." The teller looked over both of them for a moment before smiling. "I suppose that we can get you 2 situated soon. You're lucky because this is the last day of regular testing." "Wow, we cut it close, didn't we?" asked Momo, a surprised look on her face. Naruto just laughed. They filled out and signed quite a bit of paperwork and had to do a forced blood sample to get themselves into the system, before the teller could let them through to the testing site. When the clerk was done, she gestured to the door behind her. "All right, the 2 of you will go through the double doors behind me. From there, you'll take a left until you see another hallway. Go down there and the first door on the right is where you need to go. Good luck." Naruto and Momo bowed to her, thanking her for her hospitality, before heading to the room she referenced. When they were certain they had found it, the 2 prospective students headed inside. The room was like a large auditorium, but it was nearly devoid of activity. There were about 3 others sitting in the front row of the large auditorium and an older man, sitting on the edge of the stage. The chairs were like ones you would see in college, with a sliding panel used for a writing surface. Naruto had no clue where he knew that from, and it was actually physically disturbing him that he could not remember where he learned that. "Oh, good," the person on the stage said as they wandered in. "More future students. Come on up and get this packet and a pen." They did just as he said, finding seats on the front row alongside the others. He gave them both a look and said, "At least one desk between the 2 of you, please." Naruto shifted over one seat, wondering how that would make a difference. "All right, who I am is not important, but the test you are about to take is." Naruto grinned. "But sir, don't I deserve to know the name of the person who's about to kill me?" Momo reprimanded him with a look, but the instructor just laughed. "A joker, huh?" the teacher asked, laughing. "That won't get you anywhere inside the walls of the academy, so you'd better quit it now. No one inside is able to understand the beauty of humor like I can." The blonde boy gave him a puzzled look before shrugging. The instructor went over a few rules first, most of which Naruto would have understood on his own. And then they were allowed to break the seal, open the booklet, and turn to the first page. Name the afterlife. Naruto wondered why that first one was so simple, so he wrote out the obvious answer. The Soul Society. Who founded the 13 court guard squads? The blonde cursed himself for not knowing this one. Had Jidanbu ever mentioned it to him? Oh, Yamagenryuki. That had to be right. What are the 3 possible paths a graduating student can take? Naruto only knew one, and that was from the previous question. He wrote that down and continued to the next question, hoping for partial credit. If a zanpakuto can demonstrate 1000 kilojoules of power in its Shikai state, typically, how many kilojoules can it produce in its Bankai state? Use the following equation. Naruto's eyes widened, not even able to read that equation. He skipped that one and looked through the rest of the test. Most of them were simply not possible to answer. He looked through the corner of his eye to see Momo writing answers down to almost every question, and it completely upset him that he was unable to do so. They should have studied more or something. After an hour of mental torture, Naruto was saved when the buzzer finally went off. The exam proctor gave the blonde a knowing smirk, wondering if it had tortured the boy enough. He collected the tests, setting them on the stage near the podium before opening his bag and presenting a tiny silver orb. It looked like it could have belonged on a pearl necklace, or maybe even as an earring, but he had never seen anything like it before. This is a miniature version of a Ryushukaku core, developed by the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, which is also the answer to number 29, he muttered, eyeing Naruto again. This is designed to draw out the Reiatsu that you should possess, and if you have a good amount of control, you'll create a sphere of energy around your hands. Demonstrate good control, and you'll pass this portion. He handed the orb to a girl on the front row first. She stood in front of the stage, before looking at the orb a moment. The girl smiled and simply concentrated for a short moment, a glowing orb of light generating around her palms. Naruto could feel the Reiatsu pressing him into his seat, like some kind of oppressive feeling. The instructor nodded appreciatively, before passing the core to the next person. Some seemed to pass and keep their orbs relatively stable, but others were unable to even do the simplest thing. Then it came to Momo. Naruto wasn't sure if she would pass or not, because as far as he knew, she'd never learned to draw out spiritual pressure. Neither had Naruto, actually, so he was more than a little bit worried. The girl concentrated for a long moment, holding the spherical object within her palms. Her eyes closed and for a brief moment, Naruto felt a strange sensation on his skin, like something was pressing on it, warping it. He felt odd, more odd than the others because this felt familiar. It felt like an old friend. And then, with only another moment, the orb began to glow and a transparent blue ball of light surrounded Momo's hands. Naruto's jaw dropped at the display, because he didn't think she could do it, she'd never mentioned how to do it. The blue sphere was not perfectly solid, a bit shaky in places, but the teacher nodded at the display. Good going. He took the core from her and handed it to Naruto. Your turn. I don't know how to do it, he exclaimed, cursing himself. One of the other students laughed. Hinamori was about to remark how to help, but the instructor gave her a warning glance. Doesn't mean that you cannot try. The blonde nodded. If he wanted to have any chance at passing, he was going to have to do it. He focused on the ball within his fingers for a few seconds, before trying to shift his focus toward his inner self, whatever that meant. He inwardly shrugged, thinking that it sounded good either way, and tried again. He tried to find anything, remember anything that could give him access to his powers, but nothing happened. The instructor nodded, taking the orb away from him. Naruto was going to protest, but the man cut him off. A soul with no spiritual pressure does not belong as a Shinigami, young one. I have spiritual pressure. He started listing off things that he had done that were not explainable, like making cracks in the floor or melting his fingers through a wooden desk. It's too late, the teacher said, before turning to address everyone. If you would, could you step back into the clerk's office while I grade your performance? It should not take very long. The prospective students nodded, following his orders. The blonde boy sat next to Naruto, his mind swimming with worry about failure. Momo was supposed to give him a reassuring glance, but she looked as worried as he was. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think, Momo tried, but he shook his head. Yeah, it is. Those other kids were all able to at least generate some sphere. I couldn't do any of that. I answered maybe 5 or 6 questions on that entire test, Momo. I failed it hard. He was just about to stand up, ready to leave. Where are you going? Asked Hinamori. Come on, there's no point in staying. I knew we shouldn't have done this. But Naruto, I think I passed. Momo declared, confused and offended that he would just get up and make both of them leave. The blonde got up and started walking toward the door. When he heard Hinamori try to follow, he waved her back. Don't worry about me, Momo. Meet me back at the house, all right? After you get your results. Momo nodded, still wondering what had gotten him so upset. All right. And with that, he walked out of the room, heading back towards the town. Momo was utterly bewildered, not sure if she should follow him or stay. Eventually, she made up her mind and sat down, feeling conflicted all the while. Naruto heard Aim cough loudly, breaking him from his slumber. He turned his head to see her lying next to Toshiro, her body shivering and her breath literally like ice. He sighed, walking over to her to cover her up with his blanket, before slipping out of the room. It was almost dawn, and there was just enough light coming through the windows for him to see well enough. He read through the notes that he had forced himself to write after his 4th failed attempt at the exam. He'd been compiling them, editing them, changing them over the years so that he had a sort of cheat sheet. Momo had visited only a few days before, excited about her 5th year starting at the academy in just under a month. The two of them were happy for her, but Naruto would have been more happy if he were with her. He'd failed that damn test 3 times now, having skipped a year, and the next time to take it was coming up. He hated tests, hated them with a passion, but he wanted to join the academy now more than ever. He'd been trying for far too long to get in that he just had to pass this time. When he was done reading over some spirit energy calculations and equations, the steps to doing them memorized in his head, he stepped into the night air. He sat on the porch, feeling the air against his skin and hearing the calm sounds of morning. He sat there and thought long and hard about how to call out spirit energy. He'd managed to do it a few times, getting progressively better and better the more he did it. It helped for him to try to picture a certain shape in his mind and only that shape, allowing him to push all other objects aside and connect with his spirit energy. It usually worked nowadays, but it wasn't a perfect system. Nor was it as potent as it could be, as Jidanbu had explained once. But it was all Naruto had at the moment. Toshiro would be up soon, and Naruto pushed thoughts about the academy away when he heard the boy rustling indoors. The sun was beginning to rise, and the silver-haired boy stepped out of the house and joined him. The boy had not gotten much taller in the almost 15 years that he'd known him, but neither had Naruto. Momo, however, seemed to have aged last time she visited. He had no clue why that made sense. Hey, Toshiro, he muttered under his breath, putting the notes away once more. You know, you come out here every single morning to study, the silver-haired boy muttered. Or at least most mornings. What do you hope to accomplish? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough with that damn test? Naruto was taken aback. Toshiro, why are you so upset? The boy sighed and nearly yelled out. Geez, I'm not upset with you. I think it's great that you are studying for it. I don't think it's great that you're obsessing. It can't be that damn hard to control your spirit energy. Can't be that hard, huh? Asked Naruto, curious and upset now. You try, smarty pants. Channel your Raryoku into the air around you. The boy accepted the challenge, his face snide. He closed his eyes and started to breathe deeply, before causing the air around him to burst with cold air. Some of it literally froze at the effort, falling around him in small flakes. Naruto could feel the potency of the display, feel his body react to the presence of his best friend. There, he said, you happy? Naruto was in awe. How did you do that? Me to know and for you to find out. Me to find out, huh? Asked the blonde, before suddenly tackling the other boy to the ground. The two of them laughed and laughed until Aim shouted out a weak muttering to stop and that they were giving her a headache. Sorry, Aim, Toshiro called out under his breath. We'll be more careful. The two of them settled down, sitting on the edge of the porch to relax. Naruto watched the other people pass them by, walking down the busy street of Junrinan and going about their business. So you think I'm obsessing, huh? The other boy nodded. Yeah, ever since Momo passed and you didn't. You go through these periods every year where you shut everyone else out to prepare, and then you've failed every time. Why do you think that is? Naruto considered it a moment, giving it some thought. I don't know. I know why, the silver-haired boy proudly declared, before pointing to Naruto's forehead. You're thinking too much. You have to learn when to let things go and when to obsess. I'm not telling you to give up, but let it slide a bit. It's not the end of the world. You've got plenty of time. Toshiro was right. Naruto had been thinking too hard. His mistake the first time he went into that test was not preparing at all. His mistake going into the subsequent tests was preparing too much. It was like something clicked in Naruto's mind. So, what do you need me to do to help you? Help me. You're going to help me pass. Hey, don't act so surprised. I tried to help you 2 years ago, but you shut me out every time. You did. Toshiro nodded. And you and Momo call me oblivious. Naruto turned to the sky, feeling the sun shining on his face. Okay, tell me this. How did you learn how to channel your spirit energy? The boy considered it a moment. Channel is probably not the right word, since I never really learned to control it. I just learned how to call on it. How though? Toshiro sighed. I'm getting there. You're too impatient. It's not that hard to figure out. I just listened to Jidanbu telling Momo about it years back, before she even took the test. You just imagine feeling very, very emotional, a feeling that can make your entire body tighten up, kinda like a spring. Then you just imagine your mind letting the spring go, while still being upset. Don't let yourself hold back any longer. The blonde tried to do as Toshiro asked, sitting on the porch and trying to call on a specific emotion. He tried to force himself to be angry, to let his entire body react to that anger. After a moment, Toshiro visibly reacted by flinching away from him. There, the silver-haired boy said with a slight smirk. Was that really so hard? Naruto shook his head swimming with excitement. He now had a surefire way to call on spirit energy. He did not relax, allowing the feeling to progress to such a degree that he did not notice the adverse effects it was having. The columns holding the porch up started to splinter, and several people who had been milling about near their house started to run faster, as far away from the two strange boys on the porch. Okay, Toshiro yelled, breaking Naruto's reverie and the control over his Reiatsu, calming the feeling immensely. That's enough. You're going to snap the porch in half if you aren't careful. Oh, right, he muttered sheepishly, surprised that he could do such a thing. I'm going to go to the market, Toshiro said, standing up. You want to come? Naruto shook his head. No, I'd rather head to the lake, clear my head. See you later. Toshiro nodded and headed towards town, leaving Naruto there to think. The blonde got up, told Aim where he and Toshiro were going, and then headed toward the lake at a leisurely pace. His mind was swimming with new information. Toshiro's trick to call on his Raryoku made perfect sense. He'd tried to do it before and had been able to, but it was difficult to do repeatedly. Now, here he was, able to push and pull on the power inside him. It was almost scary, in an exciting and inviting sort of way. If he could learn to control it, to keep it there and mold it to the shape of the sphere, then he'd pass the second portion of the exam. Now if he could just concentrate on the first. He arrived at the lake, immediately finding his favorite tree and sitting at the fork of two large roots, his head against the bark. He practiced calling on his spiritual pressure, the results very favorable. The waves seemed to move faster in his presence, the wind blow harder and more rapidly. The tree almost seemed inviting, so much so that he did not even notice that he had fallen asleep. Damn that insufferable woman! Naruto's eyes opened with a start, his vision still swimming from his dream of a red-haired woman. He looked up to see Toshiro standing only a few feet away. What's wrong? Toshiro began a long spiel about going to a fruit stand, picking up a piece of fruit and getting treated horribly by the kiosk owner. I turned around, running right into the chest of some blonde woman wearing black robes and literally knocking me down. She tried to take up for me to the shopkeeper, but I ran off, too angry that the woman had knocked me down. He paused, upset. Doesn't that just bother you? Naruto pondered it for a moment. I don't understand why you're upset at her. You should be mad at the shopkeeper, if you ask me. She tried to help you. In fact, I think she might have been a Shinigami. Toshiro rolled his eyes. There's no way that a woman like that could be a Shinigami. She'd suffocate the first time she had to run with that damn chest of hers. Naruto just laughed, imagining it now. You ready to go back? It's almost getting dark, and I'm sure Aim is worried sick about us. Toshiro nodded. Yeah, let's go. The blonde-haired boy shook his head free of the cobwebs, something having awoken him in the middle of the night. He looked over, shocked to see Toshiro completely and utterly bewildered, panting loudly. There was a brief moment when Naruto saw someone else, a blonde woman with a very large chest, but it was gone so fast that he wasn't even sure he saw what he saw. The younger boy was staring at Aim with a pained expression. You okay? Toshiro shook his head, before gesturing toward the door. Naruto got up and followed, and Toshiro looked just about everywhere outside for something. She just disappeared. Who disappeared? What's going on? Toshiro looked toward Naruto. That Shinigami woman from earlier. I woke up from one of my usual dreams, and she was there. She basically said that if I don't become a Shinigami, my Reiatsu would kill Aim. What? Naruto asked with shock. Toshiro explained the entire encounter with the mysterious woman, every detail. It suddenly made so much sense for the two of them. Aim was sick and getting skinnier because of Toshiro's latent spiritual pressure. It was unsettling, to say the least. I can't believe I have been hurting her all this time, he said with a grimace, wanting to practically hurt himself for being so stupid. I should have listened to you when you guys talked about this Raryoku that I supposedly have. I should have realized that the Reiatsu would have harmed her. Naruto shook his head. It's not your fault, buddy, and no one blames you. I've probably done my fair share of damage to her, to be perfectly honest, and that bothers me too. He stopped, looking at the sky for a moment. What are you going to do, Toshiro? When do you say those tests were held? The boy, his expression one of determination. Naruto smiled, all of this far too sudden, although he wasn't sure he should be happy about it. There's another one coming up today. I wasn't going to take this one, I was going to wait until next week so I could prepare a little more. Nope, you're coming with me to take the test later today, Toshiro said in the early morning moonlight. You're going to pass, I'm going to pass, and Aim is going to be just fine. Once that was decided, Naruto grinned. Momo is going to be so happy. Yeah, I finally caved on all the spirit stuff. Get over it. With Aim's blessing, Naruto and Toshiro headed to the testing site. By this point, the clerk running the front desk knew Naruto by name, but Toshiro still had to fill out a bunch of paperwork. The other boy was thankfully on file. Once that was settled, the two of them followed the clerk's directions into the testing site, the same auditorium Naruto had seen quite a few times already. Inside, the instructor was still the same man, but the place was a bit more full this time, with a little over 24 participants and 3 more instructors. Naruto found a place to sit and Toshiro followed, not sure about what was going to happen, but he had heard Naruto explain it enough times that he knew what to expect. The instructors handed out the sealed testing packets to each of the participants, explained the rules in the same way as before, and then told them to begin. Naruto read question after question. He answered question after question. There were several that he wasn't entirely positive about, like a question detailing the behind-the-scenes legal process to transfer from one division of the 13 court guard squads to another. Or the question about the noble families that make up Central 46. But there were a majority of questions that Naruto knew without a doubt, and it was enough that he was feeling very, very good about this. Toshiro was very quiet and seemed to pause a lot, making Naruto wonder what was going through his head. Toshiro had always been smart, scary smart really, so was this his method of thinking things through? Was he considering a bunch of answers or using his mind to decipher them? Naruto really had no clue, but he hoped that Toshiro would do well enough. The time limit went off, and Naruto happily gave his testing booklet to one of the other instructors, who turned it into the guy in charge. Toshiro and Naruto exchanged a look that was really not sure, but both felt relatively good about this. The main instructor, whom Naruto had learned was Gengoro Aonibara over the years, gestured to the bag to start the next step of the exam. The exam proctors split the groups by rows and were each handed a Ryushukaku core, the device to transmit spirit energy into a sphere. Naruto always enjoyed watching this section of the exam, because it was interesting to guess if a certain person would do well or not based on their appearance. Some were able to generate huge spheres, others small ones, and some none at all. Last exam, Naruto had managed to create a sphere that immediately exploded in his face, so the tension was very high for him this year. One girl, her hair wrapped up in buns almost like a panda, generated a sphere of blue light that fluctuated for several seconds, making everyone worry that it would explode. Before it finally stabilized, she seemed utterly relieved, thanking the instructor. Then it was Naruto's group's turn, and Toshiro was up first. Naruto wanted to give him some last-minute words of encouragement, but he knew it wasn't allowed. Toshiro stepped up to the plate on stage and was given the tiny, white-blue sphere that looked almost like a pearl. "All right, your turn, half pint," Aonibara said, earning a glare from the younger kid. Toshiro immediately closed his eyes and focused on the orb between his palms. Naruto noticed the air get considerably colder, as though a cool breeze was emanating from the silver-haired boy's very presence. Immediately, a glow was emitted from the core, growing larger and larger until it was covering an area almost all the way to Toshiro's elbows. Everyone there was shocked, especially Naruto. Was Toshiro really holding that much power? "Well, a bit of a show-off, huh?" asked the main proctor, laughing as he touched the large, stable sphere and admired how solid it was. "Good job, kid, although it's a little cold." The sphere dissipated, and he grabbed the core from Toshiro and handed it to the next person. There were 3 more people after him, and Naruto gave Toshiro a congratulatory thumbs up. He passed that part of the exam beyond a shadow of a doubt, Naruto was sure. "You again?" asked Aonibara when it finally turned to Naruto. "Haven't you given up already?" Naruto shook his head. "I'll never give up. I'm going to pass this test one day, and that day is today." The teacher smiled and handed him the core. Naruto immediately thought of the moment when Kaori banished him from Hokuton, the anger he felt in that moment enough still, several years later, to cause him emotional distress. He felt the power start to grow from within, but it wasn't enough just yet. He thought of the moment when he fought Daichi, defending Momo from a possibly terrible situation. Finally, the orb began to glow and absorb his spiritual pressure, before expelling it in an orb of energy. An extremely unstable orb of energy. It was nowhere near as large as Toshiro's, but it was shaking and vibrating more violently than the girl with the panda hairstyle. It made him think of how imbalanced the surface of a lake or a river was, and that imbalance was making him extremely scared. He did not want to repeat the year before, not going to stand for an explosion this time. He tried to take his anger and console it with thoughts of excitement, things that made him happy. Things like Tadashi giving him the job he had held for so long, like the day he was moved into Aim's home. The orb began to solidify, turning from an unstable, flickering sphere into a stable, almost glass-like surface. It wasn't perfect and it did not last long, but it was enough for him. Naruto finally felt like he could have passed. Took you much too long, young Naruto, the instructor said with a smile. Not perfect, but not bad. Not bad at all. He took the core and moved to the next person, but all Naruto could think about was his chances of passing. The silver-haired brat could only smirk. The academy was a tall, grand structure with a huge yard. It was completely closed off from other sections of the Seraiti, which Naruto wished he could have explored more than he did. Toshiro was standing next to him, already dressed in his standard academy blue uniform. Naruto wished he could be in the advanced class with Toshiro, but all he could think about was the fact that he had passed it all. Naruto felt very nice in the crisp uniform, but he had a feeling that he would get very tired of it very quickly. He was more upset at the fact that he couldn't wear his headband, but he figured that it could wait. This place is massive, Toshiro said, humbled by the size. Much bigger than any building back home. Naruto had to nod. Most definitely. The yard was filled with students milling about, many with swords across their backs. The two boys wished that they had their own, because both felt like they stood out as first years. Lilashiro, Narunaru, yelled a voice. They both turned to its source, smiling as a very excited Momo Hinamori, dressed in her academy red and carrying her sheathed blade, appeared from the top of the stairs. Both boys were extremely glad to see her, even though the nicknames were just a little annoying. Momo, how are you? Naruto asked, as the girl hugged both of them hard around the neck. I'm doing just fine, the girl said. I'm just ready for my last year of the academy. Izuru, Renji and I have been waiting for far too long. Who are they? Asked Toshiro, but Momo waved them off. No worries, you'll meet them. Let me give you a tour, and then you'll have to head over to orientation. And with that, the three of them left to explore the place that would house them for the foreseeable future. Naruto was so excited that he could hardly wait. Toshiro seemed to notice his expression. You do realize this is a school, right? With tests and exams and homework. Shut up, Toshiro, you're spoiling it. Red hair was the only detail he could remember from the dream that had awakened him in the middle of the night. He tried to remember, tried very hard to make it all make sense, but nothing seemed to click. He grimaced as he looked at the clock at his bedside, realizing that it was not too long until he needed to get up anyway. Classes started today, and Toshiro and Naruto's third roommate was supposed to arrive later in the morning. He got up, turning off his alarm clock and looking at his sleeping friend in the other bed across the wall. He had fallen asleep with a book on his chest, a book about the theory of zanpakuto spirits. Naruto had a copy of his own and found it fascinating, if a little hard to read because the language was older, but Toshiro had lost himself in it. There was probably drool all over the page. He quietly got dressed in his uniform, still enjoying how it felt to wear it. It felt good to be a part of something so good. Toshiro kept reminding him that it was still going to be a school and that classes would likely be challenging, but Naruto was trying to look past that. He was trying to meet the challenge on his own, and Momo had offered to tutor both of them if they needed it. The blonde was confident that once he got the swing of things, he wouldn't need the tutoring, if he ever did at all. In fact, he brought out the book about Kido, focusing on learning the theory as opposed to the actual incantations. That was some of Momo's advice, back from her first year. If they had a good background on the technicalities of a subject prior to class, they would more likely succeed in practice. He didn't want to overwhelm himself with trying to memorize the words to the spells he had never attempted to use, but he could find more use in memorizing the steps to using them. He read up a little on ho-ho, or footwork, but that was easier when put into practice. It was difficult to follow on paper, much easier to follow when a teacher or instructor demonstrates it. He had tried a few of the steps outside the day he got the book, but both he and Toshiro had struggled. Hinamori had promptly demonstrated an advanced ho-ho move called shunpo, and Naruto had never been more amazed than the moment Hinamori practically teleported from one place to another almost 50 feet away. He realized that he would have to wait to learn Hakuda and ho-ho on his own time. Zanjutsu, however, Zanjutsu was what he wanted to learn. He couldn't wait to get a sword, couldn't wait to learn how to use it, get his own zanpakuto and kick hollow ass. He wondered if he had been any good with a sword in his past life, or if he even had any reason to use one in his past life. He was probably something lame like a restaurant worker or a garbage man. There was a knock on the door, immediately causing Toshiro to groan and shove the pillow over his ears. Naruto chuckled, walking over to see who it was. Hinamori was likely already busy helping people check in, so he wondered if it was the other roommate. The door opened, revealing a gangly teen who looked to be about 16 or 17 wearing the standard uniform and a bag over his shoulder. Naruto wondered why he wore his hair like that, with all of it tied in the back like some kind of spiky ponytail. The boy's expression was a tired one, and Naruto could already tell that he and Toshiro would get along. "Good morning," Naruto said, a bit of pep in his step. From the response, he knew that this kid was not used to someone as high-strung as Naruto. "Are you the third roommate?" The boy nodded slightly. "Yeah, just tone it down a little, will ya?" He walked in and placed his bag on the last unoccupied desk, before starting to prepare his bed. "Silver-haired kid has the right idea." "I'm not a kid," Toshiro muttered, slowly rising from the bed. The textbook fell off of his chest and landed on the floor, much to Toshiro's chagrin. Naruto grabbed it for him, placing it on the desk. Don't let Toshiro bug you," Naruto began. "He's Toshiro Hitsugaya, and I'm Naruto." The other boy pondered his statement a moment. "Naruto what?" The blonde rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Just Naruto. I'm not sure what my last name is." "Oh, sorry," he said quickly. "I'm Shikamaru Nara, of North Rukongai 28. Cool. He and I are from Junrinin, West Rukongai 1. Naruto started to explain their whole life story, but Toshiro cut him off. "Come on, Naruto, he doesn't want to hear all that. We'll have plenty of time to tell that later." And with that, Toshiro stood and began to change into his uniform. "What about your life before?" asked Shikamaru, genuinely intrigued. "You started your story talking about Hokuden. Neither one of us remember our past lives," Toshiro explained. Shikamaru frowned. "Oh, I was kind of hoping to be wrong, but it seems that anyone with a substantial amount of Raryoku does not remember anything before the Soul Society." Naruto nodded. "Sadly, I kind of figured that. But it sucks to realize it." The other two nodded in agreement. "All right, I was hoping to try to get some sleep, but I don't think I have time now. You guys want to come to get breakfast, before class starts?" He paused, before saying, "Wait, which class are you guys in, 1 or 2? Naruto held up 2 fingers, and Toshiro said, 1. "Oh, cool, I'm in 2 too." Naruto chuckled at the brown-haired boy's choice of words, but both of the others shot him a look that quieted him quickly. After a quick breakfast and catching up, Naruto and Shikamaru split off from Toshiro and headed toward class. Shikamaru was hopelessly lost, but Momo had given Naruto explicit directions toward the lecture hall. He still remembered them, thankfully. "You excited for class?" asked Naruto. The other boy shook his head. "Not really. It's not something I'm going to worry about." Confident, Nara nodded. "Yeah, I'm not too worried about the actual class work. It's the practical stuff I'm worried about." Naruto laughed. "I'm the exact opposite. I'll have to study pretty hard to learn all that history and math, but I think I'll do really well when we actually get to do something." Shikamaru smiled, just as they finally arrived at the lecture theater. They sat together somewhat in the back, and Naruto hurriedly gathered a notebook and his textbook to follow along. Shikamaru just sat, and Naruto was confused. "You're not going to get out any paper or anything?" The other boy shook his head, stretching in his seat. "Nah, we're not likely to cover anything too complicated today. I'll just sit and absorb." The blonde shook his head, grinning. Toshiro and Shikamaru were practically the same person sometimes, Naruto could already tell. The professor, a short squat woman named Keiko Takashi, was the main instructor for Class 2. She was going to oversee all of the instruction, including the Zankensoki. The Zankensoki were the 4 physical manifestations of a Shinigami's training: Hakuda, Hoho, Kido, and Zanjutsu. She went through a basic overview of the instruction during the first year, which was mostly basic knowledge every Shinigami would need to know. Naruto couldn't wait to get to the fun stuff. "So that's when and why the Spiritual Arts Academy was founded," Takashi said, explaining the origin of the 2,100-year-old building. "But ma'am, It has not been called the Spiritual Arts Academy but for the last 200 years, a voice in the corner interrupted. Before its owner stood up to answer, they changed the curriculum of the Shinigami Academy to include the Kido Corps and the Stealth Force after the Quincy War, becoming the Spiritual Arts Academy as a result. Naruto could see nothing about her but her long, almost waist-length pink hair. The lecture hall was silent. Shikamaru and Naruto shared a glance before Takashi could comment. "Miss, could you come down here for a moment?" the professor said with a smile, a warm and inviting one. The girl was eager to get up, and Shikamaru shook his head. "She's about to get slaughtered up there." Naruto peered at him before turning his attention back to the girl. The professor put her arm around the girl's shoulder in a warm, one-armed hug, a bright smile on her face. "Miss, could you tell everyone your name?" The pink-haired girl proudly grinned. "Sakura Haruno, ma'am." The professor let go of her and sat down in the front row. Everyone was confused for a moment, including Sakura. Finally, the professor said, "Go on, Professor. Why don't you teach us more about the vast history of the Spiritual Arts Academy?" Sakura, having realized at that moment she was being played, nervously looked down. She said something indeterminable, before hurrying back to her seat. She wiped her eyes, and Naruto frowned. Most of the class was in uproar, laughing. But some were watching the girl with concern. "Can the professor do that? Embarrass her students in front of everyone like that?" asked Naruto. Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah, technically." Sakura did try to correct the professor, even though what she was correcting did not matter in the slightest. The Shinigami Academy just changed its name after the Quincy War. It didn't become a new thing, in the most basic sense. "Whatever," Naruto whispered. "I still don't like that the professor did that." Shikamaru could only shrug. "Well, no matter if the professor was in the wrong or not, Sakura has made herself a target. Hopefully Takashi is not a vindictive person, but she should be careful. Takashi does control the grades." When that lecture class was finished, about 40 minutes later, the practical classes began. First up was Kido, which Naruto was apprehensive but excited for. Everyone headed to the practice field, which included practice dummies and targets across a large, barren field. Naruto. The blonde looked up to see Hinamori heading toward them. She smiled brightly, waving at him. "Hey, Momo, what are you doing here?" "Sixth years have to help as teaching assistants, so I chose to help the Kido classes for first years this year. So that I could help you and Toshiro with Kido." Momo grinned. Naruto seemed to remember that Shikamaru was there. "Oh, this is our other roommate Shikamaru. Shikamaru, this is Momo Hinamori. We basically grew up together." "Nice to meet you, Shika." The boy seemed to flinch at the nickname, an odd reaction Naruto thought. Likewise. A blonde teenager with his hair hanging so thickly over his eye that Naruto was sure he would never have depth perception walked over and joined Momo. He was a sixth year, based on his overall look. "Oh, Naruto and Shikamaru, this is Izuru Kira. He's one of the best in our year when it comes to Kido." "Momo, I believe you know as well as I do that that title belongs to you," Kira countered, making Momo just shake her head. "Nice to meet you, freshman." The professor took over control of the class, having Momo and the other sixth years line up the students in solid groups to make things more organized. The professor began to explain the purpose of the goal, which was to demonstrate the difference between Hado and Bakudo. She explained the basic method of casting spells, using their Raryoku in a refined way, instead of the widespread pressure she hoped they could all use at this point. She went over the incantation, before having the sixth years demonstrate the spells themselves. Naruto watched Hinamori, who lined up in front of Naruto's column. She began the chant, the words rolling off of her tongue with no hesitation. Spirit energy seemed to wrap around her fingers as she chanted, blue gathering and shining brightly. She suddenly flicked her wrist as she pointing, shouting the words, "Hado number 4, Byakurai." All of the sixth years emitted a large, fast bolt of blue lightning from their fingertips, hitting the targets and leaving scorching burns near the center. Naruto knew without bias that Hinamori's had been the most powerful in speed, intensity, and accuracy. She was a natural, and it made Naruto extremely envious. But Kira's could give her a run for her money, that was for sure. "Very good," Professor Takashi said, before getting the others ready. She went over the incantation several times with everyone, having them all repeat after her. Naruto was sure he remembered it, but he went over it several times in his head and muttered it under his breath. Shikamaru ended up going before Naruto. The brown-haired boy finished the incantation, shouted the spell, and pointed. There was only a tiny flicker of light at the end of his finger, but it was very fast, just not very intense. Shikamaru cursed under his breath, turning around and taking note in his mind how to improve the next time. He noticed the pink-haired girl Sakura next, watching as she stepped up to the plate. Naruto was surprised to see that she did not even say the incantation, before shouting the end of the spell and firing the Kido. It was not as bright or as fast as Momo's, but it managed to clip the target. She turned around, rather smug that she had done so without the incantation. The professor looked at her curiously, but Sakura did not notice. Naruto remembered the passage from the book about Ishohaki, or incantation abandonment. Was she really skilled enough to successfully produce a spell without saying the incantation, even though it was less powerful? Naruto had to do right. As it was his Rose turn, he took a deep breath and called on the power within himself. He began the incantation, the words spilling from his mouth surprisingly easily. He pointed his fingers and shouted, "Master of the skies, pillar of all-consuming light. Split the heat from shadow and rend the heavens asunder. Hado number 4. Byakurai." The blue lightning bolt was extremely intense, and if he was right, he thought it might have been more powerful than even Momo's. It, however, was too high to hit the target, leaving a large scorch mark on the wall behind the target. He stared at his fingers, feeling rather good about his display even though he missed. Momo clapped him on the back. "That was great, Naruto. A little slow, but powerful." He beamed. The next they were going to demonstrate was a bakuto spell. They were all lined up again, in the same order. She taught them the spell incantation and had the 6th years demonstrate. The human-shaped straw dummies could not stand a chance as Hinamori and the others stated the incantation, shouting, "Bakuto number 1. Sai." The spell forced the dummies' arms back behind their back, painfully forcing them to bend backwards. Momo's reacted quickly and a little bit more forcefully than the others. They released the spell, the straw dummies returning to normal before the students were allowed to begin. Shikamaru did the spell quite well this time, binding the dummy without causing too much trouble. He was proud that he was able to do the binding spell. Naruto watched Sakura again, and she was able to do the spell again without incantation. Who the heck was this girl and why was she able to do this so easily? Had she prepared a lot or something for the class? Why was she in class too if she was so good? Naruto stepped up to the plate, earning a good luck from both Hinamori and Shikamaru. He waited a moment, looking at this dummy before beginning the incantation. "Stop in the name of your god, kneel eternally at the feet of justice. Bind your hands in a fearful, never-ending prayer. Respect the authority of omnipotence. Bakuto number 1. Sai." The training dummy before him immediately locked its arms behind its back, the effect taking so fast that it forced the dummy to the ground. He beamed, this time both accurate and powerful. Hinamori was stunned, her jaw literally open. "Wow, Naruto," she said, still surprised. "I have to say, I didn't expect you to be as good at Kido as you are. You're better than I was when I was in year 1. Excellent job." "I don't know about that, Momo," Naruto said modestly, stepping back to let the next one perform the spell. "Isn't Kido your best subject?" She nodded. "Yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean it can't be yours as well." He thought about it a moment, smiling. Something about Kido felt natural to him, more natural than he would have thought. It was familiar. When Kido class finished, they were to head to the Hakuda dojo. Once again, there were several 6th-year students there to demonstrate for the teacher, with practice spars and fighting forms, but there were not any familiar faces among the older students. Naruto paid a lot of attention to the demonstrations, but they were not going to get to spar any on the first day. That was where Naruto knew he would learn the most, when he actually got to fight someone one-on-one. Takashi got the groups lined up in blocks, and they each learned different punches, kicks, and other types of moves. The blonde was more interested in grappling than straight-up punching, but he could already tell that Hakuda was not his best. That class went by without much of a surprise, and then it was time for another lecture about the inner workings and physics of Ryoryoku. Naruto and Shikamaru both had trouble staying awake, but Sakura managed to keep her mouth shut the entire period. All the math and equations was much too boring. If we have another class like that, there will not be enough naps in the world for me to stay awake the rest of the day, Shikamaru finally said, on the way to the cafeteria for lunch. No doubt, Naruto said. That stuff is the stuff that's hard for me. Well, at least there isn't another lecture class the rest of the day, said Shikamaru as they entered the cafeteria and headed toward the line. 2 regular classes might not be as bad as I thought. Naruto nodded, unsure. Maybe not, if we're lucky. They finished getting their meals and headed to find a table. Thankfully, Toshiro had already found one and was sitting with someone Naruto had not met. A tall, black-haired boy with violet-colored eyes. Both of them already had Asachi blades on the backs, which bugged Naruto immensely. Hey, Toshiro, Naruto said, sitting down next to Shikamaru and across from the new kid. Why do you guys already have swords? Class 1 and 2 alternate schedules, explained the stranger. Class 1 has Zanjutsu and Hoho in the morning, and Kido and Hakuda in the afternoon. He paused, before smiling. I'm Sojiro Kusaka. My name's Shikamaru Nara, and that's Naruto. So how were your morning classes? Zanjutsu was really fun. They let us get Asachi blades, but we ended up practicing with wooden swords. I guess they don't want us to kill each other, Kusaka said with a laugh. Practicing shunpo was really interesting. And harder than you think. Naruto laughed. I can imagine it will be difficult. How were yours? Asked Toshiro. Naruto's practically a master of Kido, said Shikamaru without a moment of hesitation. If he had hit his target with the first spell, there probably would not have been a target left. He had more luck with Bakudo. Toshiro peered at him. Really, I wouldn't have thought you'd be good at it because of how you have to memorize stuff. The blonde shrugged. Beginner's luck. The others laughed. Hakuda was not very fun. I don't see myself being very good at it. Me neither, Shikamaru added. I can't see myself ever wanting to get close to someone and take them out with only my fists. Toshiro laughed. The 4 of them talked for a bit longer, finishing their meals. The time was up as soon as Naruto finished his last bite, and they had to hurry off to Hoho. Class 2 was already milling about along the track, the breeze feeling very good today. The outdoor track was made specifically for using techniques based off of shunpo, because it was easily 200 yards long. Naruto wondered if anyone had ever traveled 200 yards in a single shunpo. All right, the basic shunpo is the most important technique to learn in Hoho. In battle, outmaneuvering an opponent may be the only thing that can save you, especially if the opponent is more skilled or has more power than you, explained Takashi. Having good footwork and being able to perform fast flash steps is one of the most important things you can do in combat. The 6th years lined up, and Naruto was amazed when they literally vanished from sight and then reappeared, before vanishing again in another step. They could cover several yards without even having to break a sweat. Naruto had to know how to do this. The professor explained the theory behind placing Ryoryoku around your feet and using it to sort of boost you through the environment, trying to help them visualize it so that it was easier to do. When it came time to try, Naruto thought he had a good concept of it. Shikamaru ended up getting to go first out of everyone. He prepared for it a moment, before launching himself forward. He literally vanished for a second, before stopping almost 30 yards away. He looked at where he was, shocked that he had managed it. Well, that might be the fastest shunpo for a first year I've seen in years, Takashi commented, clapping. The other students clapped out of respect, but some did not like the display. Much in the same sense that many did not like that Sakura girl's outburst earlier. Many students followed Shikamaru, but none were as fast as him. One girl, the girl Naruto had seen whose hair buns made her look like a panda, was fast enough that she hit 15 yards faster than Shikamaru did, but they were only allowed one step to judge each other so she could not get as much distance as Shikamaru. Even the pink-haired Sakura girl tried, but she was only about half as fast as Shikamaru had been. Then it came to Naruto. He lined up at the start and used his Ryoryoku to push himself forward, immediately, stepping. His vision and senses blurred for a briefest of moments before he found himself at 25 yards, nearly as far as Shikamaru. Takashi commented highly on his speed, but that Shikamaru had pretty much won over every student there. Interesting, Takashi commented. A solid group of Class 2 students this year. This will be interesting, I think, but it all comes down to your zanjutsu. Let's head to the dojo. As they walked, Naruto caught up with Shikamaru. You were great. How did you get to be so fast? The Nara boy smiled. Good at running away. Sometimes, fighting is troublesome. Troublesome. That word stirred something in Naruto. Something about it seemed too familiar, too real. He'd used it before, but something about that phrase. Shikamaru snapped his fingers in front of Naruto's face, stunning him and breaking his reverie. We're here. The Zanjutsu dojo was a grand gymnasium, filled with sparring dummies and lined with protective mats. There were several marked areas that Naruto suspected were sparring arenas. Along one wall were several racks filled with asachi blades and wooden practice swords, and several of them were manned by 6th years. They all lined up on the wall opposite the racks, waiting on Takashi's signal to go over and pick up a practice blade and an asachi. The asachi blade would one day become their personalized zanpakuto, so everyone was anxious. Most people were muttering about picking the right one, but even Naruto knew that they were all identical katana. All right, Class 2, today we'll be working on several different forms and methods, but our first goal is to have each of you learn to respect the weapon you're to be given. For the first hour of this 2-hour class, you're going to be given your asachi blade and you're going to clean it, polish it, and sharpen it. She went over a few more details, but once she was done, the 6th years broke them into small groups again and had them go over to the rack and get both an asachi and a wooden practice sword. Naruto was in the same group as both Sakura and the panda-headed girl, and he ended up behind her on the way to get the sword. I've seen you around, he said. What's your name? The girl turned to look at him. Oh, yeah, you were there the day of the exam, and you fired that super keto earlier that everyone was talking about. It's a shame that it missed. I had both spells blow up in my face. She stuck out her hand. Tenten. Naruto, he replied. Both spells. She nodded. Yeah, keto is not my thing. But I can't wait to get my sword. He grinned, liking her enthusiasm. Me too. Can I ask you something though? Sure. How did you perform that fast shunpo earlier? Like, you were faster than me and my roommate Shikamaru, but you didn't go very far. She thought about it a second, as they both moved up in line. I guess it's just a short burst of speed. I can't make the energy last for long enough to get very far, if that makes sense. It's hard to describe, actually. It was hard to think about on the scale of shunpo, but it made sense. I don't think I have a lot of Raryoku, so I guess I can only go so far at a fast speed. He pondered it a bit. I bet there's more to it than just the amount of energy you have. You might can get a lot faster. Maybe, she muttered, thinking it over. Actually, it has a lot to do with the amount of energy, said a voice. Naruto and Tenten looked forward to see Sakura, who had apparently been listening. It also has a lot to do with how refined the energy is. It's all a balance of Reiatsu and Raryoku. Naruto and Tenten shared a look. This girl was a know-it-all. That makes sense. Sakura, wasn't it? He asked. She nodded. Yeah, Sakura. What are your names? Tenten and Naruto introduced themselves. How did you do all that keto without an incantation? Asked Tenten. Everyone noticed and was talking about it at lunch. It's called Ishohaki, when you do a keto without the whole spell, she explained, which Naruto confirmed with his own knowledge. I was, trying to do it to make up for my outburst in class earlier. I was trying to show the professor that I wasn't. I guess I was trying to make up for it. Tenten nodded. Yeah, I can see that. It was really interesting that you could do all that with your keto. I'm jealous. Sakura laughed sheepishly, but the 6th year finally called out, catching Sakura's attention. The 6th year was a man who looked to be about 16 or 17 and had bright red hair that was eerily similar to Shikamaru's hairstyle. Sakura accepted her blade, her wooden practice sword, and her sharpening and polishing kit. Tenten and Naruto took their own and headed back, thanking the 6th year as they did. Tenten, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru found each other and began to polish their new weapons, using the sharpening stones and the polishing kit to treat the blades. Naruto felt very cool holding the blade, and he literally could not wait until they were allowed to start Jinzen, that process to connect to their zanpakuto spirit. They worked relatively quietly, but they all learned some things about each other. Like the fact that Sakura was from South Rukongai, District 15. That she had basically lived with a good family of other departed souls, and that the district was pretty wealthy, and that she had not had much trouble since her death. Tenten was from East Rukongai, District 67, and had had a much worse afterlife than the rest of them. Sakura had wanted to become a Shinigami because of the stories she had heard about women in the Seraiti. Tenten had witnessed a battle against a hollow several years back, and she had really wanted to become one after that moment. Shikamaru had always wanted to do it, but he had not had the motivation to do it until this year. When they were finished polishing their swords as a group, each were told to sheathe the Asachi and get out their training swords. Takashi stepped forward and gestured for the 6th year, who had handed out the sword to Naruto, Tenten, and Sakura. All right, Renji Abarai here is one of the most experienced Zanjutsu users in the academy right now. I'm going to have him go through some of your basic forms and stances with you, just to get you prepped. You need to be prepared because we're going to slowly start sparring over the course of the year, so knowing these basic steps will help you very much. Renji, if you would, take it away. He gestured for them to split up so they all had room to move around if need be. I'm not sure if I'm the right teacher for you guys, since I don't really know how to fight as well as I would like. But I know the basics and I'll teach you the basics as well. He showed them several poses, several types of swings, stabs, and parries. Naruto absorbed each one, enjoying the possibility of using each in a spar against Toshiro and Momo one day. Toshiro would probably have gotten some advanced techniques because he was in class 1, but those wouldn't matter. He'd show his friends what he could do. Several months had passed by since the start of the academy. Naruto was passing with flying colors. His Hakuto was still his overall weakest link, but he felt like he was going to get better each day the more he practiced. He was probably the best in his class at sword fighting. He had a surprisingly well-suited knowledge of Kido and had improved his accuracy tenfold since he started. He could sense Raryoku and control it relatively well, and all of his friends' Reiatsu signatures were familiar to him. He went through, finding each one once more just for practice. Based on her signature, Tenten was sitting in her room with her roommate Samui. Sakura was training in the academy's sick bay, getting personal one-on-one time with a seated officer of Squad 4 that Naruto had never met. Shikamaru was sitting outside the room, in the middle of a grassy knoll on the grounds and performing Jinzen, which was a fancy way of saying that he was taking a nap. Momo was busy in some kind of calligraphy class that a lot of girls went crazy for, probably because it was run by Squad 5 Captain Aizen. But something was wrong. Sojiro's presence was gone. And had been gone for a few hours, which could be Naruto's error, but it had been too long. He and Toshiro had been called to meet with one of the higher-ups in the academy, and then they both seemed to vanish from his presence. Now Toshiro was headed toward him, scaring him because of how distressed it felt, while Kusaka was nowhere to be found. It wasn't like the difference he felt when Toshiro gained his Shikai a month ago. This was distressed, very random and fluctuating. Shikamaru opened the door to the room a couple of minutes later, appearing in a flash of shunpo. Naruto, do you feel that too? Something's wrong with Toshiro. The two of them decided to head together to meet up with the other Shinigami in training. It took them a few minutes to find the flash of silver hair to mark his presence. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, causing the boy to look up a moment. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the tears across the boy's face. What's wrong? Those bastards, he muttered, cursing and clenching his fists around the bloody blade. Those damn bastards. Shikamaru, when he noticed the blade, did not step farther. But Naruto met the silver-haired boy and put his hand on his shoulder. I don't understand, Naruto commented. Shikamaru seemed to notice something else. Toshiro, where's Kusaka? The younger boy immediately cried out in anguish, dropping his sealed zanpakuto to the ground. The boy dropped to his knees in the middle of the schoolyard, tears streaming down his face. I'm going. I don't understand. Why? How could this happen? He continued to mumble incoherently, but Naruto finally forced the boy to look at the blonde. Toshiro, what happened to Kusaka? No, Central 46 said that there could be only one, explained Toshiro. Kusaka gained his Shikai yesterday, and he had Hiranmara too somehow. Shikamaru's eyes widened. How is that possible? Zanpakuto are unique to the Shinigami. I don't understand it either. But Central 46, they wanted us to fight to the death, to reveal the true owner of Hiranmara. Kusaka charged at me, forced me to fight him. I had him immobilized and I was going to just give up my sword so we would both be okay, but the stupid nobles wouldn't have it. The stealth force arrived, and I suppose you two can figure out what that meant. Naruto's eyes widened. Sojiro, he's dead. Toshiro nodded. And it's all my fault. It's not your fault. You can't help the power you were given, and neither could he. Central 46 is at fault here, Shikamaru said. I'm sure there's another example where this law made sense in the past, but it should not even be an issue. It doesn't make sense that anyone could have the same Zanpakuto as anyone else. That's what I thought, Toshiro said. But Kusaka had Hiranmara just the same. I don't get it. I don't understand how they can toy with emotions like this. Shikamaru shrugged. It's probably one of those, we're doing it for the good of all, the bad of the few, situations. Almost like the Quincy War. They couldn't argue with that logic. Naruto realized that they probably needed to head inside and get out of the middle of the yard, where everyone could see. Toshiro followed the two roommates back to their joint room. Naruto did not know how anyone could do this kind of injustice. But whatever had caused it, he wanted to know so he could get to the bottom of it. No matter how many years it took him. He owed that much to Kusaka and to Toshiro. Takashi lined the entirety of Class 2 along the outside of the building. She herself was not going to go, but she was going to open the Senkaimon for several sixth years to get some prime experience leading a mission in the world of the living. The first years of Class 2 were going to go and practice Kanso, or soul burial, in a population center with a high spiritual density called Karakura Town. Naruto and the others had gotten an explanation from Toshiro about this little expedition, because Class 1 got to do this same trip in first semester of the year. Basically, they were going to go to a barrier-enclosed area within the city, monitor the souls using Kanso, and fight dummy hollows along the way. They were not expected to be attacked by actual hollows, but it was a small possibility. Renji, Izuru, and Momo were leading the expedition team, and a few other sixth years had already left to prepare the area they were going to monitor for the night. This was the kind of thing Naruto craved, but he wished he had his Shikai to feel more secure. Toshiro had obtained his Shikai about a month after this field trip earlier in the year. Naruto had wanted to get his own ever since, just to see if he could get something as amazing as Hiranmara. He wished that Toshiro could enjoy his sword again, like he seemed to before Kusaka gained its unnecessary twin and got himself killed for it. Now, the silver-haired, genius kid, of Class 1 could not look at his sword the same way. None of Naruto's other friends had managed to obtain Shikai, but Tenten and Samui both claimed they could hear their blades calling to them. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Naruto had yet to make successful connections to their Zanpakuto, but all were certain that it was going to come sooner rather than later. Naruto fully expected to have learned his sword's identity before graduation, if not long before then. Takashi wished them luck and gave them one last bit of advice, to make sure that they contacted the sixth years if they got into trouble. And with that, she drew her blade and twisted it in the air like a key, causing a bright white circular portal made of a traditional Japanese door panel to open. After only another minute, Kira and Hinamori headed in first and called for the next group. When Naruto finally joined them passing through the portal, he remembered why he had not ever dreamed of flying. Abarai brought up the rear, but the feeling of traveling through the Senkaimon was strange, each of them carrying the personal hell butterfly he had claimed earlier in the year. If one of them had not picked it up, they might have been shot through time like some kind of strange time traveler. The cleaner was a powerful force, almost like a rushing locomotive. The portal opened again on the other side to a beautiful cityscape. Naruto had never seen anything like this, having never seen all these lights and tall buildings and short buildings and schools. There were many rushing cars, strange contraptions that allow humans to get around. It was odd to see so many people living in one place, nearly as crowded if not more so than Rukongai or the Seraiti. Naruto was fascinated, simply fascinated by the large city, and he did not even have to wonder if he had seen a city like this in his past life. He was certain that he had not, because he was sure he would remember such a magnificent place. Momo stepped to the front, shushing everyone and catching their attention. "Okay, you guys, it's time to get this thing going. The other 6th years have prepared a certain radius and enclosed it with a barrier that will warn us of the appearance of actual hollows. The purpose is to simulate the experience that you may have while monitoring an area in the real world, like fighting the dummy hollows and performing Konso on the souls here. This area has an unnaturally high Reishi and Raryoku density for a place in the world of the living," Kira explained, "so you should have plenty of souls to perform on. We'll be staying here for a period of 1 night before we head back to the Seraiti." "Everyone understand?" asked Aburai, looking over all of them. Naruto nodded with his group, Sakura and Tenten. The 3 of them were going to fight the dummy hollows as a team, using their powers to complement each other. Everyone split up with a single shunpo, Naruto's group heading toward the western perimeter of the barrier-enclosed city. They were assigned to go there and defeat any dummy hollows within a certain radius, before meeting back at the starting point. "This should be fun," Tenten said as they finally found their spot, above what looked to be a high school being constructed. "Interesting. The dummy hollows should have a specific Reiatsu signature we can track," Sakura said. "Naruto, will you confirm this for me? Can you feel one about 400 yards to the northeast?" Naruto opened up his senses, knowing that Sakura was probably right, but he still needed to check. When he felt the unique pressure he nodded, immediately gesturing for them to follow. The 3 of them shunpoed to the area, surprising the mechanized hollow developed by the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. "Bakudo number 1. Sai." Naruto and Sakura yelled together, the dummy hollow not even able to react as it was flipped upside down, its claws forced together like they were bound. Tenten shot towards it in another burst of speed, slashing at the mask with her Asachi in a diagonal cut. It was immediately sliced in half with the mechanical sound of rupturing parts. "Yeah," she yelled, grinning at Naruto and Sakura. But something was happening while her back was turned. The 2 mechanical halves suddenly regenerated, forming 2 identical dummy hollows. Naruto saw was what happening a tiny bit faster than Sakura, and in one more flash of speed, he drew his blade and stepped in front of Tenten's back, blocking the first dummy hollow from attacking her. He shoved it off and then slashed, destroying the first in a burst of spiritual pressure that caused it to explode from the effort. Sakura stepped forward and began another incantation. "Ye Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31, Shakaho." A large red ball of energy gathered at her palm and fired, exploding on impact and reducing the second half to nothing. The 3 of them took a deep breath, not one of them willing to sheathe their swords in case the hollows regenerated and doubled once more. "Those nerds at the SRDI love to cause mayhem, don't they?" asked Tenten, laughing uneasily when they were sure that the hollows were in fact destroyed. "Anyway, there should be a hole around here if the hollow was attracted to this area, dummy or not." Sakura nodded. "I think I've located it." She pointed to an alleyway about 50 yards away. The 3 of them ran over there, deciding not to shunpo so they didn't scare it off. It was a little boy, not even 10 years old, with a broken chain of fate extending from his chest. He was scared, still hiding and flinching when they approached. Tenten decided to do the honors, holding her sword up above her head. "I'm not going to hurt you, little boy. What's your name?" The boy peered at her. "Saw Satoshi." "Well, Satoshi, I need to send you to the Soul Society. It's a beautiful place where you won't suffer anymore. Does that sound okay?" The boy nodded slightly, and that was enough for Tenten. She took the sword, turned it around, and popped the boy on the forehead with the hilt. In a brilliant display of blue light, the boy vanished into the earth with a peaceful smile on his face. Naruto took a deep breath, taking in the serene moment. That felt good," Tenten said with a smile. Immediately, the 3 of them flinched as a Reiatsu signature popped into play again, only a few yards away. Naruto ran out of the alleyway, shocked to see that the tiny bits of the dummy hollow that existed before slowly started to regenerate. They were now standing next to 9 different dummy hollows, each of identical size and reiatsu. What the hell, he muttered, shocked that these still regenerated from their bits. We should have destroyed them more completely. Sakura shouted, before getting proactive. She dashed forward, her sword at her side, before she launched herself into the air. She channeled reiatsu into her fist and smashed in the mask of one of them, before flipping away and heel crashing into the mask of another. Both exploded into bits. Naruto was impressed, but he had his own to worry about. He rushed forward, using Shunpo to increase his speed. He slashed off the claw of one hollow, twisted and cut into the side of the another. He fluctuated his reiatsu to negate an attack to his side, before slashing outward and cutting that entire monster in half. He jumped into the air and pointed. Hado number 4. Byakurai. A stunning blue and white bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips, blasting directly through the mask of 2 hollows, making them explode into tiny bits. Tenten chopped another in half, twisting her blade in an adept display of perfect zanjutsu form to destroy another in the same swing. Naruto grinned as he witnessed it, admiring her natural ability with a sword. Her speed was still impressive, besting Shikamaru and Naruto but still having trouble with the stamina there. The 3 of them joined each other and faced the last couple of hollows. The bits and pieces were about to reform, but it was time to finish this. Sakura whispered a plan to both of them, and the other 2 acknowledged that it would have to be enough. Sakura shot both hands together. Bakudo number 4. Heinawa. A tendril of yellow energy shot from her hand, immediately binding the remaining hollows and the regenerating bits, almost like the net of yellow Raryoku. Tenten, using her signature short-term burst of speed, hacked the remaining dummy hollows to pieces, zigzagging with Shunpo as she did. She zipped back to start, signaling Naruto's turn. He leapt into the air, much like before, and held up both hands. Ye Lord, mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado number 33, Tsukatsui. A huge blast of blue energy erupted across the entire area, looking like a mixture of blue fire and electricity as it exploded loudly on the ground. It enveloped every bit of the dummy hollow, leaving not a single piece intact, and the entire area smelled of fire and almost brimstone. Tenten and Sakura braced themselves from the shock wave, amazed at the intensity of Naruto's Kido. Naruto popped back to his friends, breathing heavily after using so much Raryoku in such a short amount of time. He had quite a bit of endurance, but using so many spells and Shunpo in a few minutes was difficult. The 3 of them waited for several minutes, taking a breather and watching the area where the dummy hollows had been. There were no remains this time, nothing for the hollow to come back from, so they felt much safer. Let's keep patrolling, Sakura said. I don't feel any more hollow reiatsu in our patrol area, so we should be safe for the rest of the night. Let's just keep our eye out for any souls to perform Kanso. The 3 of them did just that. At the end of the night, when everything was clear, they rejoined with the others in the sky at the center of the area. The other 6th years joined Renji, Momo, and Izuru, the Senkaimon closed behind them. All the groups were praised by their individual efforts in handling the threats. Those threats were troublesome, Shikamaru commented, standing next to Naruto's group with his own. What's the big idea with the SRDI? Are they trying to kill us? Momo laughed. No, of course not. The duplicating dummy hollow was developed in order to test your ability to think things through. Hopefully you guys were able to do that, right? The first years all nodded in agreement. Was anyone hurt seriously? Asked Izuru. No one seemed to comment, because most groups had someone who was skilled with medical Kido, and if something had happened, they would have been able to heal them relatively well. Then I guess it's time to go, Renji said, before turning to the Senkaimon. Open. It slid open at the request, shining bright white light as they headed back to the Soul Society. Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura, Tenten, and the blonde-headed Samui quickly found a row of empty seats with a good view of the stage. Each of them were happy with their grades, having passed year 1 of the Spiritual Arts Academy with varying degrees of success. Every one of them managed to do average or better, and Naruto could not be more happy with his B. Sakura had the best grades of their little group, Shikamaru and Tenten ended up with a B, and Samui had a B+. Naruto was very proud of all his friends. But even more proud of Toshiro and Momo. The graduation ceremony was a buzz of activity. Murmurs and rumors had been flying through the school about the special circumstances of the graduation. Not only were 6 out of 13 captains present, but everyone was surprised to learn that a freshman was graduating. In under 1 year, most did not know how or why the silver-haired child genius was graduating so soon, but most were happy for him. Naruto just laughingly hoped he'd stop being a brat now, but that was likely not the case. When the ceremony finally began, a mustached man walked up to the stage. He had the look of nobility, a white coat on top of his shihakusho and a zanpakuto at his side. Naruto thought he could be a captain, but Sakura muttered in awe, "Chojiro Sasaki, lieutenant of Squad 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2066th graduation ceremony for the Spiritual Arts Academy." Naruto noted that his voice sounded very commanding, very deep and unyielding. The man introduced himself before saying, "Head Captain Yamamoto is currently busy with other affairs, but I will be taking over the ceremony. First, however, I would like to introduce you to the captains that are present at this time." He went through a list of names, each one bowing as they did. Squad 6 Captain Byakuya Kuchiki, a noble who looked far too snobby for Naruto's liking. Squad 5 Sosuke Aizen, a kind-looking man who took time out of his busy schedule to teach a calligraphy class. Squad 4 Captain Retsu Unohana, whose kind and interesting demeanor completely unnerved everyone watching. Squad 7 Captain Sajin Komamura, a very tall, bulky man wearing a large, wooden contraption on his head that looked like a strange helmet. Squad 13 Captain Jashiro Yukitaki, who looked a little bit pale and sickly to be out and about. And Squad 8 Captain Shunsui Kiyaraku, a flamboyant man wearing a pink, flowery kimono. Each took another bow at the end, and the students clapped and bowed back. Without further ado, let us begin the graduation ceremony. Would the graduating class please stand and prepare to come on stage? Tenten found Toshiro and the others, pointing and waving. Naruto shot him a thumbs up, but he knew what the other boy was thinking. Kusaka should be here with him. Momo looked positively vibrant, Kira looked nervous, and Renji almost looked like he would hurl. Naruto was happy for all of them. The lieutenant went through the names, each coming on stage and receiving a diploma before lining back up in front of the stage. Slowly but surely, Sasaki called out, "Renji Abarai, of Squad 5. The red-headed boy nearly tripped and fell trying to go forward, and Naruto wondered where this clumsy streak came from. He took the diploma happily and Naruto smiled at the idea of Squad 5 for him. Izuru Kira, of Squad 5. The blonde headed onto the stage, receiving his diploma and joining the others. Momo Hinamori, of Squad 5. The girl happily accepted her diploma, ecstatic that it was Squad 5 like she had wanted since she saw Aizen for the first time in her first year. "All 3 of them are in Squad 5? Asked Shikamaru. "That does seem a little bit odd," Tenten added. Naruto shrugged it off, but after Sakura expressed her concerns as well, he remembered the story of Hinamori's first field experience trip, much like their own. They had gotten attacked by huge hollows during their trip, and it was Squad 5 Captain Aizen and his Lieutenant Jin Ichimaru who had saved them. Naruto explained that story to the 4 of them. "Maybe Aizen just wants to keep them safe," offered Samui, brushing the blonde bangs out of her face. Like he felt connected to them after that incident. Shikamaru eventually just shrugged. I'm sure that's all it is. It's not that weird, I guess, just a coincidence." The line continued until finally, all the 6th years had received their diplomas. Naruto and the others were so glad because Toshiro was the only one left, and he must have been feeling very out of place. "This year, we have a special occasion that has not been done since Squad 5 Lieutenant Ichimaru graduated many years ago," explained Sasaki. "First year Toshiro Hitsugaya, of Squad 10. Naruto cheered, screaming his lungs off for his best friend. It was a special occasion, and soon, several other first years joined in, including Shikamaru and the others. Toshiro walked up slowly, looking impossibly tiny compared to some of the other students who were graduating, and took his diploma from the Squad 1 lieutenant. They bowed to each other before the boy happily joined the ranks of the graduated students. Sasaki and the captain stood before gesturing to the flag of the academy. The graduates began the motto. Do not seek beauty in battle. Do not seek virtue in death. Do not make the mistake of considering only your own life. If you wish to protect that which you must protect, slice the enemy you must defeat from behind. Naruto touched the hilt of his asachi. He sat down in the grass, Shikamaru only a couple of feet away from him lying on the top of the hill he had come to love so much. The lazy brunette was staring at the clouds, his sword lying across his chest. The blonde had been trying to perform Jinzen all day, using the day off of classes to try to do something productive. The very next day was going to be another day of field training, and then next week Naruto and the other fourth years were going to go through the trials, a tournament-style competition. Naruto was optimistic, and pretty much every one of the fourth years were excited about it. Even Shikamaru seemed excited, but that could be feigning interest to get Naruto to shut up. At least he wasn't as bad as Samui, who could only say, "Cool," every time someone asked her about it. Jinzen was difficult because he was not the most patient person in the world. He wished he could be more patient, but his mind was always too active to let his body calm down enough to try to connect with the spirit within. He knew it was going to have to happen, knew it would be necessary. It's not going to be forced, Naruto, Shikamaru began, peeking at him from the corner of his eyes. You got to take it slow. Even Toshiro took it slow. He got his Shikai faster than anyone in the academy in years. That's not slow. Shikamaru sighed. You don't see my point. I mean when he actually started, he sat and waited. You aren't being patient, you aren't letting it happen to you. You're trying to force it to happen. Oh yeah, well, do you have your Shikai? When Shikamaru shook his head, Naruto nodded. That's what I thought. I'm going to connect to my sword if it's the last thing I do. It just might be the last thing you do, Naruto, Shikamaru said. Because you're never going to get there if you try to force your way to your Shikai. Naruto huffed, trying once more to close off all outside influences and think about Jinzen. He tried to think about the unsheathed sword laying across his crossed legs. Nothing was happening, so he tried harder. It's not going to work. Shut up, I'll get there. The next day, the fourth years of Class 2 headed to the outside of the Academy's main building, meeting to discuss their mission before they actually left. The sun was high in the sky, so whatever the mission was would be in the daytime, thankfully. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Tenten were in a three-man group, Sakura the odd one out this time. Toshiro had been in Class 1 with Samui, who was probably busy with other projects today while they got to do field training. The goal today was to guard a group of nobles from attack by assassins and dummy hollows, working together. They had done similar field work before, but this was the first year they were allowed to do these missions without any outside help. Professor Takashi, still the teacher of Class 2 even after all this time, began to outline the roles and goals for the mission. When she was finished, she let them go, opening up the Senkaimon as before. A barrier had been prepared already by the nobles they were protecting, who turned out to be other sixth years who were not allowed to help or give advice. Naruto rushed his group through the shining white gate, his own personal black and white butterfly accompanying him and then disappearing into the sky. He looked over their assigned area not too far from the center of the barrier-enclosed space, where the Senkaimon had been. The noble they were protecting was already there, pretending to be helpless. Shikamaru gestured for them to focus on him a moment, his mind already forming a plan. The idea is to protect our noble at all costs, right? Naruto, your Kido is our secret weapon. I want you to focus on Bakuto, while Tenten and I finish them off. If they get smart, switch up your attack method. I'll help you form a cloaking Kido around our noble. Naruto nodded, immediately beginning to chant the incantation for a simple cloaking spell. Shikamaru joined him, speaking calmly and letting the Raryoku run through his body to enact the spell. Thinly veil from death's sight, all light from shadows turn away. Enshroud thyself in the masked oppression of the enemy's empty act. Bakudo number 26, Kyoko. With their fingers, Naruto and Shikamaru drew an imaginary line around the noble, who was immediately surrounded by a dome of light that had the ability to hide Reiatsu in appearance. The noble literally vanished from sight, with only Naruto and the genius able to see him if they focused hard enough. They waited for several minutes, surrounding the place where the noble stood and lying in wait. Tenten was ready, her sword in her grasp and willing to fight, to taste blood. She knew her blade well, her natural ability with a sword and her connection to her zanpakuto spirit greater than any of the others in their group. Shikamaru held up his blade, waiting and willing to fight if necessary. He was more apt to run away, use the speed he was blessed with to get out of dodge. He wished he could swap his Raryoku potency with Naruto, because if he had Naruto's vast energy pool, he'd be able to run at top speed all day. Naruto would be able to surpass him after a few dozen shunpo if that was all they were focused on, simply because he had more energy to last him. Damn, these guys are lazier than you, Shikamaru. Tenten reprimanded, smirking as she kept her watch of the tree line only about 20 yards from her. Naruto laughed. Isn't that the truth? The other boy could only roll his eyes, but before he could react, something hit the edge of his sensors. Tenten, 25 yards at 4 o'clock. Just then, a member of the stealth force, wearing an all-black, ninja-like outfit that covered him from head to toe, leapt from the trees, holding his wakizashi blade in hand. Tenten braced herself, their swords clashing together before she shoved outward with her asachi, causing the ninja to use the pressure on the blade to jump off. He flipped in the air once, landed on his haunches, and then pounced with his speed again, trying to overpower her. Tenten spun with a brilliant mixture of ho-ho, before snapping her leg up in a move that would have made Sakura proud. The kick sent the stealth force member flying, but as he landed, his body evaporated into a paper doll. Immediately, the entire clearing burst with activity. Naruto cursed as he considered what was happening, his mind on protecting the noble from the false assassins and the dummy hollows now surrounding them. Everyone, close your eyes. He concentrated, pulling on the Raryoku within, before saying without incantation, Bakuto number 21, Sekienten. Red smoke appeared from nowhere, billowing from his palm until all three of them were obscured from sight. It was so thick that they could barely see each other, but this gave the other two a place to maneuver. Shikamaru seemed to realize it was now or never, and he immediately burst from the cloud in a flash of speed. Naruto could not see what was happening, but the clashing of swords was all he could hear. Tenten stepped back another yard or so and waited. A dummy hollow that looked suspiciously like a cat pounced at her like a feline. She threw up her blade and caught its claws, cursing that it pretty much had her sword locked into position. She repeated the same Hakuda kick from earlier, knocking it off before using shunpo and her sword at the same time, slashing the cat hollow in half. Naruto focused on seeing through the slowly dissipating smoke, his Reiatsu sensing skills his only method of knowing what was coming. He felt the three assassins coming toward him from three different angles, his eyes widening. Bakuto number 9. Geki. The Kido started and took effect just as the three burst through the smoke cloud. He was proud it had worked, the paralysis spell capturing all three of them in a hue of red light that basically forced them to stand still in mid-attack. He grinned mischievously, zigzagging toward each of them with sword slashes to the abdomen and the chest, turning them all back into paper dolls. He turned, just in time to see another one of the cat-like hollows breaking through the smoke on Shikamaru's unguarded side. He shunpoed forward, the entire hollow losing all of its right limbs before it exploded. The shockwave from the explosion finally helped to dissipate the smoke, the red cloud vanishing. Tenten was locked in combat with two assassins. Shikamaru was busy trapped in between three cat hollows and an assassin, nearly pinned against a tree. A wound was obvious on his side, shocking Naruto, who had no expertise with healing Kido. Shikamaru, clear out. He took his zanpakuto, placed it horizontally, and began to chant. Ye Lord, creator of flesh and blood, lash out against the foundations of power. Destroy the basis of the eternal fight to survive. Crush the denizens of the dark with your all-consuming light. Hado number 32, Okasen. Bright yellow light extended along the length of his blade before firing in a wide, crescent-like arc of energy. Shikamaru only barely got out of the way in time before the blast hit the area, cutting through several trees before finally dissipating. There were no enemies left. He twisted in the air, sensing something approaching the noble. A still wounded Shikamaru and Naruto flashed toward the hollow, arriving at the same time with enough time to block the cat from slashing through the cloaked dome and revealing the noble's presence. Naruto tackled forward with his shoulder, shoving the hollow away from it before Shikamaru slashed downward, cutting through the hollow's mask like butter. Yet another exploded. Tenten finally shoved with her upper body, catching the two Stealth Force wannabes off guard. She then parried one strike, shunput to the right, and slashed off the arm of the doll. She then repeated the maneuver, this time going to the left and cutting a large chunk of the assassin's side, returning it to the slip of paper it used to be. The three celebrated having defeated all the enemies nearby. But Naruto caught some kind of reiatsu on his radar, and it was different than anything he had felt before. Familiar, but unique. I'll be back in a second. He dashed towards it, leaving the wounded Shikamaru and Tenten more than a little confused. The strange presence was getting closer, probably just behind that ridge. He shunput toward the source, hopping around the cliff and hoping to find something. It was gone. Just like that, nothing. He frowned, wondering if he had just imagined the whole thing. He looked for clues for a moment, trying to feel for any residual reiatsu. He picked up a torn piece of cloth, the fabric obviously made of reishi and the same color as the black shihakusho that Shinigami wore. He thought for a long moment before stashing it in his pocket and heading back to Tenten and Shikamaru, hoping to explain it to them and let them figure it out. He did not know he was being watched. Weird Academy kid felt me. Surprising. The stranger disappeared, thumbing the ripped portion of his shihakusho. Preparing for the fourth-year trials was on everyone's minds. Shikamaru was the only one who didn't seem to care, but Naruto knew he did deep down. Samui had been going over strategies and trying to analyze how it would all work out. Tenten had been trying harder and harder to connect to her zanpakuto, thinking that it might give her an edge. Sakura was practicing non-stop on her hakuda, while studying Kido when she could. Naruto had been trying way too hard to mimic all of his friends' strategies, and it was dragging him down. He wished he could contact Momo or even Toshiro, even though the latter never got to do any kind of trials, to give him some advice. However, both of them were likely far too busy with their squads to worry about him. He very much wanted to go and find the Squad 5 barracks and see if she was available to speak, but the Seraiti did not take kindly to academy students wandering the city. The guards, usually from Squad 9, did not allow the students to travel within a certain number of yards away from the academy, not wanting them to be roaming around in case they were spies. It sounded like hogwash to Naruto. Who would spy on the Seraiti? Hollows were not sophisticated like that, and Hell was busy with their own affairs. Who else could possibly be there to do that? That reminded him of the Reiatsu signature he had found a few days ago, and the fabric piece to show for it. Something about it had been strange, too strange to forget about it. He reached into his pocket and studied the piece of shihakusho fabric, still wanting to know what it was. None of his friends had any ideas, but both Shikamaru and Sakura claimed they would think about it. He stood up and looked through his Kido textbook, suddenly getting a good idea that might work. He flipped to the page, hoping to find that one spell he had seen before. It was an advanced spell, probably something that an academy student should not try, but he was confident. He placed the piece of fabric on the desk, placing his hands around it in the hopes that the spell might be able to find any kind of residual spiritual pressure. Heart of the South, Eye of the North, Finger of the West, Foot of the East, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsujuku. As he chanted, he drew a circular diagram of kanji around the fabric in ink. Immediately, the diagram and the area around it began to glow with white-blue light. He felt his spiritual senses increase, so much reiatsu flooding into his mind and being found and located. He concentrated on the fabric, his brow furrowing in the effort, but no matter where he looked, the fabric was unknown. The spell faded, taking the ink with it. He knew the spell had worked, but he had found nothing. He had seen that particular Kido demonstrated in class late in the year last year, and they had combined it with another Kido so that everyone in the class could visualize the Raraku, or spirit ribbons. Naruto could not find any ribbons that matched up to the tiny bit of reishi on the fabric. Well, that was a bust, he muttered, upset. I should probably do what Samui suggested and explain it to the academy. He put the shihakusho fabric in his pocket, deciding to head to the main office and give it to whomever he needed to. They would ship it to the SRDI or the Kido Corps to be analyzed, and then hopefully, the right people could find the source of the Shihakusho. The secretary took it from him, giving him the strangest look. "Where did you find this?" the squat woman asked. "In the world of the living. During our field training last week," he explained, telling the woman about using Kido to try to track it. "I was hoping that the source would have come back to the Soul Society, because it was obviously torn off of a Shihakusho, but I couldn't find anything." She nodded, rubbing it with her fingers. "I'll have it sent to the SRDI. They can use their scanners there to track it, even between worlds." "What was it about the situation that worried you?" Naruto stopped to think for a moment. "I don't know, really. The Reiatsu felt malicious. Like evil. I don't understand it really. Like a hollow. No, not like a hollow either. It's hard to describe unless you were there." The secretary nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it. Thank you." Naruto nodded, heading out of the room to hopefully get some more ginseng in. He wished he had more time to prepare, but the trials started tomorrow, and there was too much on the line already. Toshiro looked up from his paperwork as someone came in, heading toward the captain's office. Toshiro stood from his desk, intercepting the newcomer, a messenger who seemed to be a little bit tired. "Hello, can I help you?" The messenger bowed to him. "Sixth seat Hitsugaya." He brought out his parcel, wary though to hand it to him. "I was tasked to deliver this to Captai. I'll take care of it," he explained, taking the parcel from him. "What is it anyway?" A fourth-year academy student found this piece of a Shihakusho and an odd Reiatsu signature. The academy sent it to the SRDI first, but Captain Kuretsuchi did not want anything to do with it, as the SRDI is busy investigating the recent murders of several Rukongai citizens. Squad 10 was the place he suggested, so I was going to bring it to the captain. Toshiro nodded, his mind on Naruto and his other friends when he heard that it was related to a fourth year. Had one of them found this? "Thank you very much, I'll have the squad look it over." The messenger nodded, disappearing in a dash of shunpo. Toshiro opened the parcel and took out the piece of fabric. It didn't seem to be anything special, but he knew it might be worth looking into. He took it back to his office and prepared the paperwork report, obviously needing that to be done before he could move to figure anything out. He closed his eyes and tried to trace the Rariku around it, but nothing happened. That was frustrating. He pondered the recent murders, not knowing much about them due to his lower rank, but rumors spread like wildfire. Could these two incidents be related? The murders happened months ago, but they could not find the perpetrators. Had someone from the academy stumbled upon the culprit? And if so, does the fact that this was a Shihakusho imply that the culprit was a Shinigami as well? Toshiro shuddered at the thought. Naruto finally arrived at the site of the trials, a huge combat course set up to test each of the 4 combat disciplines, or Zankensoki. The arena was huge, dotted with large boulders and trees. Several large sets of audience stands surrounded the area, elevated so that they could all witness the fights without being in the line of fire. Several rogue Kido Corps members were present, having constructed barriers to guard the stands in case of a stray spell. The fourth-year trials were a huge deal, and there was usually a representative from each of the 3 branches of the military that the Spiritual Arts Academy fed, as well as Squad 4's medical presence. The blonde-haired Shinigami in training could not tell where any of them were by looking through the fenced-in, dugout, area for the combatants. The dugout was located at one corner of the entire arena, so not a good angle to see all the audience stands. People filed in, many of them students from the academy and nobles who were probably related to kids in both Class 1 and Class 2. Naruto had been to one of the trials before, and it was one of the most exciting things he had ever witnessed. Now he was here, about to fight in it. "Excited?" asked Tenten, joining him next to the fence and looking out over the busy crowd. He nodded. "Yeah, I really am." "Me too," she said with a grin. "I have a feeling you're going to need me to wish you luck, so good luck." He smiled. "You too." The teacher of Class 1, Gengoro Aonibara, headed up to the front of the large room, getting everyone to settle down. Naruto and Tenten found a seat near the others. There were probably nearly 200 kids ready to participate in this week-long event. Settle down," the man began, scanning the crowd. I'm sure you already know, but just so that everyone is on the same page, let me go over the format of the week's events. Today is the preliminary phase. Tomorrow is round 1, Wednesday is round 2 and the quarterfinals, and Thursday will be both the semifinals and the finals. But in today's preliminary, each of you will need to go out there and demonstrate each of the 4 zanpakuto, and the judges will grade your performance. If you are above the standards we have set prior to the start of the trials, you will move to the next round, a 64-participant tournament. For those of you that struggle in a certain area of the zanpakuto, you can make up for your score in another area. But if you are too low in more than one area, you will most likely not be able to hit the minimum number of points that you need to succeed. Does anyone have any questions? No one spoke up, everyone seemingly understanding. Shikamaru turned to his friends and whispered, they probably have the standard set high in order to get to 64 fairly. Sakura nodded, that makes the most sense. I don't remember what the score you had to get to was last year, but over 60% did not pass the preliminaries. Well, no pressure then, Samui said. Cool. Naruto stepped out onto the field, his turn for the preliminaries. There were about 15 other students on the field at the same time, each turned in ways so that they would not interfere with one another at all. His mind was still grappling with the fact that all of his friends did so well. Shikamaru's skill with Ho-Oh was almost unmatched, but Naruto found more and more lately that he had come very close to bridging the divide in terms of speed with him. Sakura had given a wonderful display of Hakuto and Kido, destroying all the targets relatively easily. Tenten showed a lot of skill with Ho-Oh and her Zanjutsu, which was really her greatest asset. Samui had not competed yet, but he was certain that her Zanjutsu, her Hakuto, and her Ho-Oh would be her best. Naruto wanted to do well, so he put any form of nervousness or hesitation at the back of his mind. He found his place on the field, preparing to compete. The judges were watching, grading each performance. He signaled that he was ready, and the targets appeared on the field. Several steel training poles, several straw training dolls, and lots of long-range wooden targets. He knew his Kido was one of his strongest disciplines, so he decided to save that for last. He gathered Reishi around his feet and blasted forward, pouring as much speed as he could into his step. He slashed at one of the steel poles, making a loud noise that was sure to attract attention. He spun in the middle of one step and brought his sword down, immediately bifurcating the straw dummy and leaving it in shambles. As the head of the straw dummy was about to hit the ground, in a blaze of speed, he chopped the head to pieces. All before it could touch the ground. He put his sword away and used Shunpo again, hitting a punching bag with a series of well-placed kicks and punches. He knew it didn't have the power and finesse it needed to have, but he continued his Hakuto barrage until he hoped it was enough. He turned to the targets with another dash of speed, his lips forming the incantation for a combination that Momo had taught him. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondanini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat. Bakuto number 9. Horin. As he chanted, an orange and yellow energy thread appeared. He flicked his wrist toward the targets, entrapping each of them with expert guidance until all of the wooden targets were connected to his hand like some kind of web of Kido. Without the incantation, he shouted, Hato number 11, Suzuri Raiden. Instantly, a current of flickering yellow electricity channeled through the Horin thread, destroying each of the wooden targets at the same exact moment. He dissipated the Kido thread as he was finished. He bowed to the judges, wishing that they would just give him his results now and let him know if he got to go on to the next round. Despite the fact that that wasn't how it worked, the judges seemed pleased. Later that night, Naruto and his friends visited the tiny restaurant near the academy, where they often met up to celebrate and just have a good time. It was called the Wandering Sage, and it had such a nice atmosphere that they always felt at home. They were celebrating tonight because all 5 of them passed through the preliminaries with flying colors. I wish we knew our individual scores, Sakura said, curious. I'll bet we were all close. Tenten shook her head. Well, everyone except Naruto. His eyes widened as everyone laughed at his expense. Hey, what was that for? Shikamaru snickered. Come on, Naruto. She meant that you were better than all of us. Better than all of you. Sakura nodded, understanding their train of thought. You were well balanced. On that type of scoring system, you were able to get more points and a good score overall, because you're above average on 3 out of 4, and your Hakuto wasn't bad. The rest of us have more stuff limiting us, Tenten explained, agreeing with Sakura. He considered it a moment. I never thought of it like that. Just then, someone ran up behind him and hugged him around the neck. Naruto. When he realized it was Hinamori, he laughed and turned around, hugging her back. Momo, what are you doing here? He asked, moving over to let her have a seat. She grinned. I thought you might be here. The trials are this week, right? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, we all passed the preliminaries. She smiled brightly. I knew you guys would. That's awesome. What have you been up to, Momo? Asked Naruto. The Squad 5/8 seat considered it a moment. Well, I have been swamped with paperwork. Ever since those murders, Squad FIV. Murders? Asked Samui, shocked. Not cool. A couple of months ago, a few low-ranked and unseated Shinigami of multiple squads disappeared, explained Hinamori grimly. We found them spread across several jurisdictions in the world of the living, along with several normal souls. Shikamaru was surprised. A coordinated hollow attack. Momo shook her head. No, it was someone with a blade. And unusually, their bodies were completely drained of Raryoku. The surprise was evident on everyone's faces. Naruto thought back to the last trip they took for field training. Guys, do you think this could be related to that weird Reiatsu signature? Shikamaru pondered it a moment, and Tenten could only shrug with a frown on her face. What weird Reiatsu signature? Naruto explained his story about trying to locate it, finding the piece of Shihakusho, and then trying to trace it. When I couldn't find anything, I took it to the office and they said they would send it to the SRDI. Momo considered it a moment. No, that wouldn't work. Captain Kuritsuchi probably wouldn't think it worth investigating, just because it came from an academy student. I can't predict how he might think, but he probably sent it to either Squad 13 or Squad 10. Maybe you could ask to 6th seat Hitsugaya, Sakura suggested. If they found anything from it that might point to the murderer, he might know about it. That's assuming that Squad 10 got it at all, but I could ask Rukia as well, said Hinamori, more to herself than the others. Who's Rukia? Asked Samui. Momo laughed. Oh, I guess you guys never got to meet her. She would have graduated in my year, but she got to graduate from the academy early because she was adopted by the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki? Asked Sakura, almost stunned. They're one of the 4 great noble houses. Hinamori nodded. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Anyway, she's in Squad 13, and we're still good friends. I wish I had more time to visit my friends, but Captain Aizen keeps me so busy. She trailed off, frowning. Is there anything we can do to help you with the investigation? Asked Tenten. I'm sure that we could do something. Momo shook her head quickly, before lowering her voice. No, I probably would get into trouble for speaking to you at all about it actually. She laughed nervously. No, what would help me is if you guys keep up the good work and graduate, all right. Just concentrate on your grades and these trials. The 5 students nodded, a little disappointed they couldn't help. Speaking of the trials again, Shikamaru began, you wouldn't happen to have any advice, would you? Momo laughed. Yeah, of course, I got to the quarterfinals in my year, and Renji and Izuru finished in the semifinals. Is there anything you want to know specifically? The next part of the tournament is basically one big tournament-style fight, right? Asked Naruto. The young Shinigami nodded. Is there anything in particular you would recommend we do in a fight? Like, anything unusual that may help you do better? Momo considered it for a moment, before nodding. Yeah, of course. Remember your training in class and don't be afraid to step out of the rigidity of the fighting styles they've taught to you. Make your fights your own. Be more clever than your opponent, and you have a better chance of winning. With the bracket decided, Naruto studied his place in the first block, realizing that if he had to win 3 in order to face any of his friends, the first one being Sakura if she won all her matches. Tenten and Shikamaru were on the opposite side of the bracket, isolated enough that they would face each other in the semifinals if they squared off. Samui was in a corner bracket all to herself, but Naruto would face her in the semifinals if she won all of her matches. Welcome to the tournament round of the Year 4 trials. Shouted a voice, which turned out to be Professor Takashi. Round 1 will take place today, and will include all the first matchups. The goal to win is to fight until your opponent is unconscious or surrenders, or until the judge declares the fight over in order to save a life. It's an all-out brawl, and we have medical staff from Squad 4 and the Keto Corps here in the rare chance severe wounds are dealt. We pride ourselves that no one has died in over 20 years, so good luck to each and every one of you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 20 years. That didn't sound like a long time. All right, would our first combatants come forward to fight? Temari, from Class 1, and Daisuke Nakamura, from Class 2. Naruto watched as the first two opponents stepped into the arena. The first was a black-haired boy with a snide expression and almost toad-like features. The other was also in Class 1, a blonde girl whose hair was essentially pulled up in 4 pigtails. Temari and Daisuke bowed to each other, right before the announcer shouted, "Begin." The boy wasted no time, rushed toward her, and drew his blade. Not using shunpo turned out to be his biggest mistake. The girl smirked, flashing out of sight. The boy collapsed completely, blood shooting from a gash in his abdomen. The blonde girl stopped, sheathing her blade. The fight was over in literally under a minute, and Naruto had never imagined it would be that quick, that fast. And the winner is Temari, from Class 1. People cheered for her, and Naruto could only look in awe at his friends, who were just as surprised. This Temari girl was strong, and close enough to Naruto that he would face her in round 3. The next 2 fights lasted a bit longer, but they were both finished soon enough. One boy had been very good at Hakuda, but no other standout traits. And then it was Naruto's turn. Naruto, from Class 2, and Shiro Gintama, from Class 2. He was fighting against a skinny, tall boy with brown hair. The boy was someone Naruto had probably not said more than 2 words to in his academy experience. Naruto was scared, wondering just how good he was, if he was good at all. Begin. Naruto did not make the mistake the boy made in the first fight. He used shunpo to dash to the right, just in time to dodge the boy's super fast strike. He turned and shouted, "Bakuto number 1, Sai." The boy stopped in his tracks, the Kido forcing him to his knees with his hands behind his back. His opponent struggled, trying to break free, but he increased the energy in the spell. Naruto walked toward him, keeping his sword in hand in case the boy broke free. When he realized that the boy couldn't overpower it, he grasped the pressure point at the base of the neck, forcing the boy to fall over unconscious. Naruto sheathed his blade and the fight was called for him, some cheering him on. He lifted the boy and carried him to the medical team, before heading to the dugout. "Wow, Naruto," Sakura exclaimed. "It's not that big of a deal," he muttered. "He just wasn't good. He should have used his Reiatsu to counter the spell." "Well, it doesn't matter very much now," Samui said. "You were really cool out there." "Thanks, Samui." Naruto waited patiently, resting a bit as he watched the next 2 fights. When they were finished, he realized Sakura was up next. The pink-haired girl gulped, before heading out onto the field. It was her time to shine, Naruto knew, and he hoped it went well for her. The announcer called out both the fighters' names, Sakura Haruno versus a slightly overweight girl with twin braids on both sides of her face. The 2 girls looked ready to fight, and Sakura's opponent drew her blade. "Begin." Naruto watched in awe as Sakura did not even draw her sword, running toward the girl instead with her fists outstretched. Sakura shot up a knee, impacting on the girl's stomach and forcing her to double over, her sword hanging limply at her side. Sakura then forced an elbow in between her opponent's shoulder blades, knocking her to the ground in a heap. The bigger girl, however, was not about to be outdone. She shot up to her feet in a surprisingly quick manner, ignoring the pain she was obviously feeling and slashing at Sakura's exposed shoulder. Bakuto number 8, Seiki. A shining blue orb of light appeared, blocking the sword strike to the shock of the opponent. As the Kido dissipated, the opponent began to chant the incantation for Shakuho, but Sakura shook her head. She grabbed the girl's shoulder, channeled Raryoku into her hand, and yanked the girl toward her as hard as she could, before shunpoing to the left out of the way. The opponent crashed into the boulder behind where Sakura had been standing, her body slacking against it and her Asachi skittering across the rocks. The girl was obviously unconscious now, her body limp. The match was over, with Sakura as the obvious winner, but Sakura walked over to the girl she had just defeated. She held her hands over the girl's worst wound, a large bruised area on the back of her head that might have induced a concussion if she was not careful. She began an incantation, her hands glowing with blue-green Raryoku as she tried to heal the worst of the wound. The girl's eyes fluttered open after a few moments, and Sakura took a deep breath and exhaled. "Sorry for being so rough. You're going to be just fine now." Sakura weakly returned to the dugout as the medical team collected the girl. Sakura had expended quite a bit of Raryoku during the healing process and felt the sting of exhaustion that often accompanied it for a few minutes after using it. Healing Kido was something that took quite a bit of control, and while she had the right mindset for it, it took a lot out of her without preparation like that. All of her friends were glad to see her, shocked at her display and even more shocked that she had healed her enemy. "It's just the human thing to do. We're not human." "Ah, shut up," Sakura muttered, laughing at Shikamaru's deadpan sarcasm. "The manhandling you just did was not human," Tenten said with a grin. "That was just awesome." Naruto laughed. "I have to agree with Tenten there." The matches continued, with everyone watching the opponents for anything that was worthy of remembering about a potential opponent. Naruto had his mind on how to beat someone like Temari, who had defeated her opponent in one fell swoop. Sakura was someone to be scared of, and he had never really seen Samui in action because she was in Class 1. He didn't know her skill set as well as he should. Nevertheless, her match came up next among Naruto's friends, and she approached the battle with a cool, easygoing demeanor. She was much too confident to let something as trivial as losing worry her, at least at this stage. Samui, from Class 1, and Irie Hamasaki, also from Class 1. Irie was a brunette girl with an obscene amount of makeup on and her hair dolled up in a stylish bun. She was also the first person Naruto had ever seen that basically changed the uniform to fit her needs, other than Naruto's white and orange headband that AIM had made for him. Her white kosode was tainted with pink cords, and her red hakama almost looked like it was too tight for her to move. Samui looked at the girl with complete ridicule, wondering what the girl was thinking dressing like a common slut. "Definitely not cool," she muttered under her breath. "Begin." Samui waited, letting the battle happen to her for a moment. She would react, of course, but she needed to test the girl's abilities for a moment. The girl drew her sword, her zanpakuto hilt completely pink in a way that made Samui wonder if the girl had achieved Shikai. If that was the case, Samui had to react because she didn't know if she wanted to deal with that. The blonde poured Reiatsu into her joints, leaping into the air above the girl in one motion. She spun in midair, before pushing off the air and into a dive, her angle directly toward the girl. She immediately drew her Asachi and let gravity do the rest, hoping to catch the girl on the shoulder of her sword arm and leave her momentarily offenseless. But to her surprise, Irie caught her blade with the edge of her sword, spinning the steel in a circle so fast that Samui's Asachi was knocked out of her hand in the split second of their swords clashing together. She threw up her hands in a cross over her face, but Irie slashed at her abdomen, dealing a minor cut before Samui could dash backwards, pushing her entire body off of the air with Raryoku. She landed on her toes, skidding across the ground and kicking up dirt before coming to a flat-footed stop. She cursed the fact that her sword was still several yards away, and if this girl could shunpo in that dress, there was no telling what could happen in the next moment. She began to chant, not good enough to guide the Kido without the chant and definitely not good enough to hold this girl down. Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. She cast the spell, shooting a weak line of yellow light at her sword, wrapping it around the blade, and tugging. Irie tried to react, reached out to grab the sword before Samui could retrieve it. The brunette even made a last-ditch effort to swing her sword and cut through the line of Kido, but it was not enough. Samui yanked it, retrieved it, and then used shunpo to burst herself forward, swinging her sword in a downwards arc. She almost smiled to herself when the sword caught the girl on the hip, drawing blood. Irie screamed, something about messing up her clothes, and surrendering. Samui considered it a moment, before putting her sword back on her back and shrugging mentally. The announcer declared her the winner, and Irie headed toward the medical booth, holding her side. "Samui, that was epic," Naruto said, beaming. "You're tough as nails, and that Kido was sick. I just wish I could do that kind of stuff on the enemy," she said, proud of herself for what she could do. I'm lucky I walked away without a scratch. Why are you all so self-deprecating? Asked Shikamaru, sighing as though he was exhausted. You guys are trying to downplay what you're good at. Stop it, it's troublesome to have to listen to every time one of us walks out of a match. Naruto laughed. Geez, Shikamaru, calm down. Yeah, we're all lucky we walked away without more scratch, Sakura explained, leaning over and applying healing Kido to Samui's only cut, a minor wound on her stomach. These matches could go either way. Shikamaru just shook his head, not convinced at all. Truth was, he had pretty much looked several steps ahead at the start of each match his friends were involved in, remembering their skills during the preliminary and using that information to think, to plan. He already had a list of possibilities for his first opponent. He smiled at the possibility of food, hoping to get a good meal so he'll have plenty of energy to win. After Samui's match, there were not really many more notable matches, other than the one that literally ended in a draw, with both fighters knocking each other unconscious in the same moment, a dual Hakuta showdown. It had been decreed that both were eliminated, giving the next fight a chance to have a bit of reprieve. And with that, lunch. They headed toward the large pavilion that had been set up, each enjoying the fresh, open air with their food. Samui, Naruto, and Sakura were famished, each eating to restore themselves to their former glory. Shikamaru and Tenten did manage to eat foods with good fiber and Raryoku quality. You two ready for your matches? Asked Sakura, genuinely curious. Tenten proudly smacked her hand on the table, fiercely showing that she was not scared. I'm completely ready. Me too, Shikamaru said. I wish I didn't have to fight, actually, but I can't help but continue. I feel like this has my grade on the line, you know. Naruto nodded, understanding where the boy was coming from. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure Takashi will have to give us a good grade if we do extremely well, and I want to win it all. Tenten glared at him, and Shikamaru smirked. Looks like you'll have to get in line. They sat and ate for several more minutes, but Naruto noticed that everything started to get quiet in the pavilion, the hungry participants suddenly stopping all activity. A few of the rows near the front of the structure got up, prompting everyone else to stand by default. Naruto was confused, not having figured out what was happening until Sakura yanked him up by the collar of his shirt. Everyone was stark quiet, as the two figures that were approaching finally arrived. Naruto's eyes bugged out when he realized whom it was. Squad 4 Captain Retsu Unohana and Squad 4 Lieutenant Izane Katetsu. No need for formalities, the woman said with an air of authority that made everyone, including Naruto, scramble to get back into their seat. Even though they were all back sitting, they still did not turn back to their meals, staring at the captain and her lieutenant like they were completely alien. What is she doing here? A medical update, was the question on everyone's minds, her presence shocking even the most solid of personalities. Tenten's eyes grew wider and wider when she realized that the woman was approaching their table, apparently the first to recognize that fact. She wanted to whisper to warn them, but she was too speechless and nervous to speak. When Captain Unohana, one of the most regal and noble figures in all of the Seraiti, stopped at their table, Naruto could almost feel the nobles pressing their eyes on their heads. What was she doing approaching Class 2 trash? Was probably what they were thinking. Forgive me for intruding on your meal, Captain Unohana began, her eyes meeting the green eyes of Sakura. The pink-haired Shinigami in training shook her head as if to say, no, you're not intruding. No one dared speak though, for they may say something they will regret later. I was so astounded by something that I witnessed today that I had to come and find you to thank you, the woman said, her smile penetrating. Your efforts to save the girl you had just defeated displayed one of the most admirable qualities that any Shinigami can possess, no matter the squad. Your quick thinking and total respect for the girl you had defeated allowed her to escape your bout without a concussion. Thanks to you, this young girl will be able to sleep tonight without any complications, maybe even in her own bed. She paused a moment, letting Sakura's blushing and gushing go down. Thank you so much, Captain Unohana. The pink-haired girl cried. I'm glad that the girl is okay. She gave Sakura another smile before turning to Samui and Naruto, the other two people on the table who had fought in the earlier fights. You also both did well. You caught my eye, Naruto, when you performed that combination keto during the preliminaries, and I do not expect anything less of you from here on out. And Samui, your expert fighting finesse should be complimented, but you need to work on your zanjutsu a bit more. You both have a lot of room to improve, and I look forward to watching the rest of your battles unfold. She turned to the other two members of the table, before addressing everyone in the pavilion. Good luck with the rest of your fights today, and be sure to fight to the best of your ability. Captain Unohana and her silent Lieutenant Katetsu walked out of the pavilion in a silence that was so loud you could hear a pin drop. Cool, Samui muttered, a smile on her face. Shikamaru cursed as soon as the surprise died down. That woman is devious. Devious? Asked Sakura, almost in outrage at Shikamaru. How dare you think she is devious? Yeah, Shikamaru, what are you getting at? Asked Naruto. Look at all the stairs, you guys, he nearly whispered. She's painted a target on our backs with this little visit. Naruto finally noticed the looks that everyone around them were giving the entire table. The nobles had such distaste on their faces that he wondered if those expressions were even legal. The nobles are pissed, Tenten said half-heartedly, upset now after that uplifting and inspiring visit. Great, we'll have pretty much the majority of Class 1 trying to destroy us. Shikamaru nodded. That woman has either done this out of pure ignorance to how it would affect the others, or she wanted everyone to feel like rioting against us, probably to make things more exciting. Great, Naruto mumbled. Just great. But she could have just done this to make us feel better, to give us a reason to win, Sakura suggested, not wanting to see the negative side to what Unohana had just done. Maybe, Shikamaru considered it. But I doubt it. Tenten headed out onto the field, which had already been transformed an interesting degree thanks to explosive Hado and impressive sword bouts. She thought over her strategy and wondered if she would have to use it. Knowing how fast the fights so far had been, she figured that she would be fine if she won, and that there would be a good time for it later. Her opponent was a tall, largely built woman who looked like she was in her early 30s, which was no unusual but also not common. Her name was Murasaki Ito, and she was from Class 1. I bet you think you're so special, the girl commented, spitting at the ground and running a quick hand through her curly black hair. Is that what you think? That you're entitled to be good now? Tenten thought about it a moment. No, I'm good because I work for it, not because a captain addressed my friends directly. She stopped to think, before adding, do you think you're entitled to be good because you're in Class 1? The woman cursed at her, just as the announcer told them to begin. Tenten ran forward, deciding not to display shunpo in the hopes that it might surprise her enemy. However, the enemy did not either, and the two of them met in the middle of the arena with a clash that literally shaped the landscape, cutting through a huge rock like it was nothing. The young girl growled at the woman, pushing onto the blade with her sword and hoping to overpower her. Her reiatsu began to fluctuate against her will, forcing her to grit her teeth as her hands began to split apart at the seams. She did not let go of the assault, pushing her blade forward once more and trying to solidify her reiatsu once more. The woman tired of that, pushing off in a short burst of speed before calling out for a spell. The chant of Heinawa was only clear because of Naruto's frequent practice of it, and she cursed and used her top speed. In that instant, everything in the world slowed down, and she popped off of several boulders, helping her trajectory as the opponent continued to chant, but in slow motion. She refused to get caught in that keto. She popped behind the woman, immediately allowing her sword to bite the flesh of the woman's lower back. She then twisted and kicked the wounded body into the sky, where she arced back down a few yards away, stunned at this turn of events. In another, slower burst of speed, she flashed forward and knocked the blade from the opponent's hands, and then placed her sword tip against the neck of her opponent. Give up, or I'll make you give up. The Class 1 snob looked like she might argue with her, but Tenten forced the blade closer, actually allowing it to nick the skin of the woman's throat. The woman caved, uneasily surrendering with a cursed frown. Shikamaru stepped onto the arena, already knowing that his opponent was a guy from Class 1 whose primary skill was Zanjutsu, secondary skill his Ho-Ho. The announcer called out their names, and everyone was enraptured with excitement. The crowd had already heard of Captain Unohana's visit with Sakura Haruno, the girl who had performed medical keto on her beaten opponent. Naruto could not wait to see Shikamaru clean this idiot's clock. Begin. The Class 1 student zipped toward Shikamaru, bouncing off of the boulders as he did, forming an almost triangle-like pattern around Shikamaru, who was not in a good position. The genius considered his options for a split second, before vanishing in a bit of shunpo, the opponent not able to intercept him in the middle of the flash step. Shikamaru watched from the trees, concealing his spiritual pressure and watching the idiot search for him. His white kosode was not even partially good camouflage, but he did not want to spoil his location by performing a concealing bakuto. He took a deep breath, his mind still watching the confused noble look around for him. He likely had only a few seconds to think, so he drew out several scenarios and drew his blade quietly from its holster on his back. He took a deep breath, finding a break in the leaves and staring at it for a moment, finding the line of the sunlight with it. He traced it, thinking it to be a good match, and waited. The noble jock from Class 1 noticed him, and then shot forward with a ho-ho-enhanced jump. Shikamaru twisted his outstretched sword, immediately catching the sunlight and shining it directly in the opponent's face. The jock was so blinded by the light in that moment that he lost track of where he was going, smacking into the trunk of a tree hard enough that it might have cracked a rib. The crowd silenced, surprised completely by what just happened. That actually worked. He dropped to the ground, standing only a foot away from him as he began to chant. Stop in the name of your God, kneel eternally at the feet of justice. Bind your hands in a fearful, never-ending prayer. Respect the authority of omnipotence. Bakudo number 1. Sigh. He was surprised that he was even able to chant the entire incantation, which immediately forced the man's hands behind his back, leaving the noble unable to move from his spot. He only had a few seconds to do it, so he kicked the man lightly in the face, being a bit rougher than Naruto had been earlier, when fighting his opponent. The noble shot to the side, his body and mind entering unconsciousness. Shikamaru took a deep breath, taking in the moment and dropping to the base of the tree. The announcer called the match for him, but he didn't bother to get up right away. He took another moment, before shunpoing back to the dugout. Most of the students there had never seen anything like what he did, ingeniously reflecting the bright sunlight to blind his opponent. It was brilliant, literally brilliant. Shikamaru, did you cheat somehow? Asked Naruto, not entirely sure what had happened. And way to copy my move from earlier, you. The genius rolled his eyes. No, I didn't cheat or copy your moves. I used what resources were with me in a strategy that worked for me, all right. Well, that was incredibly amazing, Sakura said with praise. If you don't get some recognition for that from some kind of captain like I did, let me be the first to tell you that it was amazing. That's practically like Unohana saying it herself. Tenten laughed. Sakura, don't let that go to your head. What do you mean? I can't help that Unohana noticed my skills. Shikamaru rolled his eyes again. Seriously, cut the ego act. Sakura frowned, but it was more at herself than the others. Oh, yeah, sorry, won't happen again. Naruto patted his roommate on the shoulder. You said earlier that the captain's visit made us a target, right? Right, well, someone from Class 2 just humiliated a noble from Class 1. And the person who did it was one of the people at the table that Unohana had personally visited, Naruto explained. You've just pissed the rest of them off. Talk about a target now. Not to mention Tenten's performance from earlier, Samui said, turning to the brunette. You forced someone from Class 1 to surrender. Like I did, but I'm from Class 1. If you guys have done anything today, it's that you've made yourself noteworthy. Any nobles or advanced class students you face from now on are going to be hard as hell on you. It's not going to be cool. Naruto wondered if it was really as bad as they thought it was. He thought it might all be exaggerated, in a way, to make a point. But then he remembered Tamari, the blonde girl from the advanced class who literally defeated her opponent in one move. Assuming they both moved through the next round, Naruto would have to fight her. In a daze, he opened his eyes, a blurry landscape stretched before him. He could see what he suspected were trees, probably a large forest, but everything was just an unintelligible mix of greens and browns. If he focused hard enough, he could see a mixture of leaves, but trying to focus on discerning any details was almost painful and disorienting. But then, she appeared, as though emblazoned in orange light. A tall red-headed woman wearing a billowing white kimono embroidered with kanji that was too indiscernible to read. There were splotches of orange on the cuffs and ends of the kimono, and in her hand was something he couldn't see. Her hair was literally the color red, DD over her shoulders, and her petite face, pale skin, and bright blue eyes were simply the most beautiful he had ever seen. Interestingly, the end of the kimono blended into the background, blended into the ground like she were rooted to it like a plant. She smiled at him, soothing the uneasiness within him. But then she started to fade. He called out to her, wondering who she was. But it was over before he could hear a response. His body was drenched with sweat as he awoke, his mind racing. Shikamaru was not awake, of course, but it was almost 2 in the morning. Nowhere near time to get up. He got up, not bothering to put on a shirt, and headed to the bathroom down the hall, hoping to let all of this clear his head. Who was that woman? Was that someone from his past? Was he remembering her life now? He was determined to find out, but he had no idea. It was probably just a dream, probably didn't mean anything. He was certain that is what Shikamaru would say. But Momo would try to help him get to the bottom of it, if she could. His body ached from the preliminaries and the first round fights, but it was nothing that he couldn't handle. It was really just exhaustion brought on by Raryoku stress, something that Reiatsu caused on the joints. He took a deep breath as he opened the bathroom door. He rubbed his hands in the sink, cleaning them as he tried to think about what he would have to do tomorrow. He had 2 fights coming up. 2 fights if he managed to win the first. Naruto was confident, adamant that he would win the first, but the idea of facing Temari was something to be worried about. Samui had warned him at dinner the night before that her classmate was known to be calculating and ruthless. Even with that information, he knew it would be up to him to beat her. He washed his face slowly, before looking at himself in the mirror. He thumbed the scar on his lip where a dummy hollow had split it, laughing at the fact that he had done it in the first place. The SRDI invented some interesting devices that got on his nerves so thoroughly. From the self-replicating, regenerating insectoid hollow on his first field exercise to a swarm of tiny, flying bee-like hollows with poisonous stingers, Naruto found himself cursing the scientists and Squad 12 after each field exercise. He gripped the porcelain sink, leaning over it a moment and rolling his shoulders to stretch them out. He turned to the mirror once more and stared at his blue eyes, pondering them a moment. His face scrunched up, trying to remember the details, but he was sure that the red-headed woman from his dream had the exact same eye color. What the hell does that mean? He asked himself, not able to break his gaze with the mirror. They were the exact shade of blue, as shining and bright as the woman he had dreamt about. What could that possibly mean? Did it mean anything? No one he knew had had a similar experience, so he could not get their advice for this. It made him nervous, dreaming about someone he had never met before. It probably was nothing, but it could be something. He returned to bed, letting himself drift off to sleep. It took far too long, but once he did not have the dream again. Naruto returned after his victorious second-round fight, his heart still racing. His opponent had put him through hell for a good 3 minutes with some kind of illusory bakuto he had never heard of. He'll never look at a cat the same way again. Thankfully, when Naruto figured out it was an illusion, he was able to break through the Kido by matching the Reiatsu output and then surpassing it. He basically was pissed by that point, and used Sokatsui on the somewhat timid opponent. It was a direct hit, and the fight was stopped so that the medical team could treat him. Naruto took a deep breath, calmed his nerves. After winning that fight, Temari was his opponent in the next round, which would be right after lunch later. He had several matches between now and then, and his friends were all going to fight soon. That was a bit overkill, don't you think? Asked Tenten, coming to sit beside him. He shrugged. Nah, I don't think so. We're allowed to use lethal force, right? And besides, I didn't use the incantation so it wasn't full power. She snickered, agreeing with him. Yeah, you got a point. Do you think anyone will use full force? Or if they should? Yeah, we should use full force. I just knew that I didn't need full force to beat that guy. Tenten paused, an odd look spread across her face. What's wrong? He asked. She shook her head suddenly, as though his question broke through whatever worrying she had. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Sakura should be up next, so let's watch. Sure enough, the pink-haired girl's second round match was up. She looked ready, for the most part, but she also looked a little bit nervous. The girl stepped onto the arena, walking over to meet her opponent. The wind ran through her hair, making it sway with the breeze. "Does she look worried to you?" asked Tenten, biting her fingernails in almost a nervous habit. "A little, but I don't know why she is. She's got some of the best Hakuda in this whole tournament, and her Raryoku control is top-notch. Her Kido is nothing to laugh at either. She's got no reason to be worried." "Yeah, you're right, but she still shouldn't get overconfident. You never really know who you're facing until it starts." Naruto knew that was true. Despite the fact that he watched the match in the first round where his last opponent fought, the guy had not used any kind of illusion against his opponent. He had used his sword mainly, but he managed to win. So apparently, any of these opponents could have anything hidden up his or her sleeves. That made him uneasy for her, but he felt confident for her. He wanted all of his friends to do well. Sakura stood across from a young-looking short girl with pixie-cut black hair and a pretty face. "She doesn't look so tough," Naruto said. "She looks a little bit too girly if you ask me." Tenten laughed. "Naruto, have you seen Sakura's hair? And what's wrong with being girly?" The boy hesitated before frowning. "Okay, you have a point. Because she's nowhere near Gur." His eyes widened as Tenten looked at him accusingly. "You better be glad she can't hear you," Tenten said, chuckling. Naruto nodded, realizing his mistake. "Yeah, no kidding." Sakura and the opponent exchanged words, but Naruto could not hear them. All he knew was that it was getting both girls worked up just by speaking to each other, and Naruto wondered if they were discussing Captain Unohana's personal visit the day before. Sakura Haruno, from Class 2, versus Ayako Sato, from Class 1. The announcer shouted from the press box. "Begin." Ayako wasted no time, drawing her sword and whipping toward Sakura in a dash of shunpo. Naruto could not follow the movement completely, but when that was over, Sakura had a cut on her left arm that was actually pretty bad, from his perspective. "Why didn't she move?" he exclaimed to no one in particular. Sakura twirled on her front leg, pivoting into a powerful roundhouse kick. Her foot was fast enough with the boost of Raryoku that she clipped the opponent's hip. Ayako clumsily shunpu'd to the right, tripping over herself from the momentum of Sakura's kick and earning a face full of dirt. Sakura took advantage and leapt into the air, hoping to end the battle with one good diving punch. She screeched in anger as she flooded her weaker fist with energy, hoping to literally destroy the girl. Ayako recovered from her stumble though, rolling over just in time for Sakura to slam her fist against the rocky field, the force literally cracking it for several yards. Ayako turned on Sakura before she could get upright, hoping to swing her blade down and end this once and for all. The pink-haired Shinigami suddenly stood up, throwing up an arm and catching the powerful sword strike with the bare flesh of her forearm. "Is she nuts?" Tenten was just as surprised, but then pointed to the battlefield. "Of course, Reiatsu advantage." Ayako stumbled backwards as the force of her own blow was redirected by a refined and concentrated Reiatsu defense. Her hands were incredibly bloody, shocked that the girl before her managed to have her Reiatsu strong enough, and controlled enough, to block the strike. "Damn it!" Sato yelled, strengthening her grip on the sword. Sakura looked at the slight cut on her forearm, cursing as it continued to gush blood. Along with the first cut, she was concerned enough, so she shunpu'd backwards to give herself enough time to use healing Kido. She activated the spell without incantation, holding her palm over both cuts and allowing both to close enough to stop bleeding and null the pain a bit. She forced the exhaustion that came from it to the back of her mind. "So you can heal yourself too?" Ayako questioned, loud enough for everyone to hear. Sakura nodded, finally drawing her blade. She shunpu'd toward the girl, swinging her sword, but the other was a bit faster, able to dodge the strike and then counterattack. The pink-haired student caught the blade with her own, the clashing sound enough to catch anyone's attention. This time, the Reiatsu was a bit mismatched and Sakura felt the effect on her bones, on her joints as the girl pushed the pure force she possessed onto Sakura's form. "Damn it, Sakura, use your Kido!" Naruto yelled, knowing she was good enough with it that it would probably make a difference. Hado number 31. Naruto was excited a moment as he heard the beginning of the spell's name, before he realized it wasn't Sakura. Shakaho. The red sphere of light collided with the pink-haired Shinigami from Ayako's exposed hand, hitting Sakura square in the abdomen and throwing her backwards. No, Naruto shouted, with Tenten just as scared. Sakura hit the ground hard, skidded like a hockey puck, and landed at the base of a boulder. When the dust cloud cleared, she looked absolutely rough, the whole belly portion of her uniform open and a nasty burn exposed to the light. Sakura raised a hand weakly and started to shout, "Bakuto number 12. Ayako appeared over her, kicking her in the face and forcing her to stop her spell. Oh, no you don't. Several attendants suddenly appeared on the field, a few of them fingering their zanpakuto, daring Sato to attack again. The winner of this second round battle is Ayako Sato, from Class 1. The audience cheered, and Naruto and his friends watched in shock as Sakura was taken off the field by the medical unit. Tenten and Naruto stood up and were going to follow, but Professor Takashi stopped them. The medical team does not need any visitors right now. That Sakura girl may get on my nerves, but I'm certain that she will be fine. I've seen people survive much more grave wounds than that. Naruto made to protest, but the professor shook her head. Seriously, child, you will only get in the way. You two sit down and enjoy the rest of the competition. I promise that I will come by and let you know when you can visit her. Tenten took his arm and guided him back to his seat, just as upset about the results as he was. It'll be all right. The professor did not seem worried, so I'm going to assume that she's right. Sakura will be fine. It's not every day that someone takes a point-blank range Shakaho and lives to tell the tale though, Naruto said, still worried. You hit that kid earlier with an almost point-blank Sokatsui. And your spell was much more powerful than that Ayako girl's. He frowned. But this is different, is it? She asked, confusing Naruto even more. He turned his attention to his thoughts, questioning and doubting himself once more. The next fight began, and Naruto was too wrapped up in himself to pay much attention. The second round of fighting ended at about 10 minutes until noon, and Tenten, Shikamaru, and Samui were all exhausted, but victorious. Samui was currently in the medical ward, being treated for a somewhat shallow cut on her thigh. Shikamaru and Tenten both managed to come out of their fights relatively unscathed. The tent set up by the Joint Kido Corps and Squad 4 medical team was behind the bleachers on the northern side, and Naruto and his friends were all hoping to see Sakura. It was a bustle of activity, with robed Kido casters and Shinigami moving in and out. Naruto noticed how neither members of the Kido Corps nor of Squad 4 looked to be heavy fighters, and from the feel of their reiatsu, most of them were very tame, controlled, and albeit weak. Much of Squad 4 was filled with smaller, younger Shinigami, a majority of them females. It was harder to make a judgment with the other medical staff, because they were all dressed from head to toe in heavy, ornate robes. He pondered it a bit longer but eventually, they were allowed inside. The beds set up were mostly occupied, very few of them with serious injuries. Naruto had heard an interesting story about someone in the trials many years ago getting their heads nearly cut off, and yet, the medical team was able to save them with quick work and Unohana's expertise. He did not worry about Sakura after hearing that story, because if they can save a student from near decapitation, then they can probably heal a nasty burn. When they arrived, Sakura was sitting up, conscious and looking much better. A Squad 4 member was bandaging her wound with gauze, his hands glowing with a greenish-blue light as he did. Naruto wished that he could erase her disappointment about losing, because even though she was nearly healed, she still looked upset. Hey, Sakura, Tenten said adamantly, are you doing okay? Yeah, I'm all right. A little sad, a little angry. Understandable, Samui commented from her own bed only a few feet away, her wound slowly healing under the guidance of a robed Kido Corps member. But you shouldn't be upset. You did really well, for what it's worth. Naruto nodded in agreement. Definitely. You should have gone straight for Kido, but you did all right. Sakura rolled her eyes, finally standing up now that the Squad 4 healer was finished. She wobbled a bit, weak on her knees, but soon righted herself. You're not exactly making me feel better, Naruto. Little mistakes make all the difference in the world. If you say so, but as long as you learn from them, that's all that matters, Shikamaru answered for him. If anything like this happens again, you might know better what to do. Sakura nodded, before looking at the clock. Oh, you guys must be hungry. Let's go and get something to eat. Well, you should be good to go, but make sure you eat something that won't upset your stomach, explained the squad for Shinigami. Good luck for the rest of you. They all thanked her and left, heading to eat something before the third round. The pavilion was on the western side of the arena, and by the time they arrived, the line was dying down. Once they all had meals, they found an empty table and Naruto ate as much as he could, still worrying about Temari. Shikamaru, Tenten, and Samui relived their round 2 matches with Sakura, explaining how each of them won using their best traits. Naruto was not really listening, thinking over what he knew about Temari. She seemed to have a very analytical mind, not unlike Shikamaru or Toshiro. So far, he had several strategies based on her last 2 performances, and her main skill seemed to be her blistering speed. She was so fast that it almost looked like she never moved at all, definitely faster than him. And probably faster than Shikamaru, even though he and Naruto were much closer these days. He had several choices to make based on how the first move would play out, and it upset him to even think about. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Asked Tenten, finally having noticed his lack of input. Temari, he said, swallowing his bite of food and taking a sip of his drink. Tenten frowned. Oh, you guys got any ideas for her? I've come up with several of my own, but your input would help. But they were out of time to share anything specific. The bell sounded out in the arena, warning them that they only had a few minutes to get situated back in the arena. Naruto's match was first, and unless he was able to get some ideas out of his friends on the way, he did not have much time. Welcome back, the announcer said too enthusiastically for Naruto's tastes right now. He was confident to a degree, but his mind was cloudy and hazy. The third round is about to begin, and the 16 combatants are looking forward to the fight. Match 1 competitors, will you make your way to the field? Naruto took a deep, calming breath to try to relax before heading to the arena and nearing the center. Temari followed closely behind him, and he wasn't sure if it was just to show off, but she shunted to her place on the field, earning a cheer from the Class 1 fans. This exciting match is between Naruto, of Class 2. The crowd shouted his name, and he thought he distinctly heard Tenten scream for him. And Temari, of Class 1. The sandy blonde girl with the punk hairstyle and 4 pigtails smirked at the other, spiky-headed blonde. The crowd was eating up the tension already between the 2 combatants. Naruto tried to look back and memorize the output of Temari's Reiatsu, thinking about its potency right at the beginning in the first match. Both in the first and second round, Temari had tried to finish the match in one burst of shunpo, and he could use that pattern to his advantage. Begin. In the instant the announcer finished the last syllable, Temari blazed forward through the air, and Naruto quickly pulsed the Reiatsu around his body. Temari appeared behind him, aiming for his spine, and the blade met its mark. He could almost feel her smirk, another one down. But to her dismay, Naruto had used Sakura's strategy, creating a Reiatsu defense that literally stopped the shunpo-enhanced sword strike from behind. She tried again, but Naruto flipped around and met her sword with his own. Their blades were locked in conflict, his face only inches from hers. That was a lucky defense, she growled, not allowing him to gain any leverage nor the Reiatsu advantage. You won't be so lucky next time. She slid backwards, before using shunpo to disappear from sight. Naruto still had a lock on her Reiatsu though, and that was all he needed. He turned and called forth Sokatsui without incantation. Temari's eyes widened and she dashed to the side, easily evading the blue sparking flames emitted from his hand. He did not let up, immediately firing a second and using a lead this time with her spirit energy locked onto his radar. She was about to be engulfed by the bright blue blast of heat when she expelled her Reiatsu defensively, dissipating the flames around her before the spell ended. Nice try. He shunpoed forward, trying to overwhelm her with offense now. She gasped as he hit her weapon with enough force to force her back several feet, his spiritual pressure overwhelming her for the moment. He did not let up, swinging his sword again and again, and for several seconds, the only thing you could see were the sparks flying between them as they flashed around the battlefield. There was enough shunpo on display that if any captains were watching, they would have to acknowledge their speed. Shikamaru was amazed. Wow, he's gotten much better than the little kid he was in year 1. Still hasn't aged much though. Bakuto number 4. Heinawa. He threw out the yellow rope of energy that had become one of his chief techniques, despite its low level. It did not find its target however, missing by mere feet, and Temari flashed forward with enough speed that he felt the blood spraying from a small nick on his collarbone. He followed her with his own display of kendo, cutting into her side with a well-placed horizontal slash, but it was not enough to do any real damage. Hado number 1. Sho. A pulse of Reiatsu followed from his finger, strong enough that it literally shoved her into the boulder behind her, breaking it apart and smashing her into the arena floor, only a few yards away from Sakura's dive bomb punch debris. Temari cursed as she tried to recover fast enough, shunpoing to her right fast enough even while still laying on the ground to avoid his downward vertical slice. Hado number 32, Okasen. The yellow blaze of light extended from his Asachi blade, widening into an arc of energy that was too hard to avoid while going horizontally. In mid-attack, Temari blasted upward, using Ho-Ho to stand on the air and jump to avoid the blast. Naruto supplied more Raryoku into it, diverting the Kido and channeling it upward, but even that was not enough. The dirty blonde vanished from sight again, stopping atop the boulder not 15 feet away. "You're good," she muttered, seemingly taking a break and not making any sudden moves. "Better than I would expect from Class 2 garbage." Naruto took offense to that, his anger rising. "Hey, Class 2 is not trash." Temari could only roll her eyes, and Naruto fell right into her trap of allowing his emotions to cloud his judgment. He rushed her, using a sloppy shunpo and an overhead sword slash, and Temari could not help herself from taking full advantage. She made a dash forwards and stuck out her sword, opening the flesh of Naruto's abdomen, despite his flimsy effort to defend it with Reiatsu the last possible second. He fell, the pain so much that he screamed. He looked up cautiously, something different about the area. His eyes widened when the landscape of his dream was suddenly back. He wondered for a moment if he were dead, angry that Temari had done him in at the trials. But something told him that he was not dead. His surroundings were not blurry this time, but he was standing in the middle of a forest so thick with trees that he could not find a single break in the leaves to see what was behind them. The clearing he was standing in was the only clear area, but oddly enough, it was only clear at the base of the forest floor, before the trees seemed to bend impossibly at an angle, so it was like he was surrounded in a dome. Despite the fact that he literally could not see the sky, it was not dark. It was as though the entire place was as naturally as radiant as possible, like he was surrounded by light from all sides. The constant breeze was pleasant, not too warm and not too hot. He tried to enjoy the feeling of the strange atmosphere, but he felt a sense of fear and urgency that was inexplicable. And yet, he did not want to leave. That's when the woman appeared, the same woman from his dream. Her shimmering white cloak, her body somehow connected to the forest floor like roots, and her bright red hair. The kanji was readable to him now, reading out the word for whirlpool, for some reason. She had seemingly materialized from nowhere, her beauty as radiant as Naruto remembered. He smiled as he saw her, her matching blue eyes crinkled when she saw him. "Am I dead? Again?" The woman shook her head. "No, I'm no angel, little Naruto. Your time is not up." She thought for a moment and added, "Well, your second amount of allotted time is not up." He chuckled a moment, for some reason feeling completely carefree around her, like he wanted to just be comforted here. "Well then, where am I? And who are you?" "This is your inner world, Naruto," she said, letting him work out the details for a moment. "I have been a part of since the day you were born." His eyes widened. "Then you're my zanpakuto." He was ecstatic, realizing that he was not dead after all and that he had made a connection to his blade. "What's your name?" She seemed upset for a moment, which confused him completely. "Do not be confused, young one. I am someone you have not had the opportunity to know, but I have always known you. And I cannot tell you my name until you do one thing for me." The cryptic talk did not assuage his confusion, but he accepted that and moved on. "What's that?" "Embrace me, little one. Give me a hug." He was confused, yet again. "Wait, what?" "All you must do before I tell you my name is for you to give me a single hug." I have been waiting for this moment for as long as I have existed in this form, and you should not keep me waiting any longer. He peered at her, not sure why he was being cautious. She was his zanpakuto spirit. He should be excited. He walked over to her and raised his arms. The moment he was about to enclose her body, she vanished and appeared again several feet away. He frowned, hurrying over to her and trying to hug her again. She vanished once more, seemingly melting into the forest floor and sprouting again like a plant away from him. He tried once more, running to her and trying to catch her, but once again, she slipped from his grasp before he could even touch her. Stop moving already, let me hug you. He ran at her once more, but yet again, she was out of his reach. He pondered it a moment, instead of trying the same tactic. He remembered something that Professor Takashi had said about Jinzen and obtaining Shikai. There was usually a test or a task involved, and more often than not, it was not as simple to complete as you initially thought. So it's a puzzle, he muttered with realization. Where's Shikamaru when you need him? The woman brightened up when she noticed his thought process, and she wanted so desperately to tell him the secret. Think it through, little one. Her hope in that moment was dashed as he tried yet again to force it, Ho-Ho rushing her, but even that proved to be ineffective. She simply slipped away faster. He cursed himself, and she wanted to reprimand him for the language but kept her mouth firmly shut. For several more minutes, Naruto tried more clever ways of getting to her, but she dashed his efforts again and again. Even when he tried to use a bakuto on her, the spell simply dissipated into oblivion before it even reached her. Gosh, all this for a hug. If you do not wish to have my power yet, you may choose to wait. That will also cause you to lose the match to your opponent, a Class 1 snob. You would not wish for this to happen, right? He shook his head adamantly. No, of course not. Why don't you hug me, if you want one so badly? She looked at him in confusion, before the smile suddenly stretched across her face. She walked toward him, the rooted cloak moving with her. Her bright smile was enough to make Naruto melt. The zanpakuto embraced its wielder, and Naruto noted that it was the most comforting feeling in the world. Temari watched with pride as the boy fell to his knees, his mind in a daze and probably unconscious. She gestured to the announcer. You should probably end the match and give him some medical attention. I clearly won. But everyone gasped suddenly, even the announcer over the loudspeaker. The boy had visible orange reiatsu pouring from his body as he regained consciousness, the pressure overwhelming on Temari and everyone in the audience. He touched the sword tip to the ground in front of him at a 45-degree angle. Take root and sprout, Kusaratane. The Asachi sword vibrantly began to glow with orange-white light, transforming into the Shikai state he had been working toward for so long. When the light cleared, and the overwhelming pressure of his reiatsu began to die down, the spectators and Temari could focus on the new form. It was an arm bracer strapped to his left arm, the steel surface covered in an ornate black and brown design. At the end of the bracer, sitting over his fist, was a dagger about 9 inches long and glinting in the sunlight, and 2 pronged areas extending from it. It was black and silver, the black design starting with a rounded portion at the start of the blade, continuing down until it stopped about 3 inches from the tip. In the center of the rounded portion at the start of the blade was a large, circular area that was filled with orange energy from his reiatsu. There were 2 more orange pools, one a medium size and one small, continuing down the dagger in the midst of the black portion. The 2 edges of the dagger were silver, and both looked extremely sharp. Shit, Temari deadpanned, groaning. Of course I would have to fight the one guy from Class 2 who was worth the damn. Naruto grinned, instinctively knowing how to use at least part of its power, a gift from Kusaratane herself, he assumed. He put his left hand on the crook of his elbow and aimed the bracer and dagger toward her. On cue, the pronged dagger suddenly launched at her with a shocking amount of speed, connected by a shimmering chain made of what looked like wooden links. Temari tried to dodge it by evading to the right, hoping it would only fire straight, but Naruto used his Raryoku to guide it, the chain turning and stabbing into her collarbone as she tried to escape. Damn it, she shouted, shunpo-ing backwards in the hopes that the dagger would hit the end of his range. It did hit the end of his range, about 40 yards give or take. The crowd was captivated, watching the match more closely now than ever before as Naruto retracted the chain with a simple tug on his right arm. That's an interesting weapon you've got there. It won't be enough though, as long as I stay out of range. Naruto eyed her, thinking. Come on, Temari, you're smarter than that. He used his speed to shoot forward, aiming at her in the same moment. He fired the chain dagger in the middle of the flash step, the speed increased probably enough to kill her if he aimed lethally. Instead, the dagger turned, the chain wrapping around her right leg and then locking with one of the prongs into one of the links. He yanked hard as he finished his shunpo behind her, pulling her off her feet and to the ground several yards away. He did not retract it, but Temari was still able to recover, angry now. She tried to stand, trying to force her way out of it, but Naruto simply yanked her again, knocking her into the ground once more. She angrily grabbed her sword, hacking at the exposed chain with her weapon. That's not normal wood, you know, he said, smirking. That's definitely as dense as steel. She screamed, angry she was not able to overcome him. I'll just hack through it. I'll just counter it, he muttered, running his Reiatsu through the chain links in a defensive move that might not have worked if Temari was more calm, because of her fluttering mental state. She was desperate to win, and it was clouding her judgment. Which was an interesting turn around, if Naruto remembered correctly, that Temari had tried to anger him earlier and mess with his head. While she was trying desperately to slice through the chain and escape, he decided to end the match on his terms. Ye Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31, Shakuho. The red blast of energy shot from his hand, heading straight for her body. She finally forced herself to her feet, fast enough that she escaped the brunt of the attack, but the splashing explosion of the energy rocketed her backwards. The chain hit its full length though when she was rocketed back by that explosion. Naruto was prepared though, standing his ground and pulling the chain toward him the moment the chain snapped tight. Temari suddenly found herself flying the rest of the way in the opposite direction, and she skidded across the ground like some kind of abused animal on a leash. He was surprised she was still conscious, so he began to chant another spell to finish her off when he was interrupted. Stop. The match was over, as soon as the medical team arrived, each ready to defend Temari in case Naruto did not stop. He dispelled the spell easily, unhooked the dagger from its chain link with a simple movement of his hand, and retracted the blade. His Shikai sealed away, this time sealing into his unique sealed state that looked like a wakizashi short blade with an orange hilt and a brown, wooden guard shaped like a spiral, the sheath black. He slid it onto the Asachi's normal place on his back, the sealed zanpakuto hilt pointed toward his right shoulder. Naruto felt the sting of pain, however, on his stomach, and he looked down uneasily. There was blood almost pouring from his uniform. The winner of the match is Naruto, from Class 2. The announcer yelled, everyone cheering and in shock. The audience was awestruck, clapping loudly for his success as both Naruto and Temari were carted off the field for medical attention. Naruto had received a few minor injuries and the major cut above his waist, but Temari was much worse off. He gave her a sorrowful look, watching her react in pain to pretty much every movement the medical team made. As soon as he was laid on a hospital bed, the Squad 4 member began his healing the cut on his stomach, still bleeding and open. For some reason though, the healer gasped and Naruto weakly asked what was wrong. But he got his answer as the wound reopened from the healer's efforts, causing him to lose consciousness once more. When he awoke the next time, it was clearly nighttime and most of the other patients were gone. He leaned up in his bed to look around, but the effort immediately caused a burst of pain from his body. No, you shouldn't move very much, someone said beside him. He turned to see the Squad 4 member who had started to heal him earlier sitting there, happy to see him awake. What happened? The stress of your spiritual pressure on your body after activating your Shikai sort of closed your wound at the end of the fight, but when you released your Shikai and your Reiatsu calmed again, the wound started to reopen the moment I began to treat it, and you lost consciousness from the added stress, she explained. The wound actually turned out to be much worse than I expected. You won the fight, but you won't be able to recover fast enough to fight in the next round. What? He exclaimed, the pain stinging a little bit more from the effort. No, I want to keep going. She shook her head, her light brown hair swaying in the wind. I'm sorry, but it's pretty much an order from Captain Unohana not to let you try. He frowned. Part of him wanted to fight that order, but how would that make him look in the midst of all this? Part of the trials is just to make a good impression on the spectators, especially the spectators from the 3 branches of the Seraiti military. If he defied the order and did something stupid, he'd look like an insubordinate fool in front of his potential employers. How bad was the damage? Well, the tip of Temuri's sword pierced your stomach minutely enough that the stomach acid basically influenced your other organs. It was not a bad puncture wound, but it was difficult to operate on without literal surgery, the healer explained, holding up a keto-enhanced glowing scalpel for good measure. Now, the muscle damage is bad enough from having to get through it to operate on the puncture wound that any kind of movement is going to inhibit your ability to fight, and you could easily force the suture open again if you were not careful. He frowned. Oh, he remembered the story about the near decapitation. So you can save a guy from nearly getting his head cut off, but you can't mend the tiny wound. Don't patronize me, the healer said, apparently not taking the attitude at all. That man was healed by a combination of Captain Unohana's zanpakuto, the Kido Corps, and almost every high-seated officer in Squad 4. And even after all that, the man was not able to fight for several weeks, if not months after the fact, because it took quite a long time and quite a lot of physical therapy to mend the nerve damage from his spinal cord. Kido and Captain Unohana's zanpakuto are great, but they could only go so far. She paused, letting him think that over for a moment. And you had me and a couple of other attendants, while the captain and the lieutenant operated on some of the more wounded combatants than yourself, including your opponent Tamari. The healer's reprimanding tone had made him feel about 2 inches tall, and he felt like receding into himself. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. She nodded, before sighing slowly and deliberately. It's all right, it's just been a long, stressful day, and you caught me at a bad mood. He smiled, trying to cheer her up. It's all right, no big deal, I probably deserved that for being a smartass. He chuckled lightly, getting her to smile enough that it made him feel much better about all of it. How about my friends? Did they, win? You mean oh, God, what was her name? Sakura, I think. The healer asked, and the people who were with her. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that's right. She stood up from the stool beside her, adjusting the pink nurse-like uniform of the unseated officers who work in the hospital relief station of Squad 4. I'll fetch them. They've been hanging around outside pretty much all day waiting to see you. She looked at a clock lying on a cart near the door. It's almost 1 in the morning, so they've been here for quite some time. Naruto waited anxiously to see them as the healer headed out the tent flaps, before coming back in only a few moments later, dragging Sakura, Tenten, Samui, and Shikamaru with her. He grinned as he saw them, hoping to hear all the details of who was facing whom tomorrow and how the rest of the matches went earlier. He was genuinely glad to see them, and knowing they had waited so long after the end of the 3rd round was a humbling experience. They all greeted him, and the healer stepped away to work on another patient. How are you feeling? Sakura asked, holding her palm over the bandaged area and making it glow with the light of a healing Kido. They patched you up quite nicely, but it's still very bruised and unstable. There's not much more healing Kido can do, sadly. It looks like it might have to heal on its own now. Naruto nodded, having already learned that through his nurse. Well, you turned up better than Tamari, Shikamaru said, gesturing to an empty bed. She had to be carried to the hospital at the Squad 4 barracks earlier. They called it severe bruising and trauma, on pretty much every part of her body. Nothing that she can't pull through though, Sakura assured him, smiling. How do you feel about not getting to fight in the rest of the tournament? It sucks, he muttered honestly. I get this amazingly cool Shikai and zanpakuto, he gestured to the wakizashi sitting on the stand next to him, but I can't even use it. And Hinamori and Toshiro weren't even here to see it. They're probably busy investigating still, Tenten muttered, keeping her voice down low so no Shinigami could hear her talking about sensitive Shinigami matters. Samui gestured to the bandage wrapped around her shoulder. If it makes you feel any better, I lost earlier. The blonde frowned. And I surrendered, Shikamaru said, and Naruto's eyes widened with shock. What, you gave up? Why? He made a gesture like he was fighting a much larger opponent. Sometimes, when you see how skilled the opponent is, you have to do a tactical retreat to save your own skin. Who were you fighting? The most skilled fighter in all of Class 1, Akira Toriyama, he said. The damn guy was massive and looked ferocious. I started to fight him, used the most powerful bakuto I knew to try to eliminate him quickly, but he broke through it with sheer force. He shrugged as though it was obvious. I dodged him as he tried to use this advanced Hakuta move he called Sokatsu, and both his fists ended up totally destroying an entire boulder. At that point, I knew I didn't have anything that I could do to stop him from pummeling me to the ground, so I just gave up. Saved me the trouble. What about you, Tenten? Did you win? The girl nodded. Yeah, the girl I faced wasn't even strong, unlike you guys. But, knowing I will probably face this Toriyama guy if I win the next match is making me totally depressed. I don't even know if I'll make it out of there alive, Shikai or not. She said it so low that no one caught it but Naruto. Shikai. Everyone stared at her with disbelief. When did that happen? Asked Shikamaru. A couple weeks ago, she said nervously. I haven't wanted to make a big deal about it because you guys seem to be having trouble with yours, and I've been trying not to tell anyone in case it was useful in the trials for no one to know. But, she exclaimed, her voice level rising as she looked at the wounded blonde boy, then Naruto stole my thunder. The semi-finals of the tournament had arrived, and Naruto was thankfully well enough to walk around and enjoy the matches. It sucked that he and Temari had pretty much tied, whether it was declared he won or not. They both weren't able to advance, and that sucked tremendously. Thankfully, they were both in much better health than they had been the other day, even though Temari was still at the hospital relief station deeper in the Seraiti. Tenten was the only Shinigami to be from Naruto's group of friends left in the competition, and Naruto was pissed that he could not be with her. If Tenten managed to defeat her opponent, Akira Toriyama, she would be in the finals and then might be able to win it all. Tenten's match came soon after the other semi-finals match was over, a rousing battle where Ayako Sato got her ass whipped. Now the finals were occupied by someone of noble blood from Class 1, and the other semi-finals spot remained open. The announcer called for the two opponents, and when Naruto saw Toriyama and compared him to the size of Tenten, he suddenly realized that Shikamaru had probably been right to forfeit. The merit of Class 2 was on the line here, and if Tenten managed to go to the finals, it would be the first time that had happened in 12 years. She had a secret weapon, something that not even her closest friends had seen, so if she managed to use it and get lucky, she could beat this brute. Naruto went over strategies of how he could have beaten the guy using his base abilities, and how he could have beaten the guy with his Shikai. He probably was not strong enough to yank such a large, muscular target around like he had Temari, but maybe he could separate Toriyama from his sword or bind an arm or something. Speed was probably his downfall, and Temari was fast enough that it might make a difference. The fight began, and the brute did not even bother drawing his sword. He just rushed the smaller girl with his fists, not even rushing to use Shunpo or even a simpler ho-ho move. He just rushed the girl, Hakuta his chosen method of offense, and his sheer body mass and overwhelming Reiatsu enough to make a huge impact on almost any target. Tenten used her speed, hopping behind him and cutting his calf, trying to eliminate one of his legs. But his Reiatsu made it like trying to cut through steel, and she only managed to nick him. She was swift enough to dodge the ensuing swing around to try to grab her, and then she slashed at his wrist, this time drawing blood from a slightly deeper cut. It wouldn't do, however, the guy bellowing something unintelligible at her from this distance. Tenten smirked from his exclamation. Transform, UK Datsu. Immediately, Tenten's blade, which he realized must not be an Asachi anymore but had no defining characteristics of a sealed state blade, seemingly melted into a pile of metallic goo with a hunter green flash of light, leaving only the hilt behind. She waved the hilt over it and a dozen spinning shuriken took shape from the liquid metal. She smiled as she flicked her hilt, sending the shuriken spinning into the enemy. All of them managed to hit her mark, cutting into the body of Toriyama but not even managing to cause much of an impact. She cursed that even those wounds could not slow him down, shunpoing out of the way of an enraged Reiatsu-powered punch. The shuriken melted, immediately returning to the liquid floating in midair in front of her. She made another movement with her hilt, creating a large mace. She grabbed the bludgeoning weapon, used Shunpo to flash into the perfect position, and then she slammed the mace onto the man's skull. The audience grimaced at the use of deadly force like that, but Naruto knew it would not have killed a brute like this. When Tenten flashed out of the way, the man was barely bleeding over his eye. She morphed her weapon again, this time creating a spear, using her speed to find just the right angle, and stabbing into the man's chest just above the soul sleep hidden beneath his rib cage. That's the definition of versatility, Shikamaru commented. Naruto nodded, agreeing with him in awe. She can make pretty much any weapon out of that. But it doesn't have any kind of special abilities to take down this sucker, and she is terrible at Kido. As long as she keeps up her speed and keeps attacking with different weapon types to keep him guessing, I think it'll be alright for her, Sakura thought, probably being optimistic. She is doing damage to him, but that's like flies trying to blow up a tank. The spear thrust did not do anything to him, so she liquefied her Shikai again before creating a blade that was basically almost 10 feet long and way too thick for her to even be able to carry, shocking most of the crowd. She readied the blade, pouring energy into it until it glowed with green light. The sword met Toriyama's now drawn sword, but Tenten managed to catch him off guard and without time to react. The Reiatsu enhanced super sword cut through the Asachi of the enemy, cutting it into 2 clean pieces and enraging Toriyama once more. Tenten evaded the man's counterattack, this time trying to fade out of sight before he punched her in the face. So he could use Shunpo after all. Naruto wondered. It's really slow though. She morphed the extremely long blade into a whip with several hooked points, and then used the whip to once again change her battle style. She cracked the weapon at the man's neck, pricking the skin and forcing Akira to cry out, grab the whip, and yank her towards him. She let the whip melt away in his fingertips, knowing that she would have baited him. The melted goo formed around the empty hilt in her hand, before becoming a pure, rectangular warhammer almost larger than him. She enhanced it with her Reiatsu, giving it a green aura, before slamming it down on the man's head, the weight enough to probably take down an elephant. The ensuing dust cloud obscured her vision of him for a moment, and she took several deep breaths trying to calm down and let herself catch a break. She transformed her giant war hammer back into a sword, forming around the hilt much more slowly than before. She was nearly out of Raryoku, her energy spent doing all the zipping around. She once again wished that she had Naruto's natural endurance and stamina. The man bellowed suddenly, shot out of the dust cloud, grabbed the girl around the middle, and shoved her against the ground unnecessary force. She was so damned exhausted that she could not even try to put up a decent fight, and she lost consciousness so fast that she did not stand a chance. Her zanpakuto glowed green a moment before flickering back into the sealed state. But even though it was over, and even though several Shinigami flooded the field the moment they knew it was over, Toriyama did not let her go, squeezing so hard that Naruto was afraid something was going to happen to her. He felt like crying out, flexing his killing intent toward Toriyama, who was only somewhat affected. "Stop it," he yelled, and the crowd was going nuts. The guy was berserk with rage, obviously upset at his Asachi being broken and being so humiliatingly defeated so many times. Naruto couldn't take it anymore, so he stood against his better wishes, against the pain of his stomach, and began to chant a high-level bakuto in the hopes that he could save her. He had never attempted a spell this high, but as he began the incantation, he felt like it would work. Bakuto number 6. Something flared on the edge of everyone's spiritual radar, an intense pressure too powerful that Toriyama literally dropped to his knees and then fell unconscious, releasing Tenten's own knocked-out body in the process. In a dash of Shunpo, a woman with a singular braid of black hair stretching down her front, wearing a captain's white haori appeared. Captain Unohana released Minazuki without a single word. Naruto was shocked to see Unohana's Shikai in full form so close. It looked like a giant pale green stingray, and it literally scooped Tenten into its mouth without further ado. "Do not worry," she said with a calm expression that was so forcefully kind that it was literally unsettling. "She will be fine, I will see to that." She turned to the other members of the medical unit. "Take care of Akira Toriyama as well. I destroyed his soul sleep and booster with my Reiatsu. He was so powerful that he was a liability, a possibly dangerous force if not dealt with. If anyone should see retribution from the Central 46 for these matters, I shall take full responsibility." And with that, she disappeared, her zanpakuto vanishing from sight with her, Tenten in its maw. What just happened? Asked Naruto, confused. Did she eliminate his Raryoku? Sakura nodded, stunned and in awe. She nerfed him completely with only her presence. No one could concentrate on the battle that had just decided the finals completely. The crowd was in a state of shock truthfully. Tenten had been put out of commission, Akira no longer had any spiritual powers to speak of, and there was no one left to fight the noble in the finals. There was a whole ceremony after things calmed down to declare the victor, but Naruto and his friends did not even stay. He, Shikamaru, Samui, and Sakura found the nurse from Squad 4 who had treated his wounds at the relief tent. The nurse seemed to already know what was happening, and without warning, Lieutenant Katetsu appeared. She smiled brightly, her lavender hair short and vibrant. I thought you'd show up. The captain wished for me to escort you to the hospital in our barracks. If you will hurry, we'll try to get there as soon as possible. The day of graduation was finally there. Things had calmed down considerably for everyone once Tenten got out of the hospital. 2 years later, and no major events to report had occurred since. Naruto was just glad that it was almost time for him to graduate, but he wished he had a say in what squad he joined. He knew he did not wish to join the Stealth Force or the Kido Corps, but the 13 court guard squads had to decide where each graduate goes. Naruto was dressed in his most pressed uniform, glad that he would not have to wear the uniform after today. He had gotten quite tired of the same old thing for 6 years, and he knew it was time for a change. He chose to not wear his usual headband to graduation, even though it would be a good moment to do so. He wanted to be respectful of the honor he was receiving. Sakura, Shikamaru, Samui, and Tenten were all gathered in their positions. Tenten gave him a happy look, and Naruto knew deep down that she had never gotten quite used to not having a left arm. They had had to amputate it to save it, but Hana had tried her best. Naruto joined the 4 of them in line, looking out over the crowd gathered around the auditorium. He spotted the signature silver hair, and he smiled brightly. Both Hinamori and Hitsugaya were there. He waved at them and they waved back, glad to see him, although Toshiro was considerably less so, at least outwardly. The 6th seat of Squad 10 still held many brat-like qualities that caused Naruto a lot of annoyance overall. Squad 1 Lieutenant Sasaki ended up performing the ceremony, much like 5 years ago at Momo and Toshiro's graduation. He greeted them, gave a speech about all the 13 court guard squad officers who were present. Some of them Naruto recognized, but there were others he had not met or heard of. Once the festivities actually began, the line started to move up. He was nervous to hear of his squad placement and the people he might be working with forever. If it was someone that he did not like, what would he do? Apply for a transfer. He thought from his academy studies that there was a process for that, but he could not remember the exact steps to do that. So it was irrelevant to him. Samui, of Squad 9. Naruto and the others cheered as the blonde-headed girl walked up onto stage and received her diploma, bowed to them, and then headed back to her seat. More names were called, Naruto getting more and more anxious for the right squad. Sakura Haruno, of Squad 4. That made sense. She was best at healing, but she had some offensive capabilities too that Naruto could not shake a finger at. The pink-haired Shinigami walked toward the stage, took her diploma from the lieutenant, and then bowed to him and everyone else, before retaking her seat. Shikamaru Nara, of Squad 8. He thought about it and then shrugged, glad that he had not gotten something he had not wanted. He too received his diploma and returned to his seat. Tamari, of Squad 3. The dirty blonde woman headed up the stairs and then back down again, diploma in hand. More names were called, including Ayako Sato, who ended up in Squad 7. Tenten, of Squad 11. Naruto pondered that for a moment, thinking that her base skills were essentially strictly swordplay, but was her Shikai ability not a Kido ability? He wondered for several more minutes before realizing that it did not matter much to them. She had a weapon, she was good at using it, and it did not have a super powerful ability. It literally could just turn into several different weapons, controlling the volume, density, and mass of each weapon. He could see why the fabled, most powerful combat division wanted her attention. The one-armed girl bowed, took the diploma, and gladly accepted the offer, heading back to her seat in happiness. She would get to fight to her heart's content, whenever a threat came up. Whether or not that was good remained to be seen, but she could be excited about it. And she would let nothing interfere with that, not even her own disability. Finally, Naruto was certain it was about to be his turn. Naruto Uzumaki, of Squad 13. He walked up on autopilot, his mind automatically going through every detail he could remember about it. Captain was Jashiro Yukitaki, Lieutenant was Kyan Shiba. Hinamori knew someone from there named Rukia Kuchiki, because they had been in the same year of the academy. That was all he could think of right now, but he was certain that if gave himself a more calm moment than walking up the stage to get his diploma, he could probably remember more details about it. The Squad 1 lieutenant handed him his diploma, the paper feeling very, very good in his fingertips. He took a deep breath, thinking really hard about everything he had been through. Waking up in Hokkaido so long ago, no knowing where and only having a first name to go by. Now he had a makeshift clan name, courtesy of his zanpakuto, but he still had no memory of his past life. He had met very many good friends, had passed with good grades, and had achieved his zanpakuto's Shikai. He was more than happy with his squad placement, and he was certain that all of his other friends felt good about their placements as well. He bowed to the lieutenant, looking at the ornately decorated diploma once more, before turning to scan the crowd as he walked off stage. His eyes first scanned over to Shiro's, and the boy just smiled in amusement, probably over the funny look on his face if he had to guess. And then he found Momo. She was crying, watching him graduate and glad that she had jump-started his journey to this point, even if it had taken him a while to start that journey. Now, he was here, at this moment, about to step out into the world of the Shinigami. And he could not be more proud of his friends, his family, and himself. He took the final step off of stage. Is it time? The scream tore into the night, the sound of blood dripping the only other noise. A bright blue and green light was emitted from the body, then soaked into the sword like the very soul was stolen. The man knew that was not far from the truth. The empty husk of a Shinigami was lying against a tree, the zanpakuto only inches away from reach. The man unremorsefully pulled the giant sword from the death god, the glow continuing lightly even after it was finished. You're the wrong person to be asking about time, Guriko, the man said with a slight chuckle, resting the flat of the sword against his shoulder. Of course it's time. He turned to see the dark-skinned 12-year-old girl, staring at the Shinigami with a disgusted look on her face. The man knew she obviously did not want to be here, did not want to be doing this, but the power was too tempting to ignore. The sword began to shine with green light again, and he moved in one motion and slashed through both of his two companions. The girl still flinched as his sword made nigh intangible contact with her body, leaving behind a rush of power that made her feel more complete, more alive than ever before. It was like an addicting drug, and even though she did not like the situation, she could not say no. She could not avoid its beckoning call. Jackie, you know you're needed, don't you? Asked the man. The girl looked at him in confusion. Yes, my loyalty is with you, Ginjo. Good, the man, Ginjo, said with a sadistic smile. She may have only been very young, but she was powerful. Very powerful. When it came to pure force, she had the potential to be nearly unstoppable. Guriko, the middle-aged man with an eye patch, checked his pocket watch yet again. Kugo turned to him, eyeing the man as he checked the focus of his powers almost obsessively. Is there something wrong? The man shook his head. No, Kugo, everything will be ready when the time comes. It always is, whether we wish it or not. Have you made the contract yet? Yes, the contract has been prepared, the energy needed to activate it has been provided. It will go into effect the moment that the Senkaimon opens. Jackie was confused a little bit about the specifics of their plan, about what that would actually do. Are you sure they'll come? Kugo nodded, running his hand over his shihakusho. Yes. They'll come. I worked with them for years. I know their inner workings like the back of my hand, despite never working on one of their squads directly. He gestured to the dead body of the Shinigami, which had slowly began to disappear into tiny particles of reishi, flaking off with a glimmer of blue light. It's only a matter of time before they appear. I suspect they know it is me, they'll be monitoring me now. He removed the badge from the guard of his sword, pointing to it. Won't be long now. Jackie nodded, understanding. She wished that she did not have to be here, but the idea of testing this new power of hers, beyond the training she had been getting from Kugo himself, was enticing. It was something that she could not ignore anymore. She had to know just how powerful that she was. In fact, they all did. They all wanted to know how powerful they were. And how powerful they could become. The blonde-headed Shinigami shook himself out of his trance, staring blankly at the desk in front of him. It seemed foreign to him, even after all this time. He even had a nameplate running along the side of the desk, the kanji for his name stretching across it. Fourth seat Naruto Uzumaki. It felt good to be so high up on the totem pole. The paperwork sucked, but he didn't let that bother him. Especially when he had both Kion and Sentaro practically following him around like lost puppy dogs, doing exactly what he said. He had asked them several times why they felt the need to do all this for him, but the two sixth-seat officers seemed to just need to do his work for him. Who was he to argue? If they wanted to impress the captain, he figured why not let them take some of the load off of him. Uzumaki, a voice said, getting his attention. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Sentaro headed into the room, carrying a stack of reports from various missions, including Squad 13's financial records for the past 2 months. I have the paperwork you ordered. I didn't order you to do it, he corrected. You took it upon yourself. He took the stack from the older man, who gladly smiled. You'll put in a good word for Captain Yukitaki, right? The blonde smiled. Of course, I always do, Katsubaki. Naruto was not sure if he was being completely honest, but he let the more impressionable Shinigami think that he was. Just then, Kion popped her head into the room, her own arm filled with files. Oh, here you go, sir. She glared at the other man. You beat me, didn't you? Naruto took the files from her, a few reports from some unseated Shinigami stationed in the world of the living. It's not a competition, Kion. You both know that. All of their superiors had been saying that to them for years, but they both seemed to be after Captain Yukitaki's approval so much that it went in one ear and out the other. Of course I beat you. I always do things faster than you. Yeah, at half the quality. Yeah, right, I had more paperwork than you, and I still finished faster. I think you just proved my point. Shut up. The two bickering Shinigami disappeared from Naruto's cubicle, still yelling at each other as they passed. I'm surprised that they haven't destroyed half the property by now. He looked up to see third seat Miyako Shiba standing above him, her soft black hair always in the right place. Standing beside her was the short black-haired Rukia Kuchiki, Miyako's personal shadow. They never stop. No matter how much time goes by, they are always in some stupid competition. The woman laughed. You're right there, but is it wrong to try to win your superior's favor? He shrugged. I don't know if it's wrong, but when they are so close in strength and work ethic, you'd think they'd have given up by now. Or fought to see who was really better. Hell, with our luck, they'd tie, Miyako said with a chuckle. Naruto and Rukia both joined her. Do you have anything to turn in? He turned over some of the reports that he'd been working on, her taking them off his hands. Any missions? Naruto was always ready to head out and do some scouting in the Rukongai and the world of the living. The idea of sitting around at a desk all the time not too fun. He liked to be proactive, or at least, more physically proactive. I don't think so, Miyako said, thinking it over. She looked to Rukia. Have you heard of anything? The young Kuchiki shook her head. No I don't think so. Naruto cursed. Crap, I'm getting a little bit bored around here. Be careful what you wish for, Miyako said, laughing as she walked away, Rukia at her heels. The blonde only had a few more minutes before he was off of office duty, so he waited it out patiently, absently flipping through some notes he had written. He looked around, wondering if Kion was here somewhere. Maybe he or even the captain himself had a mission that Naruto could do. The lieutenant was nowhere to be seen, so Naruto started a quick search for the Shiba's Reiatsu. He frowned when he realized that Kion was out of range, probably either on the other side of the Seraiti or on a mission of his own outside of the city. That sucks, he muttered. Naruto turned on his heels and headed toward the captain's quarters, Yukitaki on one of his 6 spells. Every few days, Yukitaki was bedridden, unable to perform his duties so Kion often had to take over. Naruto at least knew where to find the captain though. Uzumaki, it's good to see you, the white-haired man said as the blonde bowed to him from outside the doors. Come on in. You sure you feel up for it? He asked, not wanting to stress his superior's health. Of course. Naruto pushed the sliding door open, closing it as he entered. Is there something that you needed? Not me specifically, no, he muttered. I was just wondering if you had heard anything about a mission or something big going on. A really challenging scouting trip or maybe a dangerous hollow. Yukitake tapped his lip, wondering for a moment. No, I do not think so. We have sever. Just then, the two of them suddenly turned to the outside, a familiar Reiatsu pinging on their radars. A black and red butterfly flew into the room from the open window, heading straight for Yukitake. Naruto curiously studied his captain's expression, watching it change from curiosity to shock. The stress of the mysterious message, whatever it was enough to set off Yukitake's illness. He coughed loudly, hard enough that a very subtle amount of spiritual pressure vibrated through the soles of Naruto's sandals. Captain, he shouted, hurrying over to comfort him. What's wrong? The man coughed again, this time into a tissue that Naruto offered him. The contrast of red against the white material was not unusual, but it always worried everyone in Squad 13 to see it. The butterfly fluttered around their heads, and Naruto wished he could hear the message himself that was obviously enough to make a captain stressed. The hell butterflies were very person-specific on the details they spread. Something from Squad 12, he muttered, coughing again into another tissue. Naruto rubbed the man's back comfortingly. They found him. Found who? Who did Squad 12 find? Fifth Seat Hinamori noticed the disturbance, feeling the unique energy of the hell butterfly approaching. She would normally think that it was not a huge deal, but the pressure from it seemed drastic. Thick, very serious, almost grave. Momo decided she had to know what it was, so she hurried down the hall of the barracks, hoping to find him in the office. The brown-haired captain had a look of surprise on his face, his eyes widening beneath the rims of his glasses. Captain Aizen, is something wrong? She asked, as the hell butterfly retreated through the window. The man pondered it for a moment, and she could not predict the man's thought pattern. His kind eyes were almost worried, and he turned to his fifth seat. It seems that the SRDI has located someone that has been avoiding us for far too long. It should not be a problem to deal with him, so I sent a response. I'm sending you to deal with this. She furrowed her brow. Me? What about Lieutenant? Currently indisposed, and the others as well, the man said with a smile, putting his hand on her shoulder. She instinctively tensed, before remembering who it was and relaxing. If her captain noticed, he paid it no mind. Squad 10 and Squad 13 are putting together their own response teams, led by Lieutenant Hitsugaya. Squad 12 suspects that the murder suspect we've been chasing for far too long now has finally come to light. They found him. How do they know he was connected to the murder from so long ago? Asked Hinamori, confused. Who is he anyway? The captain looked at her with a small, sincere smile. It seemed noticeably grim, and she wondered if she could cheer him up somehow. Kugo Ginjo is a human that we once trusted. He was caught trying to take another's power for his own, but he managed to get away and went into hiding. I've suspected that he was involved with these murders, because the crime seemed to fit his first altercation. Momo looked at him quizzically. Human? How does a human get involved with this spiritual business? I don't understand. How is not important, Momo? What's important is that this man is going to kill again, and again, and again, if he is not stopped, Aizen said, serious enough that it worried Momo. It was not like him to be so worked up. Why was he letting this Ginjo man get under his skin? Was he personally affected by one of the deaths that Ginjo had caused? Was he angry? Was he scared? Scared? Captain Aizen, Momo wondered. He can't be scared of a human. Can he? Someone ruffled his hair, and a vein bulged in his head as he crossed his arms. He opened his mouth to retort the coming insult, before it even arrived, but he was too late. Hey, shorty, how's it going? He frowned even harder than before. He gulped, not letting the anger show on his face. Captain Shiba, the thinly bearded man turned to him and said, why'd you gotta be so formal all the time? You're a little boy. Little boys aren't supposed to be uptight. You should run along and play. Toshiro rolled his eyes to Isshin Shiba's eccentricities, but maintained his cool. The man was his superior after all. What did you want, Captain? I'm busy preparing to go after the potential murder suspect. Isshin nodded, brightly smiling. His thumb fingered the blood-colored hilt of his zanpakuto, Engetsu. Ah, yeah, I remember. His face turned from playful to serious in less than a second, but the silver-haired lieutenant was used to the captain's mood changes by now. Be careful out there. The man you're going after, if we are correct, is powerful. Maybe more than a lieutenant can handle, but the others do not think so. I would go with you myself, for that very reason, but Head Captain Yamamoto has forbidden any captains from pursuing the assailant. Why? If captain-level strength is necessary, then shouldn't. Isshin shook his head. Check your report again, Hitsugaya. The fundamental aspects of Kugo's strange abilities are documented pretty well there. Squad 12 Captain Kuretsuchi has theorized that the man's ability is not unlike a Quincy. Toshiro's eyes widened. How could he have missed that information? He flipped through the report on his desk, scanning the lengthy paragraphs and bits of evidence pointing to Kugo's involvement. Oh, so this unique human ability that he possessed, even before receiving Shinigami powers, allows him to absorb the abilities of Shinigami, transferring them to himself. He paused, looking at the captain with realization. Of course, the Seraiti cannot afford sending a captain in the event that Kugo can steal their power. You got it. His potential is what makes him lieutenant level, not his actual abilities. Isshin ruffled Toshiro's hair again, and the boy's fists clenched in utter annoyance. Would you cut that out? Ah, does the little boy need a nap? Toshiro turned to see the newcomer, the curvy blonde woman walking into the room. Shut up, Matsumoto. Isshin laughed as the two of them continued to bicker, the layabout third seat a tad bit drunk from her frequent drinking of sake. No need to worry about this mission, Toshiro. I promise that everything will turn out okay. The boy was surprised a little about how sincere he sounded, and he could only nod, more assuredly now. The joint mission of Squad 10 and Squad 13 met at a certain point near the western gate into Rukongai, ready to head to the world of the living. The Reiatsu signature of this mysterious Kugo had not changed positions, so they were certain they could theoretically activate a Senkaimon near where the coordinates were located. The SRDI was monitoring the situation very closely, ready to inform them of any changes if need be. Naruto, and the contingent of 6 unseated Squad 10 members under his command, arrived only a few moments late. Still, Toshiro had to tease him about being late, and Naruto could only scowl. Squad 10 was only sending 3, not including Toshiro. Naruto could not tell what seat they were from here, but he imagined that they might have been unseated, judging by the feel of their Reiatsu. Naruto wondered why the orders were to send so many people up against one guy, but he could only question orders occasionally. He'd leave decisions like this up to the tactical-minded guys, like Shikamaru. He was pleasantly surprised, however, when he noticed Momo was among the group heading to the world of the living, but there were no members of Squad 5 with her. Hey, Momo, Naruto greeted, grinning. The woman smiled. Hello, Naruto. I was hoping to see you here. I knew Lilishiro was leading the mission, but I was not sure if you were coming along with Squad 10. Why are you here anyway? He asked, curious. Toshiro joined them. Good question. Did Captain Aizen send you? She nodded. Yes, my captain thought it best if I tagged along. Why did he not send some backup from Squad 5 too? Asked Naruto. He thought a smaller force would be better, she explained, knowing a little of the particulars of Kugo's abilities. We should probably get moving though, right? Toshiro nodded, heading to the front of the assembled group. Naruto stood in front of the members of Squad 10, crossing his arms to mentally prepare himself for the fight. He thought it was weird that he was chosen to lead. It was not the first time, but this mission seemed to have a different feel than the other missions he has led in the past. More dangerous somehow. He thought back to his conversation with Yukitaki earlier and wondered if it was smart to wish for a break in the tedium. He supposed he got what he wished. All right, we'll be heading through the Senkaimon in just a moment, Lieutenant Hitsugaya began. But first, we need to go over some quick details. Avoid contact with the enemy's blade, at all costs. If he stabs you, you'll die. And your death will only serve to make him stronger, making it harder for the rest of us. His frank and to-the-point leadership skills were a little unsettling to some of the others here, more so for Squad 13 than his own squad. Naruto looked to Hinamori, standing at his side. That was cold. No kidding, she muttered. Toshiro made a few last remarks wishing them all luck, before drawing Hiranmara and twisting it in the air. Senkaimon, open. The shining paneled doors appeared, before sliding open and revealing a bright white expanse beyond. Naruto took a last-minute readying breath, before pressing forward with the rest of the team. Kugo felt the disturbance in the air above the swamp the moment that it happened, and he smiled. The Senkaimon began to materialize, and he snapped a look at Gariko. The man nodded, the pocket watch in his palm beginning to glow with bright green light. Numbers made of that same bright light emanated from it as the contract activated, surrounding the Senkaimon. There was a bright flash of light as the entire entrance was sealed and held open from Gariko's fullbring. Kugo smiled, however, when the secondary effect initiated, blocking those with considerably more power. 9 Shinigami spilled from the opening, the green barrier-like energy disorienting them. However, there were 3 more Shinigami locked inside the Senkaimon, and a blonde boy hit the green energy with his fists, unable to pass through. Kugo knew they were rank-and-file Shinigami, fodder for guys like him. Jackie was on edge, her powers not activated but her boots submerged in the muck of the swamp. Kugo wanted to send the young girl a reassuring smirk, but by this point, the Shinigami on this side of the sealed Senkaimon had recovered from their surprise. Ginjo did not even give them time to attack. He rushed them, holding his large blade and slashing through 3 enemies on the first strike. Green energy ebbed and flowed from the blade, absorbing power from each wound he inflicted. The 6 that remained tried to regroup, making a circle to cover all angles. Kugo heard orders from the inside of the portal to the other side, but they were useless tactics. He was far beyond the league of these Shinigami. He used Bringer Light to flash through the misshapen circle, cutting into the shoulder of one enemy, stabbing through the stomach of another, and completely bifurcating a third. The last 3 were so shocked as the blood from their friends and allies mixed with the murky swamp, tainting it with crimson red. One of them fired a Kido he didn't recognize, trying to hit him with a bubble of green fire. He powered through it with one swing of his cross of scaffold, the energy spinning outward and hitting the Shinigami's last 2 allies. He stabbed through them both in a burst of speed, his entire body glowing with emerald energy by this point. He smirked at the last one, the Kido user. He chanted another spell, using the full incantation and trying to overwhelm him with power. That's not going to work on me. He forced all of his spiritual pressure in front of him, forming a bubble of protective force that completely neutralized the Sokatsui, enveloping the birch tree behind him in blue fire. Kugo blasted forward, snapping the last enemy's neck with the flat of his blade. He stopped, took a deep breath at the carnage around him and relished in the energy flowing within him. The power was incredible, a huge dosage of combined energy from all 9 unseated Shinigami. He almost did not want to share it, but he walked calmly up to both of his allies and stabbed through them too, this time pushing the excess power into them. Gariko was almost brimming with visible power, some of it running through his hands and the pocket watch. It was an amazing feeling. Completely incredible. You think you could have ended them a bit quicker. I only have so much more time before the Senkaimon seal bursts. I could use a breather before the next fight, you know. Kugo rolled his eyes. The contract was for 6 minutes. We've still got well over that. Naruto slashed at the closed opening with his zanpakuto, cursing and his blood boiling. How could one man do this carnage? This was awful. Murderous bastard. He attacked the green force field covering the exit once more, trying to avenge the lives of his men. Momo was in shock, tears rolling down her face. She had never witnessed this before. She had never seen anything like it, and it scared him. Was this why Aizen seemed so scared earlier? She wondered. God damn it, Toshiro said, his usually calm exterior breaking at the thought of that much death and destruction. His mission was falling apart at the seams, his men were dead, Naruto's men were dead, and these guys were even more powerful than before. Toshiro did not think he had enough power to deal with this man, but a combined assault from he, Naruto and Momo might could end him. The blonde screeched, his mind only on one thing: get through that damn wall. He began to chant, his words echoing as he began the Kido. Ye Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31, Shakuho. The full-powered Kido blasted against the green-sealed entrance, the pure force causing it to stretch almost like a ball hitting a piece of rubber. When the force of the red and white fireball did not dissipate upon hitting it, Naruto's eyes widened. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. A barrier of condensed reiatsu, shaped almost like a spinning fan of white light, generated from the center of his two palms. It blocked the major force of the impact and shoved the three Shinigami backward from just the extra force. You idiot, Toshiro said when everything had dissipated, uncovering his face. Hey, how was I supposed to know that the Kido would be reflected? I don't know, but assessing the situation would have been a good thing to do instead of blowing us up. Well, while you were sitting there doing nothing, assessing the situation, I was trying to help our friends. Who are now dead, Naruto shouted back. Toshiro had leveled a reply in his mind, but Momo shook her head. Stop fighting, let's think about what to do. She could not stand it when she saw her two closest friends arguing in a situation like this. They did not have much time to think. The green seal suddenly broke away, and Naruto was the first to notice. Impulsively, he shunpoed forward, wakizashi in hand. Toshiro did not even have time to tell him not to go, and he and Momo both followed him. Kugo blocked Naruto's strike with the flat of his blade. Interesting. You were a step up from the others, very strong. Why did you do this, you bastard? He shouted, unlocking their weapons and then swinging again, but Kugo impossibly moved his huge sword to block it. Power, he muttered, as though it were obvious. Revenge. I'll show you revenge, he shouted, using Shunpo to try to flash around the man and take him out in one hit, but the man vanished using Bringer Light and dodged the strike. He cursed, his mind immediately turning to Kido. He was not sure if it would work, based on the prior performance of the unseated Squad 10 member, but he began the spell nonetheless. Hado number 63, Reikoho. Yellow energy sparked in his palm, gathered into a great sphere, and then fired in the next instant, a giant thunderbolt shooting parallel to the earth. Kugo did not power through it this time, evading the strike by shooting his body to the sky, green light marking his path. The powerful spell cut a swath through the forest around the swamp, probably going almost 300 yards before stopping. Momo saw the opportunity Naruto's strike provided, preparing to launch a specific dual Kido to try to capture and then eradicate Ginjo. She prepared the chant, but as she did, something flashed in her peripheral vision and she instinctively flash-stepped backwards. The dark-skinned teenager had kicked at her, enough oppressive force that it might have completely destroyed her if she had not moved from the position. Jackie touched down, her clothing having changed upon activation of her powers. The most prominent changes were her large, mid-thigh-length black boots, covered in the mud of the swamp. A white scarf-like bandana extended from the cap on her forehead. The young girl sped forward again, but Momo was more prepared. She drew her zanpakuto and threw it up to block, thankfully knocking the powerful kick away with the help of her reiatsu. Who are you? Why are you with this dangerous man? The Fullbringer did not answer Momo's question, instead flashing forward with another burst of speed and kneeing Hinamori in the stomach. She coughed as she was shot backward, doubling over from the impact. Momo! Toshiro yelled, drawing his zanpakuto and shooting in the sky toward her. However, he felt a mysterious energy attack shooting for him, and he only barely dodged the green number 4 shooting toward him like an arrow. It exploded against a tree, instantly incinerating it in bright green flames. Guriko, the source of the numerical attack, stood before him, several numbers hovering around his body, circling him and daring him to attack. Tell me who you are, Toshiro shouted, gripping his sword with both arms. My name is Guriko Kutsuzawa, the man said amiably. Might I ask who you are? Toshiro Hitsugaya, lieutenant of Squad 10. The silver-haired Shinigami sped towards his opponent, readying himself for whatever kind of attack this man could use. The number 1 fluctuated in the air, and Toshiro tightened the grip on his blade. He swung, but the number 1 suddenly lengthened, hitting his sword and halting it for exactly 1 second. Guriko used bringer light to flash out of the way, and Toshiro's attack continued just after that. You froze my attack. Guriko could only smirk, the numbers still flowing around him. Inhibited it. My abilities allow me to make certain timers, allowing me to impede your attack. Among other things, of course. Toshiro leapt into the air, dodging a numerical attack from a number 7 that behaved strangely like a boomerang. He threw up his blade and blocked the reverse attack, catching the shining green energy on it and swinging it back at Guriko. The man dodged it easily, the attack exploding on the surface of the swampy ground with the force of a small grenade. Feeling Toshiro and Momo's spiritual pressures fluctuating, Naruto clashed with Kugo's sword once more, the two of them trying to push off one another and get the upper hand. Kugo's sheer force was terrifyingly strong, enough that Naruto was having considerable trouble. He wondered if he would have had as much trouble before Kugo powered himself up with the low-ranked members of their team. You're not going to possibly win, Ginjo muttered, the two of them glaring at each other before flashing and clashing again, neither able to create an opening. I'll get through your guard and kill you. He paused in his speech a moment. No, I think I'll keep you alive and kill the girl first. Force you to watch as the life is drained from her body. How does that sound? Naruto's anger bubbled over, the idea of this man touching a single hair on Hinamori's scalp disgusting. The blonde already wanted to rush over and help Momo in her fight, but after the initial trouble, she seemed to be doing much better. You're not going to touch her, he muttered. Take root and sprout, Kusaritain. His Reiatsu flooded the area, getting everyone's attention for a brief moment. His wakizashi transformed into the Shikai state, his powers feeling very alive and very open. He did not have to hold back against this man, and he would do everything in his power to ensure that he destroyed him utterly for everything that he had done. He raised the arm launcher, extending the chain as quickly as possible with a mental command. Kugo's eyes widened as the dagger headed straight for him, and he used bringer light to try to get out of its range. Naruto smirked, flicking his arm up and changing the chain's direction. The weapon snagged on the man's ankle, and Naruto forced the weapon to stop extending and retract. Kugo's enhanced speed proved to be a disadvantage, his entire body hitting the bottom of the swamp with an impact that nearly created a tidal wave of mud. He did not stop there, his anger flooding his entire being. He snaked the chained dagger back to him, dragging Kugo's still recovering body along the ground as he did. Ginjo twisted his upper body, swinging his sword horizontally in Naruto's direction. The Shinigami's eyes widened, and he used Shunpo to get out of the way, releasing his chain in the same instant and returning it to the arm bracer. Kugo stood, rubbing his mouth and spitting onto the ground. He took something from his coat pocket, a strange five-sided object. Naruto could not see all the details, but Kugo placed it on the guard of his huge blade and energy poured from it. Instantly, Kugo was enveloped in light until his street clothing changed into the uniform of a Shinigami. A black, standard Shihakusho. His sword did not change, but the Reiatsu pouring from his body frightened Naruto enough that he had to be ready. You're not the only one with a Shikai, the man muttered, instantly confusing the Shinigami. Mine is not exactly the same formula, but here it is. What? I don't understand, Naruto said, before deciding that he just did not care. He swung his right arm, releasing the chained dagger once more at a very fast speed. Toshiro had sensed Naruto's Shikai and a similar discharge of Reiatsu from the enemy, and he cursed at the possibility of Naruto being outmatched. He made a quick dodge, spinning out of the way of a spinning number 5 and then using Ho-Ho to enhance his movements. He dashed toward the enemy, his sword in tow. Guriko did not show any emotion, raising his arm in defense. The numbers swirled around him, and Toshiro had learned enough about the man's time defense to know the inner workings. He decided on a strategy that might work. He raised his hand and fired an incantation-less Shakuho. The blast was powerful and Guriko's number 3 flew in front and created another timer. Toshiro did not stop, however, realizing that the Kido would have been the target of his immobilizing timers, since they were not connected to him. Toshiro sped to the side, moving fast enough into Guriko's right side where he had his blind spot and fired another Shakuho. The number 4 moved to intercept, and Guriko held both Kido in an immobilized state, preparing to get out of the way. Toshiro knew it. He instantly fired several more shots from several angles, numbers flying and stopping every strike with various different timed freezes. When he was certain that the 12th one was in place, he instantly called on his zanpakuto. Reign over the frosted heavens, Hiranmara. His sword changed shape, growing in length and gaining a chain with a crescent-shaped pendant along the end of the hilt, not unlike Naruto's. He swung the sword downward, calling on its hidden power and releasing the avatar of his zanpakuto, a dragon made of ice. It snaked through the air rapidly, smashing against the area where Gariko should have stood. When it finally faded, Toshiro landed and saw that his work had succeeded. "How's that for a time freeze?" Toshiro said under his breath, the Fullbringer completely encased in ice and the Kido faded inside. In his own way, he wished that Matsumoto were here. She could have made fun of him for saying that stupid, corny line. Momo blocked another high-speed leg with the flat of her blade, before knocking the girl away once more. "The more you knock me down, the more powerful I will become," Jackie yelled, emerging from the mud, her boots covered completely. She raced forward again. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. The spiraling shield of energy appeared before her, blocking the strike, but the force still sent Hinamori backwards into a tree. Her shoulder hit painfully against the bark, and she nearly dropped her sword from the impact. Jackie made to move again, but Momo jumped into the air with Shunpo at the last second. Jackie's ensuing kick snapped the entire oak tree down, before she followed into the air after her. Snap! Tobiame! Her sword changed shape with a flash of red light, instantly becoming like a silver-pronged branch of a tree. Jackie's shock spread across her face as she continued her ascent, but Hinamori was past the point of having reservations. These bastards had killed her allies, and she was not going to stand for it. She screamed the name of her zanpakuto. A red flame gathered at the end of her sword. She swung it quickly, the fireball diving toward the enemy like a comet of destruction. Jackie spun through the air, rehearsing the move in her mind before actually making it. Her foot hit the fireball, her spiritual pressure expanding outward and redirecting the fiery attack toward her opponent. Momo absorbed the blast with her sword, before firing another blast. She dropped to the ground quickly, shunpoing across the swampy water, and firing another attack at the exposed back of her enemy. Jackie's eyes widened, but she quickly kicked outwards with both feet, a mid-air split. The two comets were knocked backwards, only the base of her boots being harmed by the fire. "Keep sending the heat all you want," she said. "My dirty boots will keep getting stronger, each time I kick your attacks out of the way." Momo suddenly snapped her fingers. A yellow spark flew from her fingertips, spreading quickly to the sky and surrounding the enemy. Instantly, the area around the Fullbringer exploded with a bright white light, smoke filling the sky and a shockwave flooding the area. Jackie fell through the smoke cloud and to the ground, unconscious and burned badly. Momo took a deep breath, glad that the fight was over. She had used a lot of Reiatsu setting up her dual Kido as silently as possible, and if she had been fighting against someone more experienced, they might have seen through her masked chanting. She turned her eyes to the sky, watching as Kugo and Naruto continued their battle. She thought very hard about joining them, but from the feel of their Reiatsu, she was not sure she was on par with either of them, Shikai or no. She felt rather helpless. Ginjo raised his sword and blocked the dagger, the Reiatsu flowing from his supposedly human body in waves. The chain went slack, but Naruto knew what to do. He waved his right arm around in a circle, the dagger following his movements. The dagger spun, latching onto Kugo's sword and binding it completely. The wooden links looked almost like a vine, trying to hold the sword in place. Then Naruto yanked, and with one fluid motion, the sword went flying. He released it quickly, before spreading his influence over his zanpakuto once more and sending it at the weaponless enemy. Kugo cursed, evading the first strike easily. Naruto made the blade change directions in mid-air, circling around and stabbing into the man's shoulder. Kugo screeched, ripped himself free of it, and then headed right at Naruto with a twisted expression on his face. "Is this guy serious?" he wondered. The young Shinigami quickly moved out of the way, retracting his dagger. He threw up his left hand and chanted, "Bakudo number 62, Hyakuranken." A rod of violet-colored energy appeared in his left hand, and he hurled it like a spear. It split as it sped through the air, disintegrating into several thinner projectiles. Due to Kugo's straight charge at him, the Kido managed to hit its mark, hitting Kugo in several places and pinning him to the ground about 10 yards away. Naruto released the breath he was not even aware he was holding, watching the man with disgust and hatred. The bodies of the dead were all around them, floating in the muck of the swamp. Some had already begun to deteriorate into spirit particles, but most of them were dull and lifeless. Damn you! Kugo spat blood at the ground, his hands held in place by the long rods of energy. Blood poured around all the places where Naruto's Kido had hit him. You're pretty good. Thought I could rush you, since your chain takes a couple of seconds to retract. Weaponless? Asked Naruto incredulously. You're lucky I haven't killed you yet. Yet? Asked Kugo, confused. But then realization suddenly came to his mind. You know, I've seen you before. You were a little academy runt back then, took a piece of my uniform. So you're the bastard I thought I felt, he muttered. I should have chased after you back then and killed you. You wouldn't have had a chance to hurt me or any of my friends. You should take the chance you have now, Kugo began, making a slight gesture with his hand. Naruto did not notice the movement, but he felt a spiritual pressure emitting from his body. Too late. His mind reacted faster than his body. Kugo's giant sword telekinetically slashed through Naruto's hip, flying fast straight in Kugo's direction. A quick downward invisible slash freed Ginjo from Naruto's Kido, but the wounds were still prevalent all over his body. The blonde was not sure how Kugo managed, but the sadistic murdered stood up, holding the sword at his side. What the hell are you? Naruto asked, holding the cut on his leg with his left hand and his right arm held out defensively. The dagger glowed lightly with orange light, and Naruto knew it was time. I'm Kugo Ginjo, former substitute Shinigami of the Soul Society, the man declared, gesturing to the addition he had made to his sword earlier, right before he transformed into a Shinigami. I don't particularly care who you are. And right after your friends are dead, they won't be able to care either. Kugo flashed through the air, using a variant of Shunpo to vanish from sight. Naruto could do nothing fast enough to defend them, watching helplessly as the man sped toward Momo. No, he screamed, as the shining green sword swung downward. Naruto had to shield his eyes as smoke billowed from the clash he had not expected, not sure who or what was actually happening. He expelled his Reiatsu like a pulsing wind, pushing the smoke away to reveal that Toshiro had parried Kugo's strike, but there was a long gash running diagonally down his body from the effort. Toshiro! Naruto yelled, forcing himself to his feet. It is time. Defend your honor. Defend your friends. With the mental urging from Kusaratane, he raised his arm and immediately launched the dagger toward the enemy. Get out of the way. The orange energy in the dagger began to swirl, spinning faster and faster and faster until the three orbs began to look like spiraling vortexes. He made a spinning motion with his wrist, mentally commanding the blade to spin rapidly in place, until the entire area of the blade looked like an elongated mass of vibrant energy. Kugo only turned long enough to see Naruto's attack approach. Toshiro jumped away and fled from the area with Momo. Resentane. The attack collided with the enemy, hitting Kugo's chest. Naruto yanked and retracted the blade, but the energy stayed behind, embedded in Kugo's screaming body. It swirled rapidly, almost like a vortex, ripping away bone and muscle as though it were nothing. Tendrils of orange light spread from the sphere of energy in a spiral shape, cutting through his body almost like roots. Then it exploded, orange energy spiraling into the air for probably 15 feet, snaking and blooming like a sprouting seed. The sound seemed loud enough to attract anyone on the planet with a spiritually sensitive ear. Naruto had to shield his eyes from the bright orange and yellow light, still not used to the attack despite having learned it months ago. When it faded, the only thing left from the effort was Kugo's giant sword, sticking from the muck like a tombstone. The badge fell off of the sword, sinking into the swamp. He dropped to the ground, both physical and emotional exhaustion filling his mind and body. The wound on his hip was still bleeding, and he was very shoddy with healing Kido. He could not really concentrate on anything or anyone, his mind too wrapped up with what had actually happened. Had he killed a man? Killed a human? Ended a life? Kugo had ended 9 lives, several of them his friends and coworkers. But was it worth killing him? Something snapped his reverie, the appearance of someone at his side. He vaguely realized that it was Momo, but the image of Kugo's twisted face. His evil smirk, it would haunt him forever. Naruto, she exclaimed, touching the wound underneath the gap in his shihakusho. Naruto's Shikai vanished, resealing in a wakizashi and lying on the ground. He was too scattered to sheath it, the calming effect of her presence doing almost nothing. He wanted to ask how Toshiro was, how she was, if she was okay, but his exhaustion seemed to catch up to him, and his surroundings grew dark and faded entirely. And that was when he moved his castle into checkmate. "I've never beaten the kid once," exclaimed a familiar voice. The white-haired man palmed the device in his hand, not really listening to his closest friend's story. "You're thinking about Ginjo, aren't you?" Yukitake turned to see Kyoraku's concerned frown. The white-haired captain nodded. "I can't help it. I was the only reason he even had powers in the first place, and now he's gone. If he hadn't gotten so power-hungry, he never would have committed those crimes and he'd be alive again, out there somewhere. Jashiro, you know he had that Fullbring of his long before you came along," Shunsui said. "Literally before he was born." Yukitake gave him a deadpan look, and Shunsui conceded his point. "Yeah, I know what you mean. Our choices can't change, no matter how much we wish we could go back and change the past. I can think of plenty of things that I wish I could change." "You've never given an insane man with hollow-like powers the knowledge of the supernatural," Yukitake said with a grimace, coughing lightly. Shunsui peered at him with concern, but the old captain waved it off. "Maybe not, but I don't fret over the past. You're too lazy to do that." "Fair enough." The flamboyant captain chuckled. "Look, stop worrying about Ginjo and start worrying about your subordinates. They lost quite a few friends, and Uzumaki is still recuperating with Squad 4. You need to be there for them and stop fretting over what used to be. Think about what is and what will be, for the future of your squad." Yukitake nodded, knowing that his friend was hardly ever wrong. "You're right. How's Squad 10 handling it? Have you visited with them?" Shunsui shook his head. "I haven't heard anything, and you should know by now that I'll always come for you first." The man gave him a smile, causing Jashiro to laugh. "You want me to check on them?" Yukitake smiled, shaking his head. "No, that's all right. I'll check with Isshin later." Sakura closed the door to Naruto's room, looking up to see all of their friends in the waiting room. Shikamaru looked bored and ready to fall asleep. Samui was waiting rather patiently and calmly. Tenten was staring at the reflection of her sword as she slowly polished it, the movements of her recently repaired arm slightly shaky. Tamari had a partially annoyed expression on her face, and Sakura could only wonder why. She thought that Tamari had gotten over her grudge a long time ago. Toshiro's entire torso was bandaged and he looked like he would still be in pain, but Unohana had overseen his injuries herself. Momo was rocking herself back and forth, chewing on her fingernails impatiently. The pink-haired fourth seat watched everyone realize she had entered the waiting room, and they all headed right for her. 1,000 questions jumped out at her at once, and she had to rub the bridge of her nose and wave at them all to get them to calm down. "He's doing much better today than yesterday," explained Sakura. "He should be awake by the start of the funerals tomorrow." "Can we see him?" asked Momo. Sakura shook her head, yawning. "Not right now. The best thing for you guys to do is get some rest. Especially you, Lieutenant." The silver-haired Shinigami waved her comment off. Yeah, fourth seat." Sakura chuckled. "Well, I could always make sure that third seat Matsumoto knows you are supposed to be resting. I'm sure she can think of a few things to make you tired." Toshiro's eyes widened with shock, earning quite a few laughs from the others. "Even you, Haruno, are not that evil. I wouldn't test me." Slowly, one by one, they all left to return to their respective barracks. Momo was the only one who stayed with Sakura, who was supposed to do another check-up on him after another 2 hours. The medical specialist finally got up to do it, but Momo called out for her. "Sakura, I was wondering, could you let me visit with him while you're checking on him? I'll be very quiet and be out of your way, and I'll leave when you do. I promise." When she saw the sincere expression on Hinamori's face, Sakura could not resist. "All right, come on." The two girls sleepily headed into Naruto's sick bay, and Hinamori wanted to cry just seeing him like this. Sakura watched her, frowning at the emotions across her face, but she turned toward the unconscious blonde and started her checkup routine. Momo stood on the other side of the bed, watching the boy's unconscious form. The tears started to well, and fell without even meaning to. She was not even sure why she had started to cry. Naruto was going to be fine. But seeing him unconscious lying in a hospital bed really frightened her. She wished that he would wake up now, wished that she had confirmation that he would be okay. He had defended her, like he always had, and had ended up getting hurt. She thought back to the events of the mission. Thought of Ginjo murdering all of those Shinigami. Thought of the two people on the man's team, one of whom she had fought and defeated herself. She still did not know if the girl was okay, or if she had died like the other two. She looked up to meet Sakura's gaze. No one else on Squad 4 will tell me, but do you know if the girl I fought is okay? Did she recover? I don't really know why they are keeping it such a secret, but Squad 4 did heal her, right? Sakura leaned in closer to Momo. I'm not supposed to tell anyone this, but Lieutenant Katetsu herself healed the little girl to at least a stable level and dropped her off at the nearest human hospital. Azane erased her memories of the event and left, hurrying back here. Momo looked at her with confusion. Why did she not tell anyone? I don't get it. This girl was an enemy, Momo. And Squad 4 is not allowed to leave Soul Society without express Central 46 permission, Sakura explained. The captain helped her sneak away so that she could hopefully grant the girl a relatively normal life. That's a dumb rule, she muttered under her breath. What happens if someone is injured in a hollow attack and can't make it through a Senkaimon? Exactly, Sakura said. I've been trying to convince Unohana to let me organize an interdimensional relief team within the squad, but it's out of her hands. I'm not going to give up trying though. Hinamori nodded. That's good. Don't give up trying to do that. And thanks for letting me know. I won't tell anyone. Sakura nodded, before returning her attention to Naruto. I don't plan on giving up. I think it's too important. Momo agreed with her, her expression solemn as she watched Sakura apply healing Kido to the nearly healed wound on Naruto's hip. She watched the boy's peaceful face, pretending in her mind that he was only asleep. The moonlight streamed through the window, caressing the boy's cheek whiskers. The image made her smile. Damn it! The boy yelled, his short sword slashing through the air and catching the bird-like hollow on the wing. He parried the next strike from its talon, the attack dangerously close to hitting his neck. The hollow shouted a battle cry, swiping at him again. He twisted backwards with as much speed as he could, throwing himself away from the bladed feathers and the spear-like beak extending from the mask. It scowled, opening its maw and unleashing what could only be a sonic attack. He had to fight consciousness from the sheer pain of that, feeling one of his eardrums bursting from the effort. Uzumaki, a voice yelled, using the surname Naruto had gotten from his zanpakuto spirit. He didn't have time to look, the avian creature taking advantage and flying fast toward him. When the pain numbed enough, he brought up his sword and blocked the strike, the pure force of it flinging him back far enough that he slammed into the wall behind him, knocking out his breath. Why was he having this much trouble against the hollow? It wasn't like this one was particularly strong, at least not by the feel of its reiatsu. It is just the fact that it was relying on trickery and its abilities rather than just strength. He spared a look at the source of the voice, seeing Shikamaru struggling against a turtle-like hollow, who ironically, had quite a bit of speed. Third Seat Nara retreated from his opponent, holding his katana in front of him and trying to think of a way out of this. That was what Shikamaru was good at after all. The other squad members of Squad 8 and Squad 13 had already gone ahead to protect, and Kanso, the group of souls that had died in the bus accident a few blocks away. Naruto was not worried, because Sentaro and Kion were there and could handle themselves. But why was he having this much trouble? He didn't think these low-level hollows would even need his Shikai. He had tried 2 separate Hado and Bakudo, but they had not managed to do anything because the damn falcon-like hollow was fast enough to dodge them. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. The great wave of cackling blue fire streaked through the sky, but the hollow managed to avoid the blunt of the attack, only part of it singeing the end of its left wing. It'll take more than that, Shinigami. The hollow cried, diving at him so quickly that Naruto had to shunpo backwards to evade it, the creature crushing the sidewalk and then flinging the concrete at him. The fourth seat leapt into the air quickly enough to evade the large boulder, before deciding to move on to the offensive, throwing himself into the air. "Let's see how you like it," he exclaimed, diving at the monster with his sword pointed at a 45-degree angle, hoping to at least be able to graze it. The creature screeched again, the sound deafening and distracting him long enough that he lost control of his descent. The blonde hit the pavement hard, his sword scattering from his hands. "Shit," he deadpanned, rolling out of the way of the monster's next attack, his ears pounding in his head. One side was bleeding, red streaming from his ears. He flash-stepped in the direction of his sword, scooping it up despite his lack of proper balance. The hollow's sonic attack must be affecting his inner ear, and he cursed at the implications of that. Shikamaru noticed his trouble but was unable to help him, the turtle moving fast enough that he couldn't really comment on anything. The turtle's thick shell covered every inch of its body, like a dinosaur's dense armor. Every attack that he threw at it, the creature simply absorbed it or dodged it, moving at surprising speeds. "You're not going to be able to do anything to me, Shinigami. Let me feed on you and your friends and all the other Shinigami and souls back at the site of the accident." Shikamaru blasted forward, his signature ability to run away working for him here. He threw out his katana, grazing against the body of the hollow but unable to possibly damage it. The creature's heavy tail whipped out and collided with Shikamaru's stomach, throwing him into a car and denting it. It created a scene for any bystanders, and Shikamaru realized that he had to attract the creature out of the area. He air-stepped up into the sky, hoping the creature would follow. He ran through several strategies, thinking over the possibilities. Force was not going to work, so he needed ingenuity. What could he do now that could help him defeat this bastard? He only had one choice, but that wouldn't exactly work as well in the air. His eyes widened, realizing that it could work very well. Split, Kakusayami. With a purple flash of light, his katana turned dark black and then disappeared, leaving him seemingly without a weapon. The hollow laughed as it headed for him, jumping on the air as easily as if it could fly. "That's a pretty strange Shikai," the creature began. "Did you force your own sword to disappear? I'll show you how stupid your last decision will ever be." The turtle-like hollow rushed at him, its spiked, skull-like mask heading right for him. Shikamaru didn't move, his body remained perfectly still, but his mind was spinning rapidly. Just before the hollow appeared, it stopped, all of its inertia heading upwards as it cried out in pain. The third seat looked down to see the being made of pure shadow, a pure black sword stabbing through the creature's abdomen, in between two plates of pale hide. The hollow roared in pain, leaping upward fast enough that it pulled itself from the impaling shadow soldier. Shikamaru's zanpakuto moved to stand in front of him, holding out the blade in a basic kendo form. Ideally, his Shikai fit him so well. Having someone do all the fighting for him was perfect, it all came down to his mental commands. The turtle-like hollow charged once more, but the shadow being slashed at the creature, cutting through a layer of the creature's armor. "What? No one has been able to pierce through my armor. Your armor doesn't work for energy-based attacks, and my shadow is similar." His dark minion attacked the hollow once more, cutting into the creature's arm and then clean off. The monster roared again, but before it could do anything else, the shadow leapt upward and slammed into the center of the creature's shell. He took a deep breath and then released it, thankful that the hollow had not seen his shadow self approaching or having the creature be able to understand his ability. It was timed just right that the creature slammed into the bird-like hollow Naruto was fighting, pinning it to the ground before vanishing. Nara silently thanked his zanpakuto spirit, before resealing and putting it away. He wasn't looking forward to Naruto giving him hell about interfering in his fight, but he couldn't care less. The Falcon Hollow prepared to take off again, but Naruto was ready this time. He trapped it with a powerful Hanawa rope, before walking up to it calmly and stabbing it in the eye. It made one last attempt to sonic scream, but it was already finished. The last hollow disappeared as well, dissipating into tiny spirit particles. "Before you start, Naruto, I just want you to know that I did not mean to have my hollow fall onto your hollow." The blonde rolled his eyes, breathing deeply from the battle fatigue. "Yeah, right, Shikamaru. You never make a moment in battle happen by accident. Why'd you have to interfere? I could have beaten it on my own. Yeah, probably. I managed to help you wrap it up though, so let's get back to the others. I need a nap. Naruto shook his head, not surprised by his response. He knew he could have beaten the hollow if he had used his Shikai, so he probably should have used it sooner. As he and Shikamaru headed to meet up with the other squad members and help the souls migrate to the other side, Naruto could have sworn he felt something odd. Something that just felt very strange, not on his normal senses and not on his spiritual radar. It was just within his mind. It was enough that it nearly made him stop altogether, to question where that brief flash of a feeling even came from. He wanted to know where it had come from, and why it had felt so foreign and yet familiar at the same time. Kusarigane, do you have any idea what that was? Did you have something to do with it? No, I'm afraid I do not. It did seem to be a little out of the ordinary, but it seems to have gone. Naruto could not decipher it, and when he realized he had fallen behind Shikamaru, he pushed onward, his mind still trying to wrap around it. When they returned to the Soul Society, Naruto and the other members of Squad 13 returned to the barracks. He headed to Ukitake to file the report. 11 souls were sent to the other side, as well as 2 hollows. He didn't mention the strange feeling he had experienced, thinking that Ukitake would even be able to understand. Naruto decided that it didn't really matter if he understood it or not, shoving it to the back of his mind. He was completely ready to head to bed, the day nearly over, but someone stopped him in the hallway. Hey, Naruto, did your mission go well? Asked Rukia, the unseated Shinigami who hardly ever left third seat Shiba's side. The blonde nodded, smiling. Yeah, I managed. We ran into a little trouble, but it was over soon enough. Did you need anything in particular? She looked like she might have something more to say, but the girl shook her head. No, sir. You don't have to call me sir, Rukia. I'm pretty sure you're older than me, he said, laughing. Did you need something? Well, I was wondering if you could help me work on some things sometime soon. The lieutenant has been busy lately, and he hasn't been able to help me as much as he used to. Naruto smiled, nodding. Yeah, I don't see why not. I've done it a few times before, but you tend to teach me too. She laughed. It's usually more like us training together really. Were you having any trouble with something in particular? Before she could comment, Sentaro suddenly appeared, rushing in the direction of the captain's room. Where's the fire? He asked, smiling but realizing that the serious look on the man's face was not a good sign. What's wrong, Sentaro? Asked Rukia, worried. No time to explain, he said, rushing past them. The two of them followed, heading toward the captain's office. Sentaro slid open the door, shouting, Sir. The recon team. There's bad news. The captain coughed in surprise, and the lieutenant shot up, ready to act. Naruto's eyes widened, and Rukia froze completely. The reconnaissance team that had left earlier that day had been led by third seat Shiba, although that was all Naruto knew. He had left on his own mission to the world of the living before he could receive any more details. Naruto followed the others to a relief station within the barracks, not quite as well equipped as Squad 4. Lying inside and being monitored by a low-ranking Shinigami was Miyako Shiba, her Reiatsu so low and fluctuating that Naruto knew it did not look good for her. The lieutenant gasped upon entering the room, his expression one of horror. Miyako. She's unconscious now, the Shinigami on duty explained, but her life is not in any danger. Naruto was relieved. Hearing him say that made him feel so much better. The white-haired captain looked grave. And the others? They're all dead, sir. All 4 of them. Shock spread through the room, Naruto's heart beating fast. It had been weeks, no, months since someone on the squad died in battle, and that had been only 1 life. Hearing that 4 died all at once was more terrifying than ever. Rukia stepped forward, her expression filled with concern. Kaien. What killed them, sir? What was so dangerous about this mission? Asked Naruto, his emotions on high. The captain was lost in thought, but once he realized he was being addressed, he shook off the confusion. This hollow was particularly dangerous, even more so than we originally anticipated. He looked toward the unconscious body of Kaien's wife. She was lucky to have survived, Kaien. You should be thankful. The lieutenant did not comment, his expression grave and stoic. He could not leave his wife's side, worried too much for her own safety to think about anything else. Eventually, the others turned to bed. Naruto left the room but could not head to bed himself, deciding to take over a shift guarding the perimeter wall of the barracks. He had too much on his mind and not enough time to consider the options of what was happening. The blonde sighed, watching the woodsy area and feeling slightly reminiscent of his time in Rukongai all those years ago. He had to be nearly 90 years old by now, not including how long he lived as a human. And he had no clue how long that had been. The leaves were a comforting sight, however, calming, almost peaceful. He could not quite understand why. He had brought it up with Hinamori once, and she had theorized that it had a connection with the plant-like nature of Kusaratane. That may have been the case, but Naruto liked nature, so perhaps he was reading too much into it. Nevertheless, the trees seemed to calm his nerves. He was still trying to wrap his mind around what had happened to Miyako and the others. He still did not have a clue what kind of hollow the others had faced, but it made him consider that it could have been him or Shikamaru that had been hurt. If the hollows had been a little bit more advanced, there was no question that they could have been seriously injured. Naruto was already nursing some nasty bruises and a cut on his left shoulder. What if it had been the kind of hollow that had hurt Miyako? Would he have shared the same fate as her, or would it have been even worse for him? He cursed, thinking far too hard about the matters at hand. He wanted to visit with Hinamori, but he knew she was either too busy or asleep. Either way, the girl always had the unique ability to help him clear his mind of fear and doubt. The blonde felt a spike of energy behind him, not far away but potent enough that it was readable. He was further surprised when he realized that it was familiar, but he could not quite place who it was. A scream shattered the night, and he immediately flash-stepped toward the source, danger fueling his adrenaline. What could be happening? His eyes widened when he saw Miyako Shiba, her face splattered with blood, the bodies of 3 night patrol squad members strewn around her. Shadows obscured the top half her face, but there was no mistaking who it was. Naruto gasped as the woman suddenly sped toward him, her sword raised above her head. He grabbed his own wakizashi, parrying the strike and then falling back, his body reacting faster than his own mind. "What are you doing, third seat Shiba? Why did you kill them?" the blonde asked, blocking another clumsy strike but not wanting to go onto the offensive. The woman made no reply, continuing her almost desperate and mistake-filled attacks. Her form was not good, her body moving unrealistically for combat. She left far too many holes open in her defense, holes that Naruto knew he could exploit if the situation were different. The sounds of their blades clashing filled the night, and it eventually caught someone's attention. Captain Yukitake and Rukia suddenly appeared, their faces surprised to see the dueling Shinigami and even more surprised to see the 3 dead squad members at their feet. What's going on, Naruto? Miyako. Naruto, why are you attacking her? Rukia shouted, reaching for her own sword to try to intervene. Sentaro and Kion appeared behind her, aghast at what was happening. Naruto cursed under his breath, blocking another strike and stepping backward again, trying to put some distance between them. "I came to investigate a spike in Reiatsu and a scream, but I found her attacking and killing these 3 squad members. She suddenly started attacking me when I got here." He threw up his short sword to defend against another strike to his neck, flinging his body away from the enemy's blade. He ran backwards, her surprisingly not following. But after a few seconds, she smiled and then shot forward toward the group. The lieutenant materialized in front of them, throwing out both arms to defend the people behind them. "Stop it, Miyako!" Kion shouted into the night. The woman ground to a halt, her sword arm still poised in the air as though she were going to strike them at any given moment. She seemed to be struggling, her body twisting strangely. Before anyone could confront her, she leapt into the air over them, dropped, and then jumped again, heading away from the area. Another scream tore into the night, and Naruto grimaced at what was even happening. "Kion, hurry," Yukitake said, not making a move forward. The usual captain-like behavior of not getting involved unless necessary. The lieutenant nodded, weaving through the crowd and hurrying after her. After another few seconds, the rest followed. The carnage before them was tough to stomach, another 2 dead Shinigami lying before them. The smell of blood and meat was thick in the air, and Naruto had to fight down his stomach at the thought of it. I can't believe she did this, Yukitake said, his body illuminated by the torchlight. Oh, Kyan, Rukia muttered softly, her concern written heavily across her face. Let me go after her, Captain. Kyan stood up from examining one of the bodies. Shiko could not have gotten very far, sir. No, don't, the captain exclaimed. Think about it. Following her is exactly what the enemy wants you to do. That may be, the lieutenant said grimly. But it's still the only option. This monster that's controlling Miyako used her to kill her own men who trusted her. Miyako's honor has been defiled. You must let me go, Captain. There was a long pause after his plea, the only sound the crackling of the torches and the fluttering of the wind through the trees. Naruto realized that they must be dealing with some kind of hollow that can control others, the only explanation that he could stomach for Miyako's behavior. He did not know all the details about this hollow, but he trusted those that did. Very well, Yukitake affirmed. I shall go with you. Everyone had not expected that. What, you, Captain? Asked Kyan, surprised. It was not like Yukitake to get involved, considering his sickness. What about your illness, sir? You should let me come along instead, let me back him up. Exclaimed Naruto, not wanting Yukitake to risk himself getting into this kind of danger. I appreciate your concern, Naruto, but I will be heading with Kyan. He turned to the blonde and Rukia. I want you two to come as well. Sentaro, Kion, seal off this area and call the squad to battle stations. Understood, sir, the two said together, bowing slightly. Go. The four of them suddenly stopped, looking apprehensively at something lying over the branch of a tree. It was almost too dark to see. What is that? Asked Naruto, his hand on his hilt. Kyan, the captain murmured, as the lieutenant moved automatically to go and investigate. He barely sensed quick enough that several red appendages shot toward him, snapping like a whip through the air. The Shinigami leapt into the air, stopping aboard a thick branch, and the others joined him. The object in question fell off of the branch, swaying in the wind. Naruto realized that it was Miyako's Shihakusho, and it looked like it might still have something inside. The hollow's body emerged from it, crawling on strange limbs that looked far too human for a hollow. The creature had strange red hair and a mask that was decorated with orange and green markings, two deep black holes for eyes. It did not seem powerful, but Naruto knew not to take that lightly. I'll go first, sir, Rukia said quietly, putting her hand on her zanpakuto. I'll scout out what its abilities are. Naruto shook his head, about to comment that if Miyako could not handle this creature, what chance did Rukia have? But the lieutenant stepped forward, silencing any opportunity for them to argue. Captain, I beg of you, permission to go fight it alone. Another moment of hesitation, and Naruto disagreed with this plan vehemently. Go. Lieutenant Shiba only needed that bit of confirmation from the captain. He blasted forward, leaves churning through the air from his amount of speed. He stepped down, his hand always prepared to draw his sword. The hollow laughed. So you're the first, You're nothing but a boy. Kyan did not comment, but instead looked toward the Shihakusho of his now dead wife, her sword lying scattered on the ground. Tell me, how many Shinigami have you devoured so far? Ah, the hollow said, relishing in the deaths of his enemies. How many? It laughed again. Sorry, boy, I don't keep track of such trivial things. Have you ever, even once, had any regrets about it? That's such a stupid question. I have a heart, you know. Just like you, there isn't a single night that I don't have regrets about eating a Shinigami. Even now, I'm having regrets about that woman Shinigami. The hollow paused. I regret having not eaten the rest of her. So you controlled her and made her kill her comrades. The Shinigami interrupted, the hollow's maniacal laughter breaking through the night. Naruto wanted nothing more than to interrupt, just to shut that stupid hollow up. Controlled her. It found the statement hilarious. Oh, not the way you're imagining. I was actually inside her body and then I ate my way outside of her, returning to the form you see now. Too bad you didn't get to see that part. Kyan's Reiatsu intensified in anger, so powerful that it started to become visible in an aura around him. He drew his blade and prepared to strike. Wanna see what it's like yourself? Come on, boy, I'll eat you too. In that moment, the Shiba slashed outward, slicing 2 limbs of the creature clean off. The monster screamed, but Kaien didn't stop. He latched onto one of the hollow's red hair-like tentacles. You're fast, boy, but not fast enough. Rankle the seas and the skies, Nejibana. There was a surge in spiritual pressure and Naruto was excited. He had never seen Kaien's Shikai in action. But as the sword started to change, it suddenly melted and vanished, shocking everyone watching. What the hell? You fell for it, boy. Once every night, the first one to touch my tentacles will see his zanpakuto destroyed. Another red tentacle snapped toward him like a whip, and he threw up his arms in defense as it smashed against him, knocking him back. Kaien, get away, Rukia yelled, scared for his life now. Naruto's hand inched toward his sword, but when the Kuchiki girl actually grabbed her hilt, Captain Yukitake stopped her. Captain, Kaien has been disarmed. We have to help him. But if we were to step in now, what would become of Kaien's pride? Even if by going to his aid, you were somehow successful in saving his life, the cost of such an act would certainly be the death of his pride forever. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. That doesn't make any sense at all. Exactly. What good is a man's pride if he's dead? Rukia exclaimed. Kaien threw himself backwards, holding out a palm and firing a shakuho, the creature withstanding the blast of fire like Raryoku. He dodged another counter-strike, and Naruto wished that Yukitake would let him join the fight. Listen now, and remember these words, Yukitake began. There are 2 kinds of battles, and those of us who are warriors and have chosen to fight those battles must always be aware of the difference between the 2. There are battles that are fought to protect lives, and there are battles that are fought to protect honor. As Yukitake continued, Kaien Flash stepped to the top of the creature's back, ripping away at a tentacle with a Reiatsu-enhanced grip. Right now, Kaien is fighting with all his heart and soul to defend honor, that of his men who died and his own honor. And above all, his beloved wife's honor. Rukia eventually brought her hand down from her hilt, but Naruto kept it at the ready, for a reason that he could not easily identify. He knew that Yukitake had a point and that Kaien was a man with that type of honor code, but Naruto was not sure that his own was that black and white. If it were him in this situation, however, he was not sure how he would react or if he would want others to help him. What's the matter, Shinigami? Too full of yourself to ask your friends to help you? The hollow's mask was covered in blood, its limbs dripping crimson. Kaien sighed, breathing heavily. Shut up, I don't need a sword or anything else to handle scum like you. We'll see about that, because now I'm about to do unto you, as I did unto your beloved and delicious wife. The hollow paused, confused. I'm going to play you like a puppet from inside, and against your will. You'll slay your comrades with your own hand. Without warning, the creature's tentacles bunched up in a dome-like shape, and then burst outward, an explosion of Reiatsu accompanying them. Kaien raised an arm to defend himself, but as soon as the tentacles reached him, they burrowed quickly into his arm, following his veins until every piece of tentacle was sealed within the Shinigami's body. Naruto gasped at the implications, as he watched the rest of the hollow's body disappear. Kaien lowered his arm, standing solidly. Lieutenant. Kaien, yes, what is it, girl? What do you want? The lieutenant turned, making Rukia and Naruto gasp. Around Kaien's eyes were orange markings, his sclera black as though he did not even have eyes. The hollow had taken over his body. Rukia repeated herself, questioning the situation. Naruto was not sure how to react to this, but his hand did not leave his blade. What is with you, girl? Why do you keep repeating my name? Are you that worried about me? The creature looked up, forcing everyone to look into the blackness of his soul. Or are you in love with me? The hollow in Kaien's form shot forward, leaping up to their level. I guess if you really love me that much, then maybe I should eat you first. Naruto and Yukitake both moved at the same moment, but Yukitake beat him to it, blocking the hollow's attack with the silver of his zanpakuto inside the jaw of the beast. Naruto made a motion to attack Kaien's lower body, but Yukitake pulsed his Reiatsu in their direction. No, get away, both of you. Run away, back to the barracks. Warn the others, the captain warned, pressing forward. Naruto, that's an order. The 2 Shinigami nodded, rushing backwards. Naruto hated the idea of leaving, knowing that he was capable of fighting. He worried about the captain's safety, knowing all about his sickness and how troubled it was. What if it interrupted him from fighting? Come on, let's hurry back. Naruto shouted to a crying Rukia, and Naruto was curious for a moment if the hollow had been right. Had Rukia actually loved Kaien? Maybe someone back at the barracks knows a way to save him, rid him of that hollow. Rukia looked at him hopefully, that idea spurning her forward. Naruto kept his spiritual senses open, and he felt the familiar pressure of Ukitake in battle. But suddenly, it started to drop and Naruto's eyes widened. Without warning, he turned around quickly, using as much speed as he could. Rukia would notice but might still be safe. Naruto had to help his captain because of the illness. That was the only explanation for the sudden drop in spiritual pressure. Naruto returned to the scene, Ukitake kneeling on the ground coughing up blood and Hollow Kaien heading toward him. You were supposed to get away from here, you idiot. Ukitake yelled, standing up despite the pain. The Shinigami readied his blade, his lieutenant diving toward him from the sky. Naruto leapt into the air to meet him, avoiding the red tentacles spitting from his arms and mouth and slashing into the man's side. He stayed in the air as his lieutenant tried to recover, falling through the air. Naruto made to attack again, but as Kaien hit the ground, the trauma knocked him unconscious or worse. Naruto dropped back down, landing near the profusely bleeding Shinigami and wishing there was something that he could do. His healing Kido was not great at all. Naruto, end him quickly, Ukitake yelled, coughing again and stopping completely. There's nothing you can do. Naruto pleaded with the captain with just a look, but the white-haired Shinigami shook his head, coughing into his hand. Something latched onto his foot suddenly, and Naruto tried to yank his foot away. The hollow forced Kaien's obviously dead body forward, attacking Naruto and attempting to spread the tentacles to inhabit the blonde's body. Naruto knelt down reflexively and stabbed, his zanpakuto embedded in the lieutenant's heart. Finally, Kaien's body lay at peace. What? No, you said we could save him. You said we could save Lieutenant Kaien. Rukia, appearing from the forest at the wrong moment, shouted angrily, her tears streaming down her face. And then you stabbed him. Naruto saw her pained expression, rain starting to pour. But he was going to kill me. Us. All of us. I just reacted. But you said we could help him. You promised we could save him. You said it, Naruto. She broke down, crying hard over his body. Ukitake stumbled up to the scene, wiping his hand with his coat and trying to control his weakness. Captain, use your healing Kido. Rukia begged through tears, her words barely coherent. We can save him, revive him, rid him of the hollow. The captain shook his head, his duties preventing his emotions from getting to the better of him. It was impossible to save him. Killing his body was the only way to kill the hollow, so that it could not hurt any more innocent lives, Rukia. We could not have separated the hollow's soul from Kaien's soul, because they were both made of spiritons. I'm sorry. Rukia continued to cry, desperately and emotionally. Naruto watched the scene, pulling his zanpakuto from the man's chest and wiping it carefully on the grass. He sheathed it, realizing that he would never be able to look at Kusaratane again without remembering the blood that stained it today. How are you feeling, Naruto? He looked up to see the small brunette, her hair wrapped in bun. He embraced her as soon as she sat down beside him on his bunk. Guilty. Hurt. I should have not listened to the captain. I should have intervened with the fight, and none of this would have ever had to happen. You can't blame yourself, Hinamori said, rubbing his back lightly. Naruto, you have to put this past you. Captain Aizen always says that anything can happen and that no one is at fault in situations like this. He's always there to remind me that life can throw us for surprises, but that we should prepare ourselves mentally for the worst. Naruto nodded, wiping away the first tear that he had even had over this. Thank you, Momo. She smiled, glad to see him looking slightly more positive. Now, let's get up and go get something to eat. I'm famished because I didn't have a chance to eat after the funeral. He smiled, letting her yank him up and then following her out of the door together. As they passed Sentaro and Kion, both were crying over the loss of two of their greatest friends. Naruto could smell the sake, but he didn't mind. But when they saw Momo and Naruto walking side by side, Kion perked up. "Oh, look at the newest couple. It's about time, Naruto." Sentaro cried out, laughing at the implications. "Shut up, we're not a couple," Naruto cried back, but Momo could only laugh, choosing not to comment. The blush filled both of their faces. As they finally exited the barracks, far to the left was Rukia, sitting on a bench and watching the stream pass by. She didn't notice them pass, her mind occupying her own little world. Momo frowned. "How is she doing?" "Not good," he replied. "Worse than anyone in the squad. She's still angry with me for making the final blow, and she hasn't talked to me since right before the funeral. She asked me to help her train, but now she won't even speak to me." Momo looked solemn. "She'll come around soon enough. She can't be angry with you forever, right?" Naruto simply sighed, thinking about everything that had happened. Both the lieutenant and the third seat were gone, leaving Naruto as the acting lieutenant for now. He had lost two great friends to the same hollow, and if he had been stronger and more willing to act on his own, he could have prevented this tragedy. He'll carry that regret with him always. The regret that he had not acted, had not pushed hard enough to save them, to save Kion. The place was dark and dreary, the room obscured with shadows. The only light in the dank room was one small torch. "Is it nearly time?" the girl's voice asked, her thoughts filled with worry and scattered feelings that did not feel like her own. "It is time, milady," a male explained, kneeling before her. "We have nearly gathered enough to expand and destroy the Dongai." The girl looked toward the window, the moon shining down on her face. "Are we certain this is the right thing to do? Are you expressing doubts?" the man asked, suddenly surprised by her questioning. She shook her head. "No, if this is how to get to him, then we need to go through with it." "We're only going after him, right?" The man nodded. "Of course, milady. With your power, we'll storm the Seraiti and bring him here, as you requested." "Good. Are we sure that he'll know where to find it?" The white-haired man paused, wondering. "Well, we can't know until we try. That is all, Ganryu." The man bowed as he left her room, heading out to finish the preparations. He left the grungy room feeling newly confident. The bar was loud and filled with laughter, far after the sun went down that night, but they were all rather excited and could barely contain their high-spirited celebration. They shared quite a few drinks, much to Matsumoto's enjoyment and Toshiro's annoyance. But it was all in good fun, Naruto figured, enjoying a few drinks of his own but not too much. You do know that when you're incapacitated like this, you're more likely to become injured in battle. Kusarigane had a warning tone. Yeah, but we're not battling anyone right now. We're celebrating. Toshiro's a captain now. He could feel his sword's nagging continue, but did not press it, turning his attention to the others. He wished that everyone could have been there, but some were busy with missions or paperwork at the moment. Samui had an unhealthy appreciation for sake, and she and Rangaku were laughing and carrying on. Shikamaru was only slightly buzzed, but he was already fighting off sleep. Momo sat next to Naruto, not having touched a drink once despite the blonde's urging. "Come on, Momo, try a little bit. A little drink won't hurt. Our Lilishiro is a captain now. We gotta be excited for him." "That's Captain Hitsugaya to you, Uzumaki." The lieutenant smiled at the silver-haired captain, who was seemingly annoyed with all the attention but was still in a pleasant mood. "I am excited for you, Lilishiro. I just don't think that Captain Aizen would approve. That man has some sense," Kusarigane offered in the back of Naruto's mind, but he ignored it. "The captain's not here, Momo. Why do you let him control your fun?" Rangaku noticed the train of questioning, her drunkenness showing in her every movement. "I know, right? Captain Aizen shouldn't be able to influence a woman of your caliber, Hinamori. If anything, you should be influencing him." Both women laughed, and after a few more moments of trying to get her to agree, she finally nodded and poured a glass. "Cheers to Lilishiro, for finally becoming a captain," she said jovially, before taking a drink of her own and twisting her face at the taste. The sight only made Naruto laugh even more. There was a change in the air, however, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. Naruto stood at the ready, the other Shinigami in the bar noticing the disturbance as well. The civilians did not seem to notice. "What's going on?" There was a scream from somewhere outside, and everyone practically jumped from their seats. You could hear a pin drop in the room. That's not a good sign, Samui deadpanned. The Shinigami rushed outside, where they found several shocked civilians. An entire crowd was forming, all gasping when they looked to the sky and saw quite the sobering sight. It seemed as though the sky had been split open as far as the eye could see, an almost portal-like imprint of some other place. Naruto had no clue what was happening, but it did not seem like anyone else did either. The tension in the atmosphere was thick, a feeling not unlike spiritual pressure rooting in everyone's bones. Captain Hitsugaya turned to them quickly, preparing to head out. Head to your barracks and inform the other captains. Something terrible is happening. Maybe research and development knows more, suggested Shikamaru, who still looked like he was barely awake but highly interested. Most likely, the silver-haired captain explained, flashing out of sight followed quickly by his lieutenant, Matsumoto. The group split up to their respective squads, but before Hinamori left, Naruto nodded to her. Be careful, Momo. She smiled at him and nodded back, using Shunpo to flash through the city. Naruto wished that he could air step through the Seraiti, knowing that it would be faster than going over the rooftops, but he would have to settle. He leapt from roof to roof, heading to the Squad 13 barracks. A hell butterfly would likely explain what they were to do or what information they would learn, but Naruto knew heading to the barracks would be the best choice. There was a flash on his spiritual radar, and Naruto drew his blade just in time to parry a white blade's strike to his back. He leapt backwards, landing on a rooftop and looking at his potential enemy. The creature was very skinny, pure white with twin blades for arms, almost like a praying mantis. The head of the enemy was bright pink, shaped like a pin. It did not resemble anything he had ever fought before, but he still wondered if it was a hollow or not. The creature did not follow him, righting itself and stepping into a fighting stance. Before he could say or do anything, more of the white creatures fell from the sky, until there were 6 of them, each identical down to the very weaponized claw. What are you doing here? He asked, reading its movements although his mind was rather cloudy, his body feeling a little too riled up by the alcohol. Who are you? What do you know about what's going on? The 6 creatures did not answer, suddenly rushing at him. He cursed under his breath and threw up his blade, blocking one strike and snapping his right leg outward, kicking another one at least 15 feet away. He realized they were going to overwhelm him, so he shot backwards, slashing outward and slicing the arm off of one of them. More fell from the sky, numbers approaching him. He had no clue what was possibly going on, but the creatures continued to fall through the mirage and head right for him, only momentarily disturbing the barrier over the Seraiti. He immediately raised his sword. Hado number 58, Tenrin. He let go of his blade, spinning it like a propeller, before grabbing it again and unleashing a tornado-like blast of wind. He supplied as much of his Reiatsu as he could, strengthening the onslaught of wind and throwing the white creatures backwards. He must have caught half of them in the attack, but the other half continued to hurl toward the blonde, ignoring the spell and going around it. He flashed forward with speed, slashing through another 3 before getting caught once more in the sheer numbers. They were crowding him, the nearest ones slashing at him, and it was all he could do to keep himself alive. He raised his spiritual pressure as high as he could, pulsating it as a signal for the captain or anyone else nearby to notice and come to help. The sheer numbers were overwhelming, more and more dropping from the sky with each passing second. Why were they only attacking him, and why him at all? What were these things? Take root and sprout, Kusaratane. His sword transformed with a flash of light, instantly becoming the gauntlet on his right arm with a dagger extending from his wrist. He did not want to use his Shikai in this situation, but these bastards kept coming. He leapt to the side to avoid another strike, parried a second with his forearm, and then stabbed his arm forward to cut into the gut of one of them. He swept his foot outward, knocking another to the ground and then stabbing into its chest. He jumped as high as he could and then extended the chain, wrapping around 3 of the creatures and pulling them together quickly. Shakaho. A red fireball collided with the 3 trapped enemies, causing them to disappear. He landed on another rooftop, retracting the blade before extending it again. He stabbed into the shoulder of an enemy, whipped his arm to the right, and then flung it into another. There were still so many that they followed after him, ignoring the chained blade and heading right for him. He cursed and knocked a bladed hand away from his face using the arm bracer, kicking at its waist and then firing a sokatsui for added affect. His dagger retreated, returning to the holster. Where the hell do these guys keep coming from? His blade began to spin at his request, before firing off and becoming enshrouded with orange, spinning light. Like a streaking missile, the attack headed right for the enemy. Resentane. It exploded into a crowd of enemies, spiraling orange energy forming a sprout-like shape before dissipating. His blade returned to his hand and he shot into the smoking cloud, knowing there would still be several after that attack. Not bad. The voice shocked him to his core, and when the smoke cleared, a white-haired man wearing dark green armor and a scar across his left eye appeared. "Who are you?" he asked, thankful for a moment that the creatures had stopped their onslaught the moment the man appeared. "Ah, but see, that's the question I have for you," the man explained, drawing his blade and streaking toward Naruto. The Shinigami braced himself, the forked part of his dagger blocking the enemy's katana. "I'm not going to answer that. Call off this attack and surrender your weapons. You're ridiculous if you think you can attack the Seraiti like this." "Attack?" asked the man, confused. "This isn't an attack." In one instant, the creatures converged on the blonde from all angles and overwhelmed him. The man smirked as Naruto tried to struggle but was unable to escape their grasping bodies and attacking. "This is a kidnapping." The man raised his hand, energy gathering on the end of his fingertips as the white creatures were gathered into it like wisps of smoke. Naruto raised his spiritual pressure once more, in part to shove them off and to attract any allies to save him, but it was his last conscious act. The light of the enemy's Kido-like attack collided with his chest painfully, before spreading until he was surrounded with an opaque liquid. It held his arms down, numbing every inch it touched until he could no longer escape. The stasis liquid covered his face until there was nothing he could do but let the darkness take over him. The SRDI was buzzing with activity, every single computer monitor and scanner trying to find out what was happening. Third Seat Akon was busy flipping through files anxiously, sweat pouring from the tiny horns on his head. "Status report," shouted the captain, annoyed by their slow-moving minds. "It appears that this is not some type of illusion. The Dongai Precipice world is receding, creating a gateway into the world of the living and destabilizing the boundaries between the other worlds," reported a squad member reading a display on a screen. "What is the cause?" asked Kuretsuchi, his interest piqued. "A new dimensional space has appeared in between the world of the living and the Soul Society, and it seems to be expanding." "Expanding?" asked the captain of Squad 12 and the leader of the SRDI. "Interesting. The implications. This is remarkable. Does anyone know the parameters of such a space?" Third Seat Akon pulled out a folder and his eyes widened with shock. "It's the Valley of Screams, sir. It seems to have come into being once more." Mayuri's eyes widened, his mind spinning as he thought of what that could mean. Of course, a space such as this could expand until the worlds collide. The image in the sky is the world of the living's reflection. "What do we do, sir?" Before he could respond, another member suddenly stood. "Strange Reiatsu that seems to have stemmed from the Valley of Screams has appeared in the Seraiti, seemingly passing through all our defenses. It swarmed in one area, multiple signatures, before disappearing into the dimensional space once more. A Reiatsu signature from our databases seemed to pulsate multiple times before disappearing," said another report. "The signature of one Naruto Uzumaki, the fourth seat of Squad 13. He seems to have come into conflict with these mysterious energy signatures, before vanishing on his own a mere moments ago. Alert the other squads," the captain ordered. "And don't stop monitoring the situation, you fools." The moment she returned to her barracks, Momo suddenly stopped, her spiritual radar pinging. "Naruto." She nearly turned around on impulse to rush after him, but at that moment, Captain Aizen opened the door to the barracks, catching her attention. "Momo, I've been waiting on you. Come inside, there's news from Squad 12. She frowned, gesturing slightly. "I think Naruto may be in trouble, Captain. Can you handle the briefing on your own, while I go and check on him?" The captain smiled almost sadly, his normally cheerful aura shifting to something that seemed very solemn. "I think I would rather you stay here," he said with a small voice. "It's far too dangerous out there." She looked back over her shoulder before nodding, following him inside. Who was she to not trust her captain's word? The squad was already assembled before the two of them, captain and lieutenant of Squad 5. Everyone was apt to listen to Aizen's words, worried about the strange hole in the sky and the ominous feeling in the atmosphere. It appears that a dimension that was long thought destroyed has appeared again in the Dongai Precipice world, Aizen explained. It's called the Valley of Screams, and it's the home of the blanks. Blanks are normal souls that have had the memories of their past lives removed. In fact, blanks constitute the entire dimension. So blanks are like us. Aren't we souls without memories? Asked a squad member on the second row. Aizen nodded. It's thought, but not understood exactly, that this removal of memories is what makes blanks powerful. He paused to let them consider that a moment. This dimension is expanding, pushing on the boundaries between the world of the living and the soul society. The Dongai is a limited space, and as the Valley of Screams expands, the world of the living and the soul society are being pushed together. Before long, they will collide with a powerful explosion that will instantly destroy both worlds. The shock spread through the crowd, and Momo could hardly believe it herself. Could this possibly be true? Could the Dongai Precipice world vanish, and with it, the boundaries between the worlds? What do we do, Captain? The leader of Squad 5 smiled. Your duties, for the most part, will not change. As the communications squad, you may be inclined to deliver messages to the other barracks, but most of you will act no different. Other squads are attempting to appropriate a contingency plan for how to stop it, but for now, we have no ideas. Murmurs spread through the crowd, but eventually, Aizen ended the meeting. Everyone left for their respective posts, but before Momo could leave, the brunette man stopped her with his soft voice. Momo, I would like a word. Yes, my captain. It's about Naruto Uzumaki. Just before the start of this meeting, Squad 12 sent word that he has been kidnapped by the enemy. Enemy, she exclaimed, her mind racing and her heart accelerating. Naruto was kidnapped. Aizen nodded. Yes, we suspect, due to the coordination of the enemy, that there is someone behind this. And for whatever reason, this entity needs Naruto Uzumaki. The room was very dark when Naruto opened his eyes finally, only a small candle-like torch lighting the space. He instinctually reached for his sword, but it was sheathed and lying against the wall several feet away. His arms and legs were still surrounded in the bakuto-like spell, numbing all of his extremities. He racked his mind for a counter-solution. Ah, you're awake. Someone stepped out in front of him, walking toward him carefully and gracefully. A girl with brunette hair tied back by a yellow ribbon, her eyes a dull orange. She was wearing a bright white kimono with a yellow sash. She looked regal, very beautiful, but he had to be careful around her. She was likely the reason he was even here. He did not say anything, watching her intently. His eyes never left hers, while still paying attention to any sudden moves. He was completely at her mercy. She moved closer to him, so close they were mere inches apart, she looking directly into his eyes. It is you after all. The one from my dreams, my memories, the girl said, making Naruto wonder. You're Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? His eyes widened, his initial thought to ask how she knew his name. But if he had been captured, it made sense that he had been singled out with his identity. Who are you? What do you want with me? The girl seemed surprised for a moment that he managed to say anything at all, and he wondered if she had thought he was mute before now. My name is Senna, the girl explained, her smile widening. And I captured you because I want to know who you are. You already know my name, he countered. Why don't you just let me go? There is more to who people are than just their names, Naruto. We are the product of many past experiences, our memories linking each event to the next and ensuring our continued existence. Then what do you want me for? Why do you even know who I am? Before this girl could answer, a door behind him opened and the white-haired man from before walked into the room. I see that you have awoken, Uzumaki. My name is Ganryu. Do you need anything in your stay here? His anger bubbled up to the surface. Need anything? You people attacked me. What makes you think I'll stay here? We only needed to ensure that you would come, and we knew that you would not come willingly. You got that right, he retorted. Ganryu only smiled. We need you first for a simple purpose, Uzumaki. And that is, We need you to remember who you were. Toshiro touched down in the Squad 1 barracks, nervous about his first meeting as a captain, but even more worried about one of his best friends. He had learned not too long ago that Naruto had been captured by the enemy, and it had taken every bit of reasoning he could muster not to rush to save him. Not all of the other squad captains had arrived yet, Toshiro preferring to be early rather than late. The situation was urgent, and they needed to figure out exactly what they could do in this situation. The encroaching Valley of Screams could destroy all worlds if they did not do something. Komamura, Tusen, Ichimaru, Aizen, Soifun, and Kuchiki were already present, their expressions varied about the coming threat. The petite captain of Squad 2 tried to be as pristine as possible, but failed miserably with the scowl on her face and the slightly anxious fidgeting. Toshiro knew from experience that she was itching to fight, to end this before it escalated to something more than it was. Byakuya Kuchiki was nearly the exact opposite, the image of perfect nobility, so noble and handsome that it made Toshiro's skin crawl thinking about it. Aizen, Momo's captain, had a kind, calming expression that seemed to make everyone feel much more at ease. Other captains slid into the room after Toshiro, and the more he saw, the more he felt like he didn't belong among these powerful men and women. From the brute force of Captain Kenpachi to the stately appearance of Naruto's Captain Yukitake, he could not help but stand a little straighter for the proceedings. When the old man appeared at the head of the pack, the 13 captains bowed lightly, before he slammed his cane on the ground. The sound was nearly deafening. The Soul Society and the world of the living are in grave danger, the man began, cutting straight to the point. The Valley of Screams is continuing to spread, and the space between worlds is diminishing. Captain Kuretsuchi, do you have a report as to how long it will be before it becomes irreversible? The captain of Squad 12 scoffed. Of course, if something is not done, the worlds will collide in just under 3 hours. Murmurs spread throughout the meeting, and only Kuchiki and Komamura kept their expressions calm, the latter only because he didn't have a choice. Silence, the head captain said, slamming his cane against the ground once more. We once eradicated the Valley of Screams from the Dongai Precipice world in the past. However, this situation is not quite the same. It seems that one of our own has been kidnapped, the 4th seat and acting lieutenant of Squad 13, Naruto Uzumaki. The organization of the enemy and the comparison of some spiritual pressure found at the scene suggests that the Dark Ones are involved. The Dark Ones? Asked Komamura, confused as to what that meant. Hitsugaya was going to ask the same question. They are an ancient clan that was exiled from the Soul Society many centuries ago, explained Captain Kiraku of Squad 8. The fallen house of Ryodoji was banished for trying to incite a civil war among the noble houses, and apparently, they found a way to survive in the hostile environment of the Dongai after all this time, explained Captain Kuchiki. So are we looking at descendants of the originals, or the actual originals? Asked Soifun, her fierce attitude apparent in her question. She seemed ready and capable to deal with this. I am wondering that as well, Captain Unohana added, her expression vague but kind. It seems problematic if they found a way to survive this long within the Dongai, given the cleaner. They likely found refuge within a primitive Valley of Screams, Yukitake explained. It must have shielded them from the restrictive current of the Dongai. Not enough was found at the site of Naruto's capture that could say one way or another, and if I could get my hands on them, I could learn how they managed to survive after all these years, Captain Kuretsuchi explained. Perfect research specimens. I'll have to procure a blank as well. If they're strong, I want in, Captain Kenpachi stated, smirking and thumbing his sword, making those closest to him a little nervous. Toshiro could feel himself literally begin to sweat at the sight. How do you suggest we handle this, Head Captain Yamamoto? Asked Jin, a sly smile ever present on his face. Even in these dire circumstances, nothing could present a threat to him. Given the situation, it seems that we will need to use the Kido Cannon to destroy the Valley of Souls once more, and all of those who reside within it. This is the order from Central 46. Toshiro realized very quickly where he was going with this. But that would destroy Naruto Uzumaki in the process. The blonde's captain had the same look of shock on his face. Yes, it would, Captain, added the captain of Squad 6, a pretentious tone leaking into his voice that suggested that he felt that Hitsugaya did not belong here. Is it really justified to risk more from our squads in an effort to save him, in a mission that could destroy all of existence should we fail in the process? I hate to agree with Kuchiki there, but it appears he is correct, Soifan added. If we were to prepare the Kido cannon quickly enough, we could destroy the dimension before any further damage is dealt and take out our enemies in one fell swoop. Toshiro was in outrage, but he tried to remain calm. They would surely listen to reason, given the circumstances. The death of such a high-ranking individual within the squads like Naruto Uzumaki could have much greater implications on your squad's morale, Captain Yukitaki. Would it not be more beneficial to you to send a rescue team? And would it not tarnish the 13 court guard squad's reputation if word spread that they destroyed their own soldier? You might have a point, Captain Hitsugaya, Komamura agreed amiably, although he was still fiercely inclined to believe whatever the head captain's order was. But if this is what Central 46 wants, then we cannot budge. More murmurs spread, and finally, Squad 13's captain spoke up. Is there a logical way to save him and prepare the Kido cannon? The others thought on this for a moment, but the head captain shook his head. I do not believe that we can risk it. The time needed to prepare the weapon cannot be wasted, and we cannot shirk our other duties as well. I simply cannot accept this, Toshiro blurted out, not considering the tone or the implication. He had just passed the captain's proficiency test a mere 2 days earlier, so no one expected him to blurt anything out. Captain Kuchiki was the first to speak up among the shocked officials. Do you have anything to add, Captain Hitsugaya? Perhaps you were not ready to be here. Yes, I do, and I do belong here, he stated, stepping forward a moment to let them know he was addressing them all. Naruto Uzumaki is one of my greatest friends, one of the few reasons that I am where I am today. He is strong, easily one of the strongest of the lieutenant-class Shinigami in all of the Seraiti. He has great potential to be something more, and in a few years, he could be captain class. You of all people, Captain Yukitaki, should know this to be true. Naruto deserves to be saved. After he joined the line of captains, no one responded immediately, not sure how to respond. Captain Kuchiki was the first once more. It is simply not worth betting the safety of all worlds on the life of one man. Is that true, Byakuya? Asked Aizen, the brunette's glasses glaring and hiding his eyes. Is it really worth sacrificing him? Everyone looked to the head captain for a declaration, sharing an earnest look with Toshiro. Given the immediate emergency, I may be able to pull some clout with the Central 46. We will reconvene in a few short minutes and I will relay the decision. The odd girl who had seemingly orchestrated this whole event never stopped looking at Naruto, bound and held with his arms and legs spread to an almost ridiculous degree. She seemed very content to marvel at him, and the blonde could not figure out why. He was trying to come up with a strategy to escape, knowing a few techniques that might work on certain bakuto to nullify them, but he could not be sure they would work on whatever type of spell was binding him. The enemies seemed to be humanoid and had spiritual pressure, strong spiritual pressure at that could rival a Shinigami. They seemed a little uptight, a little bit arrogant if he had to guess, and they had such nice clothing that Naruto wondered if they were actually royalty or at least high class. It made him think of the Kuchikis and the Shibas, oddly enough. Although not so much the Shibas now. Who were they? Who was this Senna person? What did they really want? What did they mean by making him remember who he is? How were they connected to the giant hole in the sky back in the Soul Society, or was this a separate case? Questions, questions, questions. I've waited so long to finally meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I've wanted to see what you really looked like, what you smelled like. I've been dreaming of you for so long. I need to know you. Naruto's eyes widened even further, swallowing carefully. She sounded too fanatical, too obsessed with him. It was creepy. That's not strange at all, he muttered under his breath, trying to get her upset. He was scrambling for ideas at this point. She clasped her hands together and practically squealed under her breath, her large brown doe eyes settled directly on him. He shuddered under their gaze. I've wanted you, Naruto. I fell in love with the man of my dreams, literally. She finally reached out and touched his cheek. Naruto's entire body convulsed, his mind seemingly splitting in half in one instant. Images and sensations exploded in his brain, and he screamed. A large expanse filled with buildings of yellows and reds, trees dotted throughout the place and woods filling entire city blocks. A large tower with the kanji for fire sat directly in front of a mountain where 4 stone faces were carved literally from stone. He knew that he knew their names, but only one word came to mind at that moment. Hokage. I never go back on my word. That's my Nindo. Sound of 1,000 birds chirping at once. The heat of a hot spring's bath. The words of a teacher seemingly long forgotten. He had no words for the experience he just had. He was literally speechless, as tiny details flooded his mind. He couldn't understand what was happening. Do you remember, Naruto? Do you remember your time in the village? Asked Senna, her eyes genuinely curious in an almost freaky way. He wanted to label her a crazed fangirl, but he couldn't remember why. Naruto nodded mutely, still not sure how to comment. What does this even mean? I don't remember everything. Just little things. Senna smiled brightly and clapped excitedly. Yes, that's amazing news. You'll only learn more over time. She touched his cheek again, but there was no memory flash this time. He wanted to bite that hand off and escape, but he would likely only endanger himself if he couldn't find a way to escape. I am the Shininju, the memory rosary of the Valley of Screams, explained Senna. A culmination of all the blank's memories, the white entities that you fought earlier. I am composed of many memories that are not my own, but the strongest one was your memory, Naruto. Your memories seemed to fight to the surface of my attention, and I've become obsessed ever since. Naruto let that information sink in. She had all of his memories from his past life. His earliest memories and his latest memories. Even of his death. How did you even track me down? Asked Naruto. How did you know I was a Shinigami within the Seraiti? Senna was about to eagerly answer when Ganryu stepped into the room once more, cutting her off. So Naruto, how does it feel to remember yourself once again? Interesting, I guess, but what's the real point? You guys endangered me, just to get me to remember. Why? Why did you want me to remember myself? The white-haired man looked toward the memory rosary before smiling. We need your help finding something, and we thought your memories would allow us to track them down. He cleared his throat, staring at Senna. Our informant has explained that they are preparing the Kido cannon. Senna's eyes widened. What? They're going to destroy everything. They're destroying the dimension. She stomped around, upset. Naruto was caught on one detail. They had someone on the inside of the Seraiti feeding them information. A mole within the Soul Society on the side of the blanks. He was shocked at the implications. They are going to save me, Naruto said, breaking their concentration. They are going to send a team of powerful fighters to rescue me, just you wait. They'll stop this whole operation. Ganryu grinned. That's the problem, Naruto. They aren't. His heart skipped a beat, his throat tightening and his chest twisting in near agony. His muscles were burning from having to hold his arms up in this place for so long, but it could do nothing to stop the pain of this revelation. What? No, that's not true. You're lying. His mind flashed through the information he knew. The informant, could it have known about his disappearance and the orders to destroy this place, as well as Seraiti's plan to ignore the fact that he was still here and destroy the dimension anyway? He still did not know everything about the place he was in, but it felt too different from the world of the living in a spiritual sense. Was it a separate dimension somehow? What of the informant? How could the mole know so much high-profile information? Momo could not sit still when she received the orders that the Kido Corps were preparing the use of the Kido cannon, one of the most powerful weapons in all of the Soul Society. With the fear that Naruto could be caught from the blast, she had to hope that they would send a team in to find him. Almost on cue, the childlike captain appeared before her. He seemed very upset and she had to know what was wrong. Central 46 denied the request to send a team into the Valley of Screams to save Naruto, he explained, his voice quivering as he said it. With anger, sadness, fear, Momo could not tell which. They are going to go through with the plan to destroy the dimension to stop its expansion. What? Asked Momo, a tear forming in her eye. It felt like her heart had been ripped from her body. Wah! They can't do that. They can't kill him. They can't. For a long moment, Toshiro and Momo held each other for comfort, tears streaming down the brunette's face. Why, Lilashiro? Why would they want to hurt him? They don't want to hurt him, Momo. They are doing what is best for the sake of both worlds. Naruto is simply a casualty to them, a speed bump in the grand scheme of things. She pushed away from him angrily. How can they say that, Toshiro? How can they act like he does not matter? He did not comment, trying to stay cool and collected. Let's rescue him. We can do it, you and I. We'll head to the Valley of Screams ourselves and save him. Hinamori practically grabbed her sword and prepared to head straight there, but Toshiro shook his head and grabbed her wrist. Momo, you can't defy Central 46, as much as it pains me to admit that. We cannot risk ourselves and our career by trying to save him. She collapsed to the ground and he held her, the two of them clutching each other for support. It was not long before there was a flash of light from the sky, and the two of them looked up. Out of the mirage in the sky came several white, spiraling tendrils of energy. They moved quickly, diving through the air above the city, which should have been impossible. The reiatsu coming from each of them was thick and potent, powerful enough that they seemed able to cut right through the barrier-like dome over the city, a stunning flash of light. Toshiro's eyes widened with shock. They are heading for the Kido Cannon on Sokyoku Hill. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.